I mean, how do blueberries relate to kitty litter, man? I'm wondering.
Those were things that I needed, and I ordered them.
I
to have
love
them
blueberries.
delivered.
I love blueberries.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, the audience gets it, whether or not you do.
I get it.
See?
God dang it!
The
one guy listening, he
It's
gets it.
bad for me because I didn't get it. I mean, it's like maybe I'm buying somewhere else and I'm not paying. Hey, I'm too broke to pay attention. So
I know it sucks.
I knew you were going to make that joke, Helio.
Yeah, because you already know me, because you've been listening for a long.
It do what it do.
We love you, Helio. Don't
it do what it do. But anyway, blueberries and kitty litter. I'm gonna. It'll probably hit me tomorrow. We'll see.
They don't have anything to do with each other. Okay.
Wait a minute.
They're like
figure out some kind of.
They're like the sky and the ground. They are mutually exclusive. Boom. Mic drop. Gravity.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Well, don't stop having fun, damn it. This was just starting to get good.
Well, I'll sweep the feet out of the bottom of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Feel me? Don't let us meet.
Hey, these are cycles, man.
Sweep the feet out. He'll be tasting my elbow bones in his teeth. Picking chunks out. You feel me? NDT, you and me. And, of course, The Rock. Sorry.
My uncle had
Bro,
I'm done.
Did you watch that fucking movie on Netflix with The Rock and what's the other?
Yes, I size him up all the time, so I've seen all of his movies at least twice.
No, I'm talking about the Red
He's a
Notice.
pussy.
Did
The
you
Rock's
watch
a
it?
fucking pussy. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I've liked some of The Rock's work, you know, as far as like Hollywood shit goes, but this Red Notice movie is total shit.
I saw it, and you know what? I don't think that was really The Rock. Like, it was a lot less animated than other versions of The Rock that we've seen.
Well, I mean, and I've seen what's the other guy's name?
Jason Statham.
No, it's not Jason. You're fucking with me. Right. You know who was? If you saw Red Notice, you know.
I saw Red Notice, but here's the thing: it was so bad, I forgot all of it.
You forgot everybody's name.
It was so bad, I forgot all of it. I just remember that I saw it.
Horrible. It's the cheesiest fucking movie I've seen in a long time.
I only watched it because I'm trying to get his pressure points where I can just slice him open.
Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah. What about him?
You haven't seen it. You're lying.
Red Notice. Yeah, he's on Red Notice.
All right, tell me about the movie.
I don't fucking remember. Dude, I just told you I don't remember because it's such a bad movie. It's on Netflix. It's got The Rock.
Why,
it didn't really seem like The Rock.
Right now?
He's cloned. That's the point.
All right, what's the movie about?
It's guns, man. Guns. I don't know. Helio, I told you I don't know what it's about.
But you said you saw the movie, but you don't know what it's about. I watch a lot of movies too, but
motherfucker, do you not believe me when I say that I've seen the movie? Or you think I'm lying to you?
Well, you watched the whole movie. Sometimes I'll get halfway through a movie, with some of these retards, and I can't even watch the rest of it. I think I watched the whole thing.
Dude, I could have been cleaning my apartment. I just remember seeing it and hitting play. Go ahead.
Did either of you ever actually stop for air? Because, it's really difficult for anyone to have a conversation with you two, because neither of you actually ever stop talking. It's really irritating because you're in a room full of people who would probably like to join the conversation. So, maybe just listen out for if other people are talking. I've been trying to get in for about 3 minutes, and now I'm just too annoyed to actually even say what I was going to say.
How dare you?
Sorry, Crypto. Yeah.
Sorry, brother.
But I know Glatflobe's lying about watching the movie.
Whatever, dude. New topic.
This isn't about my personal feelings. I don't really care. What I'm saying is that other people probably want to get involved in the conversation, and you guys just aren't letting them, and it's really, really tough.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see why that's frustrating. Okay, Helio, we're shutting up.
I need to go smoke anyway. But yeah, I mean, I definitely want people to join.
Gal Gadot. That's all I have to say. If you don't remember her in that movie, then you didn't watch that movie.
Okay, yeah,
I don't hear what you're
that
saying.
thing is in that movie. Yes.
Yeah, Wonder Woman.
Mm-hmm.
She thwarts them both without her outfit or her
Dude.
lasso.
I didn't watch that movie. He's just faking you out.
God damn it, Helio! Change the subject,
He
please.
saw the preview.
Go ahead.
I think he at least saw the preview.
Well, let's get back on Flat Earth. We don't want to talk about that movie. I mean,
I'd like
it's
to
just a
hear what
classic
Crypto
Hollywood
has to say.
frickin'
I'd like to hear what Crypto has to say. Fuck that
frickin'
movie.
art thief
It was terrible.
frickin' versus.
Me too.
Hey,
Helio.
Helio, I'd like you to learn this right here. I don't know if you've seen this before, but this is a pretty good thing. Like whenever you have one of these Globers that are asking, like in Facebook, about some stupid ass shit, you could just pop something like this, and they're like, "Well, check it out. This is what level is. This is how we can determine level." Right?
Sure, I've seen several videos like that. Sure. Yeah. But I mean, it's
Yeah, but the best thing is this is a cartoon like NASA, so they can
right.
understand.
But do scientists do this to prove globe?
Nobody proves the globe.
No, this is just a property of water. Liquids seek
Yeah, no
their
shit.
own level.
No shit. That's why we just like freaking talk shit to each other over several hours. But yeah,
No, I wasn't trying to talk shit.
all
I
right,
was just
cool.
saying,
Hey,
like, this is a good one to
Joshua,
start the story.
explain this one. I'm playing it on live stream now.
Okay.
What did you discover with this? You know, with these different containers, how they might.
It doesn't matter the volume, because initially the first container that you pour it in is going to have more volume than the rest of them because it's not at rest. It's dynamic at that point. But once it becomes static, they're all equal in height. It's pretty insane, man.
Cross a level planet. They're in containers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't matter the shape of the container. On the surface, they're level.
But I'm saying, this is like 50 seconds, like not even a minute.
Yeah, but you can cause. Depends on the medium. You can cause a volume of liquid to in the same container to appear to have a different position.
Yeah.
Depending on the pressure, exerted. But that's not what happens in nature. No, so, anyway, so there's different dynamics to this argument, but it really doesn't have anything to do with the Earth being a globe.
Exactly. This is kind of like opposite evidence of the Earth being a globe.
Exactly, bro. Yeah, exactly.
This is antecedents to the globe.
Because in nature in the real Earth, the way it presents itself is as a level stationary plane. So whatever you can do little studies inside in a laboratory and be like, I put this much pressure on this side, and then hey, look, they're not level. They're
Right.
actually they're not level, but they're freaking parallel.
How would you
they're
think
parallel. Where's the?
How would you go about measuring, or not measuring, but how would you go about leveling a house? Like making sure the house is level, so like the doors don't slam shut on you.
Well, I mean, every time that whether it's a house or a freaking warehouse, 500 yards long, level.
Well, you use a water level, a fucking plexiglass or a plex tube, a flexible nylon tube full of water that's colored, and it's not even really water. It's like antifreeze.
Yeah,
type
but
stuff,
that's not what
you know?
surveyors use most of the time. They
No,
just
that's not what
use,
surveyors use, but that's what you use when you want like precision when you're leveling something, right? Because
yeah,
it's
I
kind of
mean,
hard
in
to use a
certain
transit.
situations,
You can't
that tool
you
can be
can't see the
used, but
measurement from the point of angle of the measurement from underneath the house, underneath the structure, right? So you need something to take underneath there with you and be like, okay, this needs to go up or it needs to come down, you know. Like that's what like finally convinced me was working in the field, working with water levels, going, wait, how does this even work? And somebody says,
yeah.
because it's flat. What do you mean it's flat? Everything's flat, dude. Look at the river. Look at the horizon. Everything's flat.
It's like, well, it's flat here, it's flat. I mean, how many flat spots on Earth make a globe?
The globe, like the Golden Globe, oh, that's just Hollywood, man.
Why would you
No, the
measure a
Golden Globe.
sphere in square miles?
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Yeah,
That's kind of
there's
what
no
I was
such
thinking.
thing in math. There's no such thing in math as square miles to measure a globe.
Wait, is there such
no,
thing? See, math has a hard time when it comes to calculating curvature, right?
Or
Pi,
you're gonna have to use,
3.141599568. It just keeps
well,
going on and on and
you're
on and
gonna have
on,
to
never ends.
use, you're gonna have to use non-Euclidean geometry to figure that out.
Yeah, because it's not even platonic. It's not even a platonic solid, right? There's no sphere that's a platonic solid. That's sacred geometry, right? So when you're talking about
No,
platonic solids,
I wouldn't
there's
even
no
consider
spheres.
that
It starts
sacred
with the
geometry.
it starts with the
Non-Euclidean
tetrad.
geometry is an invention of someone that
Hold
believes that
on,
the Earth is a globe.
hold
Go
on.
ahead.
It starts with the tetrad. You know what the tetrad could also be called? Tetragrammaton. The four-faced letter of God. The four-faced letter representation of the name of God, right? Yahuwah. So the Yod Hey Vav Hey, they're all like equal in length, height, and breadth. So it's a three-dimensional triangle. That's the first platonic solid, the tetrad. It's amazing. And then
No,
like
sure. That's why I'm
from there it goes
saying
on.
where where does this
Talking about structure.
become non-you stretching of what? The triangle
Well, because it takes
or the
360 flat
square
spots to
or
create.
the cube?
It creates
Stretching
360
the
flat
angles
spots
beyond
at
what
1
they
degree
actually
angle
are, what we
difference.
experience. Come on, man.
It takes like 1 angle difference, and it takes 360 flat spots to create a circle. But a sphere, I don't know. And then it's not a complete circle. It's like
Told you
because you got flat spots, so it's jagged. You got to lathe it.
Yeah, yeah, you're exactly right. It depends on how big it is. It will appear straight, but it's actually turning. But it's
I mean, you know how hard it is to measure the radii of like cabinetry, like molding. If you got to match it with something old.
no, those are straight angles. That like when I have to use, I have to bend something and make it look like a circle. With cabinets.
No, I'm not talking like that, Helio. I'm talking like the crowning on the molding,
Yeah, can't you just like match it
like
up with something
the router.
normal?
Usually, you just
No,
have a
it's a
router
straight
bit that
line.
you
It's a
use.
straight line between the two, and I have to build a straight line and then make it look like it's round. Between the two, and it's always. I mean, it's always based on a circle, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, so if I'm looking across Earth, it doesn't appear to be a circle. But if someone's saying, "Well, it's a circle," when you look at the horizon, and the sun is now the sun is definitely traveling in a circular path. I mean, I can do math on that or whatever. But as far as like looking across the Earth, as a horizon, I mean, the definition of horizon is flat. There's no curved Earth horizon. Just like a lot of the Glovers will say, well, that's the
Actually,
curvature of the Earth.
that's a misnomer, Helio.
All right, so tell me why it's a misnomer.
Oh, hang on, I'm looking for it. I'm gonna find you the root of it.
Well, I'm quite
So we
aware
can,
of it because I've been talking to people about this for 6 years. So.
But I don't understand how they would be able to get that kind of observation moving in a 300 like complete circle. Like I don't.
Well, are you
They
talking
claim,
about the path of the sun, or
No, I'm talking about the horizon. Like they
the
call it the
horizon?
bounding circle.
Oh well, if you look far back in, see, we've gotten so far into this argument that they don't remember that the Globers used to argue that the horizon was the curvature of the Earth. This is really strange.
Yeah. Here we go. Let me click on it and just open it up. Noun. Right. This is the noun. Ostrium. Ostrium. Right. Horizon. Horizon. Copy. Right here. Bam. Old French. Right. Horizon. Horizon from modern French. Earlier, horizon from Latin horizontium. Nomine horizon, right? From the Greek horizon, kelios, bounding circle from horizon, bounding limit divides separation from horos, boundary, landmark, meaning stone or marking stones. The H was restored in English in the 1700s, and limitations of Latin, or imitation of Latin in Old English used the arigmatic eye mark for the limit of the view horizon. Apparent horizon is distinguished from the celestial or astronomical horizon.
Yeah, yeah, I'm seeing what you're posting.
But if you look up what bounding circle means, that just means
It means the same thing
if
as says at the
what
end,
you
the
see
limit
when
of
you
your view.
your limit of view when you move in a circle, when you like spin. That's all it means.
And now,
So it's like,
apparent
okay,
horizon is distinguished from celestial or astronomical. Now, I mean,
right. But
like when you look across Earth, that's your celestial and geological horizon.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. The word bounding circle is horizon, where the word horizon means bound, limit, divide, separation. So you could even say,
still
instead of
apparent.
the border,
Still
that's
apparent.
to be considered a horizon.
Yeah, but it's still apparent because every time you move toward it, it
Yeah.
changes.
Exactly. That's what it's a landmark, marking stones, or divide, separation, right? Because it's the divide of the land from the sky, right?
Right. So, is anywhere in that definition does it say anything about the curvature of Earth?
No.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like it comes from the word circle, from how we see.
Circle. Yeah. It's
So,
as
like,
far as
you
you
need
can
to
see.
watch out for this because a lot of people will sit there and say, well, it means circle if you look at it. So now you know the difference between horizon and horizon. We say horizon, right? So horizon, Z-I-E-N, or Z-E-I-N instead of Z-O-N. Horizon instead of horizon. So it's, just a
It's
little,
not a bad description. Yeah, yeah. I appreciate you sharing that. That's good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And I like the
horizontal, right? Horizontal means flat.
horizon means, I mean, how can you tell where the horizon is? It's just as far as you can see, limit of view. Horizon, when you see the sunset, that's the horizon.
And then here's what horizontal is. 1550s. Relating to or near the horizon in French, horizontal from Latin horizontium, from horizon, meaning flat, i.e. parallel to the horizon.
That's a noun also from
It sounds like
1550s.
So literally, from or relating near to horizon, not horizon, means
sounds
flat.
like it sounds like
The flat
our
bounding circle. Sorry. I'm kind of geeking out right now.
No, you're good, Josh, man. I mean, yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah. I can see why. I mean, when you look up these definitions of horizon, these globers, man, have nothing to offer when it comes to this argument. Their horizon is the edge of the globe, which is where they have to prove. Unfortunately for them, they've given us the size of the globe, so they have to defend where the horizon should be based on the size of their globe, third rock from the sun, right? And that's not in the definition of horizon. They have their own different definition of horizon based on their presupposition about this globe. Someone else was about to speak.
Exactly, but it's not the thing. I believe it was
No,
Demo.
it can't. It can't be because that's not anywhere in the definition of horizon. They can pretend all day and all night, and then when we call them, believing in a religion, they say, "Oh, we don't believe in a religion. We have science." And then when we call them out on that, I mean, this is step by step process for us. But anyway, somebody was going to say something else. Was it Glad? Were you about to say something about this, or somebody talk besides me? I'm about to go smoke a cigarette. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we're getting at. I mean, they have their globe. Come in here with all of your math and your presuppositions about the globe. Let's go through the definitions, through history, all of that stuff. Just bring that shit on. We're not scared of it. Flat Earth isn't a religion. None of us, we sit here and disagree with each other all the time. But when it comes to this flat horizon, there's no argument there. I mean, it's an amen at the end of the day. Horizon is flat.
Horizontal is flat.
Horizontal, horizon, flat.
Horizontal means near to the horizon. In the French, it means flat. Yep.
Like
parallel to the horizon.
All the
The horizon is flat.
Yeah, you're exactly right, bro.
I don't know how much more proof they need.
They don't need any more. They just that's where they turn over into believers.
Yep.
And they're
And
like, then they start going to the sky and it's like, well, it can't be flat because this star and this moon and this sun are going this way and that way, and so it can't be flat. And it's like you flat earthers are totally
I want to
dumbasses.
see the curve, bitch, and I want you to show me.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
it. Oh, where's
Let's
this?
see that curve.
Where's this
Come on
curve,
now.
bro?
It gets even worse when you look at the level.
I feel like if there was curves somewhere, I'd find it. Right.
I think the astronomers would have found it by now, but when we asked them, they don't really want to talk about it. It's like, well, I haven't seen the curve, but I've seen galaxies hundreds of light years away.
We don't know what gravity is, but we know what it does. Wait, what? Okay.
It's like,
it gets even worse when you look up level.
Flat Earth is just dumb.
It's like, look at this level, the noun, a tool to indicate a what? Horizontal line. Remember, horizontal means flat, parallel to the horizon. So it's a tool that lets you know where the horizon is wherever you are. Interesting. A level, ultimately Latin libella, or labella. A balance level, also monetary unit, diminutive of libra, balance, scales, unit of weight. In fact, in Espanol, scales is libras, or
The
scale is
balance.
libras. Weight is libras. Unit of weight, right? See, libra. Spanish, nivel, modern, navajo, or navajo are of the same source but altered by
Reminds me
dissimilation.
of library or delivery.
Meaning position, as a marked by a horizontal line, as in sea level from 1530, meaning flat surface. I mean, flat tract of land. I mean, you can't make this shit up, guys.
Earth is flat and stationary. That's how we know it's a fucking globe. Yeah, that's how we know it's a globe. Bitch, come on now.
I just remember that I was threatening to do that that parody the other night. Oh, know what the globe is. I still
You gotta do it, Helio. Make the song.
to. Won't you show me? Anyway, yeah. Let's talk about the globe.
Yeah, man, it'll
I
help you
gotta do it.
get back into your tenor singing.
No, man, that's falsetto. I can do it.
I know it is.
But anyway.
In fact,
I
here's
just
an
remember
experiment
I was
to
like,
test if you
there was
want to test
video
to see if
that
the Earth is spinning at all, then all you would really need to do is take a level on a merry-go-round. You know, spirit level, one of those bubbles. Yeah. And then find out what happens when you spin. You wouldn't be able to find level anywhere if we were spinning. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. A lovely nighttime helicopter flight. Gee. Hi, my name Giovanni Giorgio, but people call me Giorgio.
Daft Punk.
Oh, wow, this is crazy. Just dropped.
This is Giovanni Giorgio, but people call me Giorgio.
What's crazy, Crit?
This is Minnesota. It's under federal investigation. Minneapolis police for like civil rights violation. And during the course of the investigation, some police officer whistleblower, dropped just thousands of hours of body cam footage. And in this body cam footage, basically talked about the police officers talking about like they're playing the video game. How many N words did you bag today? Did how many were sent to the hospital? How many were sent screaming? And now the sheriff in charge of the area says he's done. This he says basically protesting hunting scandal is the last time he's crossing the thin blue line. He's siding with justice. But yeah, absolutely disgusted at watching the video. I mean, he's blind. Like he had no idea what had been happening. Like all these years, he got to sheriff and didn't realize none of this was going on.
Crazy shit, dude.
Yeah, because it turned out that this dude was just like in the wrong area at the wrong time, and they opened fire on him, like plainclothes police officers. So he returned fire. He like a concealed carry. He's like, shit, someone's trying to kill me. And then when the guy they started yelling, "Hey, police, police!" Then the guy put down his gun, and then on the body cam he says, "Now we're gonna fuck him up." And they just ran over and just almost beat the dude like 1 inch of his life. He got charged with like 17 felonies, like trying to kill police officers. Once the evidence came forward, he was just returning fire. He's trying to get home that day, and they just started opening fire on him. But I mean, look, that's someone who could have went to prison for the rest of their life had it not been for the body cam footage. It says in the story here, Starlings was then charged with 17 counts of murder, an attempted murder. But the jury then, but with the new evidence, proves that he acted in self-defense.
Yeah, that's kind of neither here nor there. I want to know what's going on with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, that's a distraction.
It's all a fucking distraction. Listen, guys, listen.
Well, this is executive branch. That's why it's important. Because this is the same branch of government that tells you they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity.
Right.
No, they're not. They're hunting protesters, then bragging about it on body cam footage.
Right.
That's what the executive branch does, okay? The executive branch is not about science. It's not about the advancement of humanity. They're about enforcement of nonviolent offenses to make you bend the knee. That's what the federal government does. It's what it's always done. Nothing changed New Year's Day.
Nope. Won't be changing.
Even this won't change anything.
No, absolutely not. It's atrocious, but yeah. I'm jaded to it. I'll admit it. It doesn't mean it's any less important to know about and to talk about. Though, that's for sure.
Yeah, what do you think? Police officers walked off the job in Minneapolis. Well, now you figured out because they're going to be face prosecution. Their names are going to be put out there.
Yeah, what do you think the outcome of this will be if, like, the corruption with the police is just too much, and the citizens demand them to be removed, it's
Well,
going
they
to end
tried
up
to.
like fucking goddamn uh the fuck Australia with federal policing,
Yeah.
which we do not want. That's an overstep by the fucking government. It's against the Constitution. Each one of our states is higher than the federal government.
Yeah, this is interesting too, because just a week ago, the same sheriff said um, he stands with his officers. He said, he says, "Holy crap! Everyone's out to get the police officer. Police officers did nothing wrong. The body cam footage will prove it." And then a week later, he's like, "That aged well, right?"
Come on, man. I mean, sometimes that's the case, but for the most part, I mean, cops are going to protect the cops, especially in media, but they have connections to the media and all that. I mean, these stories
Oh
don't
yeah,
necessarily wind up what at the beginning with. It's like, what can you trust about this information? It's kind of
what really it goes down to is this is the executive branch right in front of your face, and if the globalists can deny that, if they can just look at this evidence and see why would they lie, they
the
lie all the
global.
time, every day.
What do you mean by the globalists? I mean, are you talking about at the local level? Are they globalists?
No, like the globalists, like the people who come in here and say there's no such thing as a government conspiracy.
Are you talking about people that there's no such thing as conspiracies and stuff like? Well, for the most part, I don't think most of the people that defend the globe, as far as globalists go, I think they'll consider that we have a point because they're, of course, as far as conspiracy goes, there's definitely conspiracy at at the higher levels, right? Have you heard someone say that they deny that completely, and everything they say on the mainstream news and the governments are doing everything they can do to make the best for the people? Have you ever heard anyone come in here and say that?
Yeah, that chief squatting dog guy, he says there's not one conspiracy ever. It's just been individual bad actors who made some bad choices. Not
Okay,
once.
well,
Not one conspiracy
okay.
theory.
Well, I would say that at least 80% of the people that defend the globe that come in here would say yes. There's some problems in in leadership in the government and problems with the media and everything. So we have to pick and choose our battles. I think as far as all that goes, but yeah, for the most part, I think most of the people that would come and argue with some of our points. I mean, I know they hate flat Earth or whatever, so those are anti-flat Earthers or whatever. But at least 80% would say, "Hey, man, there's some issues going on with the government. There's backroom deals with corporations and government. I mean, people know about that shit. They just don't necessarily go into the full extent of it and the history that's involved with how these corporations and the elite families came about. That they'd rather be in the dark about that and just kind of continue their lives without having to think about it too much.
Yeah, and the thing too, it's not even like something where they have to separate NASA from the executive branch. They're like, oh yeah, NASA's government, but it's not the executive branch. Because it really is
It's
how
more
messed
the
up.
military branch, I would say, but
Yeah,
yeah,
which is
maybe.
still the executive.
Yeah.
So that's what they do too. They keep trying to like split that hair and play word games. Like it's oh yeah, NASA's government, but it's not the government. Or
Right.
NASA's funded by government,
Yeah,
but
it's officially not a branch of the government, but it's funded, so it might as well be, right? And so are a lot of the major corporations. They get government funding for research. So I mean, what? How can you separate all of that? It's weird, man. How people just like, oh, well, that's an independent agency. No, it's not. They get millions and millions of dollars from the public.
Yeah, well, even independent agencies are classified as part of the executive branch. All the independent agencies, like all 250 of them, are all executive branch. So, like the FBI is an independent agency; it's also executive branch. CIA,
Also, a separate what do you call it? Body, meaning a separate corporation. So they're not even employees of the federal government. They're employees to their own corporation.
for which one? NASA?
Yeah, even NASA, the FBI, all of them.
Yeah,
Oh no, they're all government. Yeah,
I
they're
know,
all
but
federal employees.
which alphabet
But the
agency
thing is
is part?
those individual companies, these individual alphabet soups, they're
Yeah,
all
which alphabet agency?
individual corporations unto themselves with
Which
leaders
alphabet
that are not
agency?
elected.
Which alphabet agency is part of the
The deep state.
Constitution structure?
What?
Yeah, I know, right? What? Constitution?
We're supposed to have administrative, legislative, and judicial. That's it. They added the educational for some reason.
That was after Act of 1871 when they
Yeah,
established.
but that right there gives a fourth state, and the so-called fifth state is media,
Yeah,
which doesn't make sense.
yeah, but we're never taught that in school. In 1871 they established Washington D.C. as a separate.
No, we're supposed to have three branches, right?
Yeah, I know. But most people don't know because they're taught that we're still the United States of America, even though you live in a different country, in whatever state you live in. But when you accept money and funding from the United States of America, then you are part of
Become a
that.
whore to America.
You're a whore. No,
whore
you're not
for
a whore to America. The ideal of America was the original idea, but when you accept federal funding, then you're part of you're subject to the United States of America, which is Washington D.C. It's a different idea than from the original idea. So anyway,
Here's another one.
Hey, did you go smoke, Helio?
yeah, I already
I'm
did.
smoking my second one now. What are you doing?
Cigarette? No, I don't smoke marijuana. I
got my
used
second
to.
cigarette. I
No, I did
joint and like
smoke.
two bong hits.
I'm about to wash a load of clothes. But I heard you guys talking about this, and I just had to come in and say that for
right on. Hey,
posterity.
do you use those pearls, or do you use like a liquid fabric softener in the washer? You know what I mean by those pearls? Those fabric softener pearls?
It's funny you mentioned this because even when I buy some high end laundry detergent for my clothes, I'm not satisfied with with how it goes. And I'm holding in my hand. I was at Sam's the other day, and they gave me a free sample of Gain fireworks. And I'm just about to dump that in my load of clothes. And I'm going to see if it works.
Don't dump the whole thing, man. Just put
It
a little.
says to dump the whole thing in there, but
What? No, you're supposed to dump like
no. It's a little package
handful.
I got as a sample.
Oh,
it's just a little
okay,
package.
I was gonna say you're only supposed to put like a handful in there.
No. This is just a sample package I got from Machine. I scan, and it's like, hey, here's a sample. They give you a little video to watch, and you know how it goes when you go to Sam's or Walmart. So they gave me a sample, and I was like, how much am I supposed to put in? Then it says put the whole package. And it's just a little pouch. So I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, make sure you wash.
I mean, I use Tide. I've spent a lot of money on Tide, try to get some of the really good detergents for my clothes. And I
use it with like your whites, like your long johns and shit like that, your thermals.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's
Especially
really
like
weird that
your
you're
socks,
asking
dude.
me this because I have that shit in my hand
Hey,
right now.
it makes your
There's
socks
some
feel
energy
good,
out
dude.
there. Some energy out there right now. You didn't know I had this in my fucking hand right now. I was about to wash some clothes. I was reading the how to use it right now.
Bro,
And I'm about to
you
wash
told
my
him you're doing laundry, and he came up with a topic on it. It's nothing special. Not that
No,
one. I'm
it is
sorry.
special. I mean, well, he
It's
was
pretty
asking
common.
me if I was going to add something to my laundry that would
I
make
mean,
my clothes smell better.
fuck
That's
it. It's
weird.
special. It's all special, Helio. Every tiny little thing.
Everything's we're all connected, bro. But
Is there somebody listening today that has lost someone with the initial K?
Oh, dear. Man. Okay, well, y'all know I'm the stay on topic guy, so let's try to do that.
Are you
can't we?
talking about the special K?
I don't know. I was just talking shit.
I know, but it's
Talking
just
shit.
weird. I'm tripping, man, because I had that shit in my hands
I
right
know
now.
you be tripping, man. Just smoke a joint, man. It'll be alright.
Nah, you guys don't want me on here if I smoke. I promise.
Paza, do you have anything to say to us? Do you have any sophistry to spew, or do you have anything at all? Hi, Paza. How we doing? I'm gonna pick on you. It's just how it goes.
Yeah, see, I was just trying to fill there.
Fine. It's like pulling teeth. Dag nabbit.
Mm-hmm. Well, they just don't want to speak.
I saw in the chicken room there was somebody in there, but it's all flat earthers in the chicken room now. But there was somebody that wasn't.
You're kind of quiet, Helio.
No, I was saying there was somebody in there. Hey, is this better?
Yes and no.
I know. I mean, I have to get really close.
Sorry.
Are we ready for? How are you?
Oh my
Are you
God.
ready for some?
Would you like some shrimp toast?
Guys,
No, I was
Guys,
just saying there
no.
was somebody looked like a new person in the check-in room earlier. I was just wondering if.
Oh yeah, is there anybody up there? Just,
No, there's flat earthers in there right now. So.
Okay, that's all right.
So hopefully we'll get some new people. We had several new people today that came in. So good stuff. Well, I'm gonna go back to washing my clothes. I will see you guys. What time is it? Oh, it's only 8:30 for me, so I'll probably be back in.
How the fuck is it 8:30 for you and it's only 7:30 for me?
Because you're in Mountain Time and I'm in Central Time.
No, I'm in Arizona time. We don't play with our clocks.
It's a different world there.
People.
Oh yeah. Arizona doesn't do the freaking daylight saving time stuff.
Arizona has seceded from man-made constructs such as time, gravity, and globes.
That's what.
Yeah, you must be very confused in Arizona because that's like right outside of yours. They're doing daylight saving. So what time is in California? Since for
6:33.
me, yeah. So it's 6, 7. I mean, it's 8. Here.
Yeah, it's 8 there. But the thing is,
guys, what are we talking about right now?
Here's why.
Well, hold on. During the summer, I got the same time as California and Oregon and Washington and freaking
all year long.
Not Alaska, because that's a different time zone. Like even like British Columbia.
Oh, time zones are a construct. But anyway, but I'm going to ask you, since parts of Arizona do not do the daylight savings.
None of Arizona does the daylight savings.
Right,
There's also no unions there either.
So a month ago, you would have been
unions here.
2 hours. You would have been 2 hours.
So, but are there unions though?
Nope, we wouldn't have been 2 hours behind.
Oh,
we would have been the same time as Arizona or the same time as California. Like our time doesn't change, like because it's fall back and spring forward, so everybody
That's
springs
exactly-
forward.
No.
So then California becomes our time during the spring to summer.
Yeah,
But
no
in
shit.
reality,
That's what I'm telling you.
mountain during the fall, mountain time falls back on our time. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Like everybody's shifting around us, and we just stay the same.
It's
We're
like before
weirdos.
we fell back a couple months ago, you'd be 2 hours behind me because
It's
you're
yeah.
and,
It's like, hey,
and
buddy, don't you know
California
you're
would have been
out.
an hour ahead of you, and then they changed back. So anyway, yeah, I mean it's bullshit. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it's time travel, man.
It's time travel. I mean, it's just like people in Australia are in the future right now. So
yeah. Yeah, we were talking to Jin earlier, and he's in the future.
Oh, in Japan, yeah, man. He's way in the future.
Bro, they're so advanced in Japan, bro.
The land of the rising sun.
Down. I don't
Hey,
love
I don't know
that
if anybody needs to be reminded, but the only way to stop flat earthers is to undeniably prove that the Earth has measurable curvature. See, the objective is for those proposing that the Earth is a globe to bring direct evidence for their claims based on what is experienced or physically demonstrable, rather than what is based on mere theory. Thank you.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about doing anything to try to keep this dark age from happening, because it's going to happen. The stars are telling it. Trust me. Nothing can stop this dark age from happening. There will literally be no sun in the sky. No stars.
What? Where's that coming from, Joshua?
These NASA people, right? They one of them came forward and revealed why they are perpetrating the lie, right? And the only reason why he was led onto it and promoted was they felt he could be trusted because he was a diehard like space guy, right? And the whole time he was sitting there perpetrating the lie, and he was led onto it, and they told him the reason why they're perpetrating the lie of the globe Earth is to maintain society. The NASA's job is to maintain society as is and the status quo of the further advancement of humanity, so that a dark age does not happen by collapse of society.
Well,
Because in reality,
sort
we
of
have
agree with
known that
that.
the Earth was flat for thousands of years, and the globe has come about within the last 200 years. And they'll tell you things like
It sounds like a
Eratosthenes,
gross
right?
misunderstanding of a combination of religion and pseudoscience.
Well, it's a way of them to control things. They figure, well, let's see what we can do. A new experiment. Look, the United States. The new experiment. Let's try this, see what happens.
Oh yeah, well, see, that's just that's
Babylon
a really
has
short.
spread
That's
her
a short
iniquities
experiment.
throughout
That's
the
a short.
world.
That's a short social experiment. Which when I mean short, I mean like 200 years. That's short as far as aspects of human history. See, like the elite, they look over short term, which to them is 100, 200 years. They can already tell what people are going to do and react to, and they're going to utilize this. And there's a lot more to talk about what has happened in the past couple hundred years, and prior to that. Yeah, man, there's a lot of things that people are so sold on this new. They have this modern history and their understanding of it's like just there's aspects of pseudoscience that we're questioning. There's pseudo history as well, right? Which is completely related to pseudoscience, right? So they're trying to incorporate all of that into science. Like history is science, like we can dig down on the earth and go back in history and tell you what happened, through pseudoscience, and it's all involved with this geological record and astronomical shit. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, I'm getting a little excited about it.
Helio, I posted a little something for you.
Where? Oh, okay. My bad.
So like when you're
I'm in DMs. Hold on.
So like when you have a little break and you're like cooking something and you don't want to sit there and jump on the live stream, it's like 15 minutes. It's like 7 minutes of it is the guy's letter, and then the other 7 is like pictures. So
oh, cool. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, I've been sharing it for quite a while. I'm surprised you haven't gotten it yet.
Well, dude, I share a lot of shit that people haven't seen yet either. So yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I'll definitely.
Yeah, this and this he kind of lets on to the why, but that's all speculation.
It goes far beyond it go more than likely it goes far beyond the past couple centuries.
Yeah, and something that I always wondered is
I can already tell just from
the
initial screen.
The tip of like Florida, where Cape Canaveral is. Why are they launching things in the Bermuda Triangle to begin with? Because it's the space range.
I know, bro.
It's how far the ICBMs can travel anyway.
Well,
so we ain't gonna get nuked by nobody unless they fly over and drop something.
What are they gonna send on it? Because there's
we have a super duper missile. Okay, Elon.
I'm gonna say so. I mean, should I say that there's no such thing as nuclear weapons? But okay.
Well, what I mean is because it's an actinide metal, and it's not necessarily a lanthanide. A lanthanide is reactive, right? However, an actinide acts upon the air; it burns in the air.
Whose video is that? Have you ever talked to this guy, Flatwater?
No, I wish I could talk to him. It would be cool if he could like join this like Discord.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Let's try to get him in here. Let's talk about some of this stuff.
Yeah, I think his name's Glenn from British Columbia.
This video, how long? I haven't clicked on it.
It's like 15 minutes, 14 minutes, something like that.
I'm talking about how long ago was it posted?
Oh, 5 months.
Okay, cool. Because he's still in the game.
And this was one of an email that was given to him.
Oh, so he mirrored it.
No, he didn't mirror it. He fucking.
Oh, he made this video. Okay.
He said, "I'm in the middle of a couple of productions, full-length features for you guys, but it'll take me a while to do all the editing. But in the meantime, here's something because I've been getting stuff like this all the time.
Cool.
So
I'll definitely check it out, man. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Just from the thumbnails on there, it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, like basically the secret is when he was led on to the secret. He went to Washington. He said, "Everything you have been taught is a lie. Everything."
Yeah. I mean, we're living under a veneer of reality. Even with a lot of the flatter stuff, I guess I might be too far into this right now tonight to actually. This has always been a veneer for us. It's a story presented. Now, people like us, we don't have the whole picture either. People criticize us for opening our mouths and speaking about it. It's like, hey, we don't know everything either. But all of our critics would say, well, you flat earthers don't know anything about this, and so we're just going to freaking make fun of you and criticize you. And it's just like, because they're in a religion. It's like all our religious freaking scientism teachers told us this. It's It's like,
It's a
bro,
cult. They don't realize that.
have you ever heard all of us flat earthers just argue with each other?
They
We
claim to
don't
be
know.
Christian, right? But they don't practice any of the Christian holidays.
Well,
Easter's not a
even if
Christian
they're
holiday.
Christian
Christmas is not Christian.
Christians or atheists, they don't really agree with each other. They're just like, okay, and then you get their major scientific
Halloween
priest or
is
whatever.
Mayan. It's fucking Mayan. It's
Ah.
not even fucking Christian. So why are people
No.
doing Halloween? It's Mayan.
No. Well, I
All
have a
Saints
different
Day, they
opinion
say,
on it.
right? But All Saints Day is just when all
No.
the taxes were due.
The
the end of the
origin of
fiscal year.
Halloween comes from Northern Europe, but
Well, originally during there's a papal bull where all rents had to be rendered by All Saints Day.
sure, and see, the Catholics brought it together from the. There's so much involved. I mean, I don't even want. We're not supposed. Well, we shouldn't talk about it right here, right now. But yeah, I mean, as far as Halloween and Christmas and all that kind of stuff goes, that's not what we're here for. We're talking about how.
Hey, dude, mute your mic if you're gonna cough.
Nah,
Not you.
no, I know.
Freemasons,
Like, hey,
No,
Jesuits.
and Helio, if you cough, you'll shut the fuck up too. You feel me?
yeah, I'll mute myself while I'm coughing. But, you know.
Freemasons, Jesuits, Khazars.
Well, hold on though. If you're gonna see, check this out. If you're gonna talk about the Mayans, you're gonna talk about the Freemasons, you're gonna talk about the Catholics, you're gonna talk about northern religions, Northern European. You can talk about the Mayans. I mean, just make a point about it and say, here's how I think the tradition came to this culture from this place because it came from everywhere. So if you're very curious about it, this isn't a got you or a gotcha, whatever people want to call it. This stuff came from everywhere as far as religion goes. But what the atheist globalist freaking people are saying is like all of the religious people and how throughout all of their studied and recorded culture throughout all of history is completely wrong, and everything that the pseudoscientists, globers, have now as proven that the earth cannot be what they said it is and there's no God, and this is proof. But they're going to come in with their story of creation, and it's pretty disgusting because they have no physical evidence for it, but we have physical evidence for every claim we make all the time. As far as the shape of Earth or what we observe about Earth, when it comes to spirituality, that's a different story, But they're believers in the globe, and we can show them that. We can show that they only believe the Earth is a globe because they want it to be a globe, and they want they want the Earth to be the third rock from the sun. They want the solar system to be part of the Milky Way galaxy, and they're going to call us ignorant and say, "Well, you're just ignorant, and you don't believe the pseudoscientists because you just have a grudge against that." And it's like, no, bro, I'm going upon. We're actually talking about physical evidence. So, you know what? Let's compare the two, find out what we can actually physically prove. And they have nothing when it comes to physical proof of this.
Yeah.
Where's this globe?
Well, the YouTube chat has someone in there says she has evidence of the globe, and she might be coming in to talk with us right now.
What are you doing? Some fucking William Shatner shit, Glenn.
I think she's coming in. If not, just wait longer. On the spot, olive juice. Do you guys ever silently say olive juice to a girl in class? Oh dear. Yeah, anyway. So
No,
we
but
got
I have quietly said I want to vacuum.
There we go. Either way, I know you feel me. What makes more sense and what can we prove? Flat Earth for the win. We've got a ironic glober in the YouTube chat faking to be a flat earther. Balderdash rigmarole. Rigmarole. They didn't even spell it right. It's okay. It is a neat name. Balderdash. Really, really quality word. You've got
Old
bunkum.
name.
You got bunkum.
Old game.
Malarkey. Mishmash. Pish posh. Falderall. So many of those dumbass words. Okay, bye, Balderdash. It's strange that right when I called you out as a fake flat earther, you took off. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Next time, though, try to wait at least 5 minutes.
Bom, 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 bom.
They're probably like, how the fuck did they know all the time when we're here? I'm telling you, it's not that I read what you say, it's I can literally physically smell when there's troglodyte troll trash around. I can smell it.
We can smell rats.
No, I'm saying like before I would smell a rotting rat carcass, I'll smell a troll. It's that pungent.
Yeah, they usually come out at night. Because during the daylight, they'll turn into stone. Contrary to popular beliefs, trolls do not live under bridges. They live in their mother's basement.
That poor woman.
And no, they don't eat goats. They eat Cheetos and Hot Pockets. Fucking pizza. Hot Cheetos! Did you end up seeing that new South Park movie?
No.
Well, then I don't want to spoil it for you. But basically, they're all grown up, and it's like, life after what's going on, right? And Kenny becomes like this, like, huge scientist and kind of stuff like that. And of course, somebody kills him, he dies. So they all come back together, right? It's fucking funny as fuck, dude.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, think about it. Day of the Dead is still practiced today in Mexico, and it's an old Mayan pagan tradition that correlated on the same day as Samhain, which turned to, there's a double reason why they moved All Saints' Day or All Hallows' Eve to November 1st instead of Halloween Day, right? December 31st. They moved it on December 1st because that was Dias de Muerte, the Day of the Dead, the Mayan celebration where they would take the bones of their ancestors and worship them. And they still do it to this very day in Mexico. Back in the day, there's reports that the Mayans that did that were actually cannibals, which is one of the reasons why the conquistadors had made the decree and changed All Hallows Eve to land on that day to take the festivities out of it, to make the pagan secular, I guess. Well, Halloween's a pagan holiday, so Christians should not participate in it. Basically, if the secular world is doing it, you shouldn't be doing it. Good intentions are paved on the pathway to hell. The pathway to hell is paved with good intentions. Bright lights and gold and glitter and glamour and prestige. As a child, your parents also told you that Santa Claus was real, I'm guessing. I'm pretty sure they have that tradition right now in Sweden. But why would they be doing that if Santa Claus isn't real? Why would all the parents be lying to the children? Does it matter?
Because they're assholes.
It's to control you so you're not a little shit during the stressful times.
Mm-hmm. Well, it didn't work with me. They tried.
Yeah.
I figured out when I was like 7, almost 8
So
years
you
old.
think He says it doesn't matter. It was fun. So, do you think being lied to is fun?
It wasn't fun.
It's not
No, it
fun.
wasn't fun. It was dumb. Because I gave all the credit to some invisible, non-existing
Yeah.
fat guy in a suit. I didn't give my parents the credit, which they're the ones that work so hard for it. Maybe I'd have, seen their way a little bit more often if I would have known they were the ones. You know what I mean? I think lying to kids is the same thing as murder.
That looks like a Hopi settlement.
What's going on?
What's up?
Hello, my friend.
So what's up?
Inflation.
Well,
Was a guy named.
well,
Sorry.
you want to come talk to us? Got a VC check-in. 5 minutes in VC check-in, and you'll be cleared to go.
Please do. We're bored here. Who in here knows about electricity? I mean, really knows it.
Any Globers want to provide evidence of the globe?
Maybe I should check the YouTube chat.
Waters above.
Awful quiet in here.
Well, because the babies in the YouTube chat don't want to come in here and talk, man. Trying to get someone to talk to us. But nope. They're too. They, they scared. They scared.
What is this, Jibby? Somebody's
Wow.
asking me for money. You might as well be getting blood from a turnip. What are you talking about? Oh,
Good morning.
hello. Money.
I was reading Joshua's post. Yeah.
There you are. You've been in here for a while. I was wondering when you were going to talk.
Well, Jebby Jets, he's a solid member here.
I know that.
What's this about? Well, I mean, it says hello, but I'm assuming you meant. I don't know.
Hello, I'm a bushcraft bear. I want money in PayPal. Yeah.
Hey, to be honest, I host this live stream, so I don't mind if you donate money. I'm naked about that. If you want to donate, because I do host a live stream, but well, I'm just saying, I do. It does cost me something to host and produce this live stream. So yeah, if you want to donate money, freaking put that shit out there.
Well, that guy.
Yeah, I don't
Hello.
think it's a live stream. He's just reporting on the volcano in La Palma.
Okay, who's this guy and what's this volcano stuff? What is it?
The bushcraft
bear.
They're asking for donations.
He bushcrafts bears.
Bushcrafts bears.
I don't fucking know what he does. He's ever since this volcano's been going off, since he lives on the island, and he's like a homesteader. He's been like reporting it.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because everybody's been asking him.
So where's this at?
La Palma.
Say that again.
La Palma.
La Palma. Which country?
It's an island.
An island. Can you give me a certain
Canary Islands?
Spain.
Son of a bitch.
It's off the coast of Africa. Canary Islands is also where the landmass of Atlantis is supposed to be.
Okay, so it's near Canary Islands. Okay, now I know where jurisdiction now. I was just like, what are you talking about? Cool. So there's an
and this is facing
right
on
now,
the west side of the island, and everybody's saying that it's gonna explode or collapse, cause a landslide that's gonna cause a tsunami that's gonna wipe out the whole East Coast or some shit like that. And I was like, sweet.
Oh.
Yeah, but this guy, Bushcraft Bear, he must know this guy, the other guy, hello. And I think he's a rich guy because he's asking money from him on his PayPal.
And I'm getting older too.
Well, I guess if there's a way you can help some people that are affected by this, they have GoFundMe's and stuff like that. Sure.
Yeah.
I read it wrong. I mean, my site is not so good. I just thought you were talking.
That's what I did. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Cool. Anyway. But I still won't deny any donations that you give to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live channel. I'll be like, thank you so much.
Hey, Helio,
wait a minute. Did you just say you won't deny anybody unless it's the 1930s Jew? Wait, what?
No, if somebody sends me money, I will just be like, thank you.
Oh.
You know what? I'm going to shamelessly plug my music now because you just did that, Helio. See what you started?
Well,
Am I
Go
not
ahead.
here? Is
I'm
anybody
kidding,
here?
bro. I'm just
What the
fucking
hell?
kidding.
No, I'm just saying. Well, no, I can actually do this because the live stream actually comes from here.
It
and I
comes
can do
from
it.
your pocketbook.
Yeah, I actually pay money to actually make this happen. So if people want to donate to
So
this
I was
live
thinking
stream,
about starting a
I'll
pen pal
accept it.
system with people in jail and people in prison that don't have anybody that writes them. Um, it's called like inmates only. You'll have like their rap sheet and all that stuff, everything, so you know like if they're a dangerous person or not. What do you think?
What?
Inmatesonly.com instead of
What do you?
farmers only.
For instead of farmers only is intimate inmates only.
No, it's like a pen pal thing. Just a pen pal system, man.
Hey, did somebody say rap sheet?
Yeah, but you could
Yeah.
probably get intimate if you wanted to, right? I mean,
And their mugshots and shit.
no, I don't want their fucking mugshot. I want like their Facebook pictures and stuff. Like I want to think that this person is
Well, you
something
don't
they're
think.
not.
Well, I don't know. That's like an invasion of privacy.
On that point, I mean, I don't know if this really has anything to do with it, but I was watching the second season
Dude,
of
it's a $1 billion idea.
I was watching the second season of Tiger King, and he constantly gets freaking letters and pictures and everything. People are just free. Joe, what's his name? Joe, what the hell is this? The guy that exploited the tigers and abused them and shit. What's his name? Joe.
Joe Exotic, I think.
Joe Exotic, yeah. Free Joe Exotic. He didn't do anything wrong. Motherfucker, he fucking he's just like anyway, so it's like this platform here, it's just like, hey, if you want to send me money because I'm doing a live stream, send me some money if you like
He
it.
just went
If you
from
don't,
the Tiger
no
King
problem.
to asking for money. What's going on with you, Helio?
I'm not asking for money. I'm just saying if you like what we're doing here, support me because I am spending money to do this, and I've lost a lot more money than I would ever have gained from it. So
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, YouTube demonetized this channel a long time ago, so I'm not making any money off of this. But if you
Support your
wanna,
friends, folks.
you
Support
like
your
it,
friends.
send me a
How
couple.
much is
That's all right.
how much is a box of beers in your place, Helio?
Box of beers. Hey, I'll tell you what. They have this special at Murphy USA. I just bought a case of Miller Lite bottles for $15. It's on sale right now,
Oh, cool.
and I'm drinking
Okay.
it. It's good stuff.
You know what you ought to do is
When I come from work, I'll donate you one.
hey, what you ought to do is offer, say, if you guys subscribe now, bring down your whole family and get a free banana, and then you could even put in parentheses like a free testing kit too. You know what I mean?
There you
Just
go.
in case anybody got that critical buzz.
Bananas and testing
Hey,
kits.
you can
I'm about it.
actually get a free test at McDonald's if you buy a cheeseburger.
I'm sorry, all I heard was bananas and testes.
Yeah. Well, testing 1, 2, 3.
Testes 1, 2.
Yeah, when I was in Susanville, I would have liked people to write me. You know what I mean? That would have been nice.
All I'm saying is,
you know what I mean?
like, but you don't
Know what I
have
mean?
to donate to me or to anyone else. I do this as a free service because I think it's important that people have a platform to talk about this. And it's a free will, donation. It's all donation.
Yeah.
And I don't to be honest, I don't get very many donations. But the PayPal and the Patreon links are in the description. But I rarely get any, so that's all I'm saying.
Hey, surprisingly enough, the people who are incarcerated, I've found per capita are the most open to FE. I'm just saying, though.
Yes.
Dude, I was fucking
all of this
flat smacking people in
probably right.
CDC.
Right.
All of this comes out of my pocket. It's a public. It's a. Anyway, I do this for everyone else.
Be honest. You just do it for me, dude, and I'm cool with that.
I do it only for Gladflow.
It's all good, dude. It's all good. Others benefit from it.
I just want to say, Gladflow. I do it only for you.
I know, man. You don't have to say it. You don't have to cry either. It's embarrassing shit. No, I'm just.
Hey, flattered is saying, what you know about that Keefy coffee?
Oh, the Keefy coffee? I know it comes in blue, yellow, and if you're lucky, you get the Colombian, which is like an orange.
Oh, no, man. I like the purple one.
No, I've never had the purple one. Really?
Yeah, dude. The dark roast? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've never had that one. I've never seen. Oh, is it like a purplish burgundy color?
It was the gunpowder.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like
I love
burgundy.
that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that stuff. It's not as good as the stuff the astronauts drink, though. You know what I mean?
I don't know. The water goes in the same spot.
It takes 3 chuggas to make that coffee.
Right.
The best coffee yet space ever seen. Shit.
You know the best barista ISS ever had was when Stephen Hawking went up there and he was mixing them up, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm sure he was. He probably just plugged directly into the mainframe and like just used his mind to.
Yeah, because motherfucker can't
make shit.
masticate.
Yeah, he can't even chew. Couldn't even chew. Was that a real person? What the fuck was that? Stephen Hawking. What was that? Yeah.
Shit. The way I see it is, if a dude can't even wipe his own butt, how are you going to tell me about outer space, bro?
Yeah, no shit, dude. Why are we listening to him?
You can't even look out the window, homie. What are you doing?
Right. I'm not going to take science advice from you, partner. No. I'm sorry. You might have been really smart at one point. There's no way for me to prove that.
No,
he wasn't smart. He was blowing bubbles. He was a technological.
Drooling and
I'm not even gonna.
Hold on, guys.
I wouldn't even take advice on how to change a bedpan from him, bro.
Stephen Hawking did several conferences. You can find them on YouTube.
Helio, you're not falling for it, are you?
No, I'm not falling for it. I'm just pointing out the obvious. There would be like all these astrophysics. They paid hundreds of dollars to see this guy.
Yeah.
Sit on the stage and go, I'm Stephen Hawking, and just give a whole spiel about astrophysics.
Yes, the bubbles I blow are sometimes 2 and 3 at a time.
Yeah, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, and we can. They have videos. You can go watch them. You know, it's just like they're just like.
It is very hard for my kids to brush my teeth without brushing out a few teeth.
Dude, when I'm in bed with my chick, she always has me do the Stephen Hawking voice, dude.
God.
Oh,
you guys are made for each other. That's for sure.
Yeah, we are.
My God.
Good. I'm glad you have that. That's important.
I love it.
Awesome.
She loves it.
That's great. That's all you need.
Yeah.
That's your girl. She's like, I love the Stephen Hawking voice.
She does, dude.
And it doesn't come with the rotten breath.
She does
come with the chronic.
I imagine that guy had the worst breath. Sorry, go ahead.
Babe, tell him.
I picture his face in my mind too. You know, his teeth and everything.
Oh my God.
I would love to sit in that wheelchair thing.
Yeah, that's her, man. That's Jackie.
I would never have to walk ever again.
Tell him, babe, what?
I would never have to walk ever again. I could just sit in a chair with him.
You're a lucky guy, Mr. Nasty.
Thank you. She likes it. She's the one that told me about FE in the beginning in 2017. So I have her to thank for that. You know what I mean? She just kept watching those Eric Dubé videos.
Yeah, believe me.
I got something. Here we go. Here's Stephen Hawking.
Yeah.
Come on, Stephen.
Yeah, come on.
He's shy.
Rushed to the Lutheran Cantonal Hospital.
This is him speaking in front of a crowd of people.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah. I'll send you a link.
Sounds like it's
Joke's on you. Those aren't people.
The doctor
My chick thought he was talking in Spanish.
That things had progressed to the stage where nothing could be done, and suggested to her that they turn off my ventilator to end my life.
God bless America. That's depressing. Who would want to listen to that fucking thing talk about anything it has experienced? What a
Dude,
downer.
I would
what a Debbie Downer.
I want to get a computer program that can make his voice rap.
It's actually one of the original voices on a Macintosh. One of the coolest things about the original Macintosh was that you could get it to quote unquote speak, and that was one of the Roboid things. It was like one of the first, if not the first.
Talk, snap, Steven.
Oh. Dude, is that on a computer program you have?
But thankfully, the doctor set a Dendrix right hard to get me back to how I had been before the visit to Switzerland.
You get him to rap
Flat, rap, Steven. Oh, crap.
Dude, I need to get his voice to do like a chorus or something at the end of one of my next
voice
song.
emulator.
My larynx was still allowing food and saliva into my lungs. They had to perform at the cost of me.
My lyrics are cool.
I think he's talking about his colostomy or something.
Hey, what kind of phone do you have, Nasty?
Galaxy S21 Ultra.
All right, hang on.
But as most of you will know,
I'll stop it. Go ahead, Gus.
My lyrics are awesome. Listen to them again.
Listen to my flow.
I spilled my colostomy bag in my lungs.
Let me see if this is Google
I have
Play.
to be Mo and Mo.
I don't know if this is gonna work. I'm gonna send some shit to the voice text, and you hang tight there, little buddy.
All right.
I'm sending you some shit. Let's see if this works.
Please,
we got a bunch of guys down here ready to turn blue.
Well, what?
I said we got a bunch of guys down here ready to turn
Listen
blue.
to this.
Why are they gonna turn blue?
You know, the Apollo.
I don't know.
You never heard that where he goes, Houston, and then he goes, yeah, we got a bunch of guys down here ready to turn blue.
Oh, yeah, because they're laughing so hard. I got it.
Yeah.
They're like, these fuckers, and they're buying it.
And they're buying it.
All right, so this is what you need, but this is the App Store for Apple, and they look like they're one and the same here. So check the voice text.
Okay.
That should get you started.
Okay. I'm going to switch. If I get cut off, I'll come back.
That's what she said.
Yeah, but I mean, if we play with this too much, I mean, let's concentrate on the public speeches of Stephen Hawking.
No, let's go back to Flat Earth. I think we spent enough time on
that. I mean,
Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, it's like but what the video I posted, there was a large audience of what I was posting of him going, burr, 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 I'm the robot, burr, 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 burr. And people were just like infatuated, just like, oh,
right, I can't believe he's talking. I can't believe that man can talk. That's what
no, but he's not talking. He's just like moving his jaw. And
it's like Helen Keller, right? Like
I know, right? I mean, but Helen Keller is more believable than that shit. Because Helen Keller figured out how to sign, with touching people's hands.
Is that true? Can you demonstrate that, Helio?
I can't. That's what I'm saying. It's more believable.
Okay. Yeah. So it's probably
Helen
bullshit.
Keller actually had physical contact with people, and
so it's probably bullshit. Then is what you're saying.
You're whining, Helio.
I am whining. Let me do a better.
Or hey, hi, Dave. What's up, dude? What's up, Dave?
I got a question. Is Groggy muted for a reason? I just got here.
I don't know.
Everybody see verified or sitting there muted.
Dave, since you're such a loyal listener, I'll go ahead and unmute this guy, and I'll be willing to take whatever punishment I get.
I'm down.
Groggy. You
Yeah,
have
hello.
control.
Yeah, I'm there.
You have control of your mic. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm not really sober, but well, that's why I'm here. My friends are offline, so some people in here. I was like, fuck it, I'ma listen.
Well, we're not all sober either. What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Well, to be honest, I'm a globe earther. No, you hate to hear it, but
No,
Actually,
no.
we
You
don't
can
hate to
believe
hear it at
whatever you
all.
like.
I love to talk to
it's
Globers. I
yeah,
love it.
fun discussion.
Welcome,
Yeah, I
sir.
think Glat would like to talk to you.
No. I have to eat.
Okay.
Yeah,
Glat is
no worries.
packing on the carbs.
We
So,
like
what makes
have civil discussion.
I'll be
You
back.
ain't-
Give me like a half hour. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Go ahead, guys.
I was
Good.
just like,
Very good. Well, I have, I guess, many questions. Like I said, sure we can
Go
talk about
ahead.
physical stuff, but one I heard all the buoyancy stuff before, and I'm like,
Hold
sure.
on. The first question I would ask you, Grugga,
For me, yeah, sure.
how did you find the server?
I think it was over a year ago, to be honest. I think it was through a website, to find random Discord servers. And it was me and some friends were like, "Whoa, a flat Earth Discord. Let's check it out."
So you were looking for a Flat Earth Discord to
Not
talk
we,
about Flat Earth.
we were looking for just random Discords, and then we found this in the list, and we were like, "Why
Cool.
not?" Because yeah.
All right. So you said a year
Fun.
ago. So you've been curious
Hey,
about
it was
this
a long
for a
time
while.
ago.
Yeah, that's cool.
I could probably find out some DMs from over a year ago when me and my friends talked.
All right,
we were in
cool,
here and
cool.
just chatted
All
in
right,
private.
cool. That was the only question I had. Everyone else continue. Go ahead.
Well, like a non-physics question I have is, I've been curious about, well, for almost a year now, is like the space race between Russia and USA. You believe all that to be fake, right?
Okay, well, let me say this.
Yeah,
okay, so let's say that I'm in a group of people, right? And we're not going to tell everybody what we're doing, because if we tell everybody our plans, right, then they'll know what's going on, right?
Yeah, sure.
So it's apparent if you listen to mainstream media, and I say apparent because in appearances only, that Russia was at war with the United States. I'm sure you heard the Cold War, right?
Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, like a
And the Cuban Missile
war,
Crisis, and
Vietnam.
right. And this is a funny way to say war, right? Because can you name one time in history since the Tsar was killed in the early 1900s, since the Tsar and his family were brutally murdered by machine gun fire in the basement, have you ever heard of one Russian soldier firing a weapon at an American soldier, or vice versa, an American firing a weapon at a Russian soldier? One time in history since then.
Sorry, but I don't know who was the Tsar?
The Tsar was the Russian king, like.
Yeah, the king of Romanov dynasty.
Before Soviet.
They're talking about the Bolshevik Revolution in 1918.
Yeah, sure.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah,
so
sure.
Ever since that happened, because I'll give you, we were at war before then.
Yeah,
even
sure.
if it was a financial war. But after that, after he died in 1918 and the Bolsheviks took over, right? Can you give me one example of a Russian firing a weapon at an American? Now, proxy war is one thing. Yes, we were both in Vietnam. The Russians were providing AKs to the northern, and we were providing troops and M16s to the southern. But did we ever shoot at any Russians?
No, well, that I don't know.
In any
I mean, sure,
right,
it could be economic actions and everything, both profiting. I mean, instead I want to clear up in my head that were they team working behind the scenes of the public, or
right. So now
sure,
your question.
I can believe that, but
now
I want to know
now that
what
you
you
think
believe. Sorry.
Now that you think about it in that light, right? Were we really racing against each other to, make money, or were we trying to consolidate world power into one group? Because it appears that Trump didn't like Putin, right? But some people would say that they were colluding, even though they weren't, even though it's been debunked. Some people double, triple down. right? But really, the world is a stage, right? And you don't know
Yeah, of
who's
course.
acting.
No.
So I don't know what country you live in, but if you go to America and you go to court, the judge is acting judge,
Mm-hmm.
right? He's acting, right? And
Yeah,
doctors
it's
are
not.
practicing, right? They're
Yeah.
practicing medicine. So
Yeah.
the world is not as it seems sometimes.
Sure. I'm from Sweden, by the way, so I'm late at night
Do
for
you
me.
know?
Yeah.
Do you know the shell game?
The what?
I
The
remember
shell
this
game.
dude now. I remember this dude now. All right, cool.
From a long ago or recently?
Yeah. Yeah.
Might be my
Long
friend.
ago, recently, I remember you, bro.
My
Yeah.
friend
Go
were
ahead.
pretty vocal in here. I just sat and listened to him, but he was called Snurl in the chat. I don't know if you can't recall that. I don't know. But he was very vocal with his arguments. Well, he's
Well,
banned now.
Sure. I mean, Hank pretty much went
Yeah.
through
A lot
the
of people, I
past
guess.
100 years of history with you, and well, not the 100 years, about 50 years of history. You know, when it comes to the Cold War in Vietnam
Sure.
and everything. Yeah. So, I mean, what do you think about all that?
I'm not. I mean, sure, I don't have proof because I didn't live then, or
Proof
I'm
of
not.
what? I mean, what are you saying? You're gonna have to.
No, that Russia and USA was teamwork behind the scenes, or they were not. But it feels like a bad game for Russia because obviously today Russia is a lot less powerful than Soviet was in the 70s. So it were like
Oh,
a bad
really?
deal. Is it? Or maybe not, I don't know. But
Russia
from my
was
perspective,
was
Russia is really weakened now compared to before.
no.
Well,
It's
what's the
not.
reason though? I mean, it's
Mostly economical, I guess. They had
it's sold. It's just like picture yourself as a citizen of one of those countries, right? You're being sold an idea
of communism, you mean, or
or it gets called Americanism or freedom. You could call it freedom, but that would be a bitch slap against communism. But anyway, you can call it whatever you want to. But as far as what really happened, the Americanism guys made a deal with the communism guys over time and said, "Hey, you know what? Let's just pretend that we're allies, and then we're gonna go against these guys." I mean, it's all backroom deals, man. And none of that shit's real. There's as far as the isms go, doesn't really work out the way that
sure.
anyone might think it does.
But my thought about that is like a flat Earth versus a globe Earth is like a no problem if there's a bigger conspiracy. I mean, I think
Oh, wait.
government
Hold
conspiracy
on.
is
When
a
it comes
bigger
to
problem.
flat Earth is a totally different discussion.
Yeah, okay,
We
yeah,
can
sure.
we can talk about governments all fucking day long and just
Yeah, but they
bitch
are
and whine
parallel.
and be scared of it. But as far as Earth as we experience it, that's totally different discussion.
Yeah, sure,
Now,
but
whether or not a government would lie about shape of Earth, that's a question. But this one right here, yeah, let's say, why would they lie? I mean, that's after you figure out whether or not they did lie about it.
yeah, but I mean, it's not black and white. Everything is on a scale.
Well, hold on.
Like,
Have you ever seen the globe?
well, I have flew in the planes a lot of times. Like,
All
I
right. So
imagine
why do they
seeing some kind of difference, but it's like,
wait? You said you imagine. You imagine while you're flying in the airplane that you're flying
I'm
over the
looking at
globe.
the picture, but
Is
at the
this what you're
horizon,
imagining that you're flying over the globe?
sure, but the
Why
thing
do they
is,
call it an
because
airplane then? Because the airplane's flying over a plane.
when you say curve, because like two meanings, whatever. Because on the horizon, I feel like I see a curve. Then sure, if you look on the ground, it looks flat.
Well, when you
What do
move
you mean, though?
toward the horizon, it maintains. See, airplane works by flying toward the horizon, maintaining level flight. Level is not curved.
No, but a level on like large Earth looks plain.
Well,
Us
hold on
microscopic people.
before anyone else how
Yes,
big is
person.
the Earth in your mind? How big is this globe Earth that you claim to live on?
What I remember from school, like 3,000 kilometers in radius. I
And
believe.
kilometers? No, it's quite a bit larger than
Well,
that in kilometers. But
Almost
but
4,000 miles.
yeah, it's about
in
4,000
radius.
miles.
yeah, 6,000
Almost
kilometers in
7.
radius.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
6,000 in
Yeah.
radius. That's okay. So as you're in your airplane heading toward the horizon, then that horizon will, while you're maintaining level flight in your airplane, it doesn't matter what altitude ultimately. I mean, you
Yeah,
could
sure.
be 10,000 feet, you could be 40,000 feet. As long as you maintain level flight, you're going to reach your destination, because you're going to travel from one airport to another airport. You already know what. Would you ever leave from one airport and travel to another airport if you didn't know where it was?
Well, I would book the flight to know where the destination was. I wouldn't go on a random
that would
flight.
be
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So while you're traveling from one airport to another, are you thinking about the globe while you're traveling from one airport to another on your airplane?
I mean, I have, looking out the window and just, seeing the
No,
horizon and everything, and think about the scale of the Earth.
All right. So what is the horizon in your mind?
Well, I mean, my globe mind is when,
What?
the Earth
Who
can
has a globe mind? What do you mean by that? Give me a
No,
definition of a globe mind.
no. Well, I believe the Earth is a globe, but when
Okay, so you believe the
curve,
Earth is a globe, but
yeah.
it doesn't present itself as a globe.
No, but I
You're
haven't
flying across
seen.
Earth on an airplane, and you're like, in my globe mind, the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. Is that what you're saying to me?
I think I'm talking in. I'm trying to make myself more understandable by saying in a globe mind, but maybe I'm dumb for doing that.
No, I
Yeah.
don't think you're dumb at all. I
No,
think
sorry,
I'm just pointing something out to you that
Yeah,
you
sure. Yeah.
thought you thought, but actually, when you really utilize, the function of Earth doesn't work that way. When you utilize Earth as it presents itself, you're not flying over a globe in an airplane.
I mean, I'm just flying flat over everything.
Yeah,
But
sure.
what is the horizon for you guys then? Is it like when sight ends, or
Well, hold it.
explain?
Well, the definition of horizon is where the ground appears to meet the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So how can the ground appear to meet the sky on a globe when
Well,
the
it's like
definition of the globe, especially with the size of the globe that we were talking about earlier, and we can get into some more specifics about the size of said globe when it comes to the horizon, but the specific definition of horizon is where the ground appears to meet the sky. It's not a real position. There's no physical thing involved. When you move toward it, it moves away, similar like a rainbow. When you move toward a rainbow, the rainbow moves, right?
Sure.
So does the horizon.
I think, to explain it how I think, when I hold a football in your hand, you can't see the backside of it because it has curved, the edges. It curves behind itself. That's what I think about the horizon, the Earth's kind of behind itself, so to say.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Because you can't see the
something that's
backside of a football.
yeah,
The
but
same way you can't see
Yeah, something that's far away from you, say like a large oak tree that's 100 yards away from you, you can put your thumb in front of your face and block the whole thing with your thumb.
Yeah, but that's just how angles work, and
No, that's perspective.
yeah, sure, perspective, yeah.
Your thumb appears to be bigger, even though there's no way you could block that oak tree when you're standing 10 feet in front of it, you know?
Yeah, but that's, I mean, yeah, perspective, how angles work. A small,
But that's not the
same
horizon.
angle. No, but if you have a 10-degree angle, at 2 meters, it might be, I don't know, 1.5 meters wide. Look 10 meters beyond that, it's wider. So if you have a 1.5 meter object, you can block a bigger object with the same angle, just put it in closer. I mean, that's just trigonometry, right? Or am I wrong?
Sure, and trigonometry uses straight lines.
Well, yeah, light in most cases works in straight lines. When you have a tree and you...
So you said most time?
Well, it can refract and gravity pulls... Well, I don't think you guys believe in gravity, but...
You're still using straight lines if you enter any refraction into the calculation. You're still using straight lines. So,
no, but it depends on what assumptions you made. Right now, I'm studying in university and learning thermodynamics and fluid mechanics, and many equations use assumptions like laminar flow, because when you add turbulence, you can't really calculate it analytically. And the same is with the light, you can calculate diffraction and refraction when you make this assumption about straight lines. Then sure, in the real world, you have density differences and gradients that makes things more complicated.
Well, you're gonna have to go
maybe,
back to the basic definitions of diffraction and refraction. Yeah.
Well, diffraction was before the summer I read that course, but if you have a grating and you have a laser of a consistent wavelength, well, refraction is more relevant to this topic. But can I try to explain
how
diffraction?
can it be relevant though when you're doing it when you
I mainly think of the Black Swan experiment. What I remember, you talked about how in certain conditions you can see something beyond the normal horizon.
What do you mean by the normal horizon? What do you mean by that?
Because, as I said, light can bend through refraction in density differences in the air, depending on moisture levels and everything. So
that's true. That's true,
yeah.
But how much? Right? They say that, when you see the sun, right, and it's about to set, they say that it has already set, and the light is bending around the curve. How do we verify that as regular dudes? Like you're a regular guy, right? You got 2 feet, 2 arms, and a head.
Yeah.
Like me. How do we verify that's what's happening?
I haven't really done any astronomy, but
No, it's real easy. It's real easy.
Okay, sure, yeah.
They say light is bending around the curve of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing in question, right?
Yeah.
And I'm willing to believe that the Earth is curved, but if that's the thing in question, then it seems like we need to be able to verify that. And if we can't verify that, then how do we know light's bending around the curve if we can't verify the curve?
Well, I don't know the verification, but I would imagine there is something. No, maybe this isn't.
That's your imagination. I have imaginations about, horses with one corn sticking out of their forehead, a horn.
I know
right?
this is the same thing, but when Einstein would prove his theory of relativity the first time, he would use a solar eclipse to see this star is supposed to be behind the sun, but you can see the star because...
Hold on, brother.
Okay, maybe I'm...
How do we know we
going
could
too
see
far.
the star because the bending and warping of space-time? And how do we know that it was not the heliosphere refracting the star around the curvature of the sun, just like you said, that we believe that the light is bending around the curvature of the Earth. So how did they equate for that variable? Because you know what the heliosphere is, right?
Not totally.
The heliosphere is the sun's atmosphere.
Sure.
And if light bends through Earth's atmosphere around the curve, how do we know that starlight doesn't bend around the sun's atmosphere around the curve? Because the sun has much less curvature rate than the Earth does. Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. So the sun has much less curvature rate than the Earth, right? So if the star is behind it, and there's all this heliosphere and different layers of density, then how do we know that it was the bending and warping of space-time that caused us to see the stars behind the sun and not refraction? How did you eliminate that variable when you so-called proved Einstein?
No, but I mean, not to prove it at this time, but somehow they saw the star. If it was refraction through the heliosphere or gravity bending it. If it was the heliosphere
we don't know
bending
what
it.
it was.
Hold on, I mean, the heliosphere wouldn't necessarily apply to exactly what you see on Earth, and I think that's where we're talking about something different. You're trying to apply.
No, it's the same thing, Helio.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Go ahead.
If light can bend around the curvature of the Earth, then light can bend around the curvature of the sun, right?
Yeah, sure, but then we can agree
for the exact same
that
reason.
light bends in some scenarios at least.
Right. So if you guys claim that the light's bending around the curve of the Earth, then I'm going to claim that you didn't prove anything with Einstein because light was bending around the curvature of the sun in the exact same manner. And you can't disprove it. See, you guys don't like it when we use your same tactics against you. You can't disprove my theory. Neener, neener, neener. See, that's what you guys do to us all the time. And forgive me for being a little funny.
No, not at all. It's thinking, but doesn't that disprove the black swan that I've seen you using all the time? Because now I agree that refraction can bend light.
Sure.
No, not in the way that you're saying, though. That's our point. And that's what Hank's point is right now, I think. But you haven't even really bought any. Go ahead.
My point was that he can't have it both ways, right? He can have the black swan or he can have gravity, but he can't have both. And if he doesn't have gravity, how are Spaceballs made? Well, with gravity, right? And if he doesn't have that, then how does he have the curvature? Well, if he has the curvature, he doesn't have the gravity. If he has the gravity, he doesn't have the curvature. So once you eat your cake, once you eat your cake, you don't have it no more, right? You're going to have a turd.
Yeah, as soon as you say refraction, then your argument's over, bro. Yeah, when it comes to black swan, as soon as you say refraction causes that, then your argument's dead.
Because it leads to gravity and so on. Is your point?
Yep.
Okay, sure.
If I could say one thing, what you need to do is demonstrate refraction, making the horizons appear 10 times further here on Earth. We haven't seen that at all.
Amen, Dave. That's right, Dave. Exactly.
Did I really catch it? Could you repeat? Could you repeat yourself? Sorry.
Well, hold on. He's the one that brought up the black swan. He's the one that brought up the black swan. So he should explain when we say black swan, he should explain it as if he's heard us explain it. Sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I did. But anyway, go ahead.
I guess my mic sucks. Somebody else can say it.
No, it was me. It wasn't you. Your mic sounds fine.
I was just telling you what somebody needs to do if they think they live on a globe. They need to demonstrate down here on Earth how it's making the horizons appear 10 times and more further away down here on Earth. That's never been demonstrated.
And I was just pointing out that he brought up the black swan. I didn't. Hank didn't. Why was he bringing up the black swan? I mean, if you know the black swan argument, tell us why. From one observer height, we see the horizon beyond the second oil platform at least 10 miles away. And if you're going to say refraction, then we're back to what Hank was talking about.
I brought it up because it was one of the old arguments I remember. From
No,
the
it's
server.
not old. It's
okay. It's current as well. It's one of the arguments I remember. And I mean,
are you familiar with it? We can go through it again. I mean, we're quite familiar with all of it. We can go through the whole thing again. Do you want to?
Yeah, but the thing is, I believe in both refraction and gravity. Because sure, you said you can't prove one or the other, but you can't disprove it either.
All right, so we're gonna have to prove the negative. We're gonna have to prove the negative.
You're saying
that's what is that what your
talking about
claim
the
is? We have to
heliosphere.
prove the negative. That's what.
No, but you said it was heliosphere or gravity. You said it was one or the other. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It could be a combination. Is what I'm trying to say. That doesn't disprove it.
Greg, you said you believe in refraction.
Yes.
Do you know that refraction is not something that works with belief systems, with beliefs? Because refraction is
Do you mean religion?
Is a physical thing. It's science, natural science, the study.
Yes.
So it does not work with belief system. You either know it, you know what refraction is, or you do not know. But you cannot say that I believe what refraction is.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Well,
yeah.
What I mean with I
and
believe
if you
is
don't know, and if you don't know what refraction is, then do not say I believe refraction this or that, because that is blasphemy to science.
Let him respond.
Well,
so go ahead.
I'm not educated enough because I read courses in optics and so on. I haven't really talked about refraction that much because it's hard to do simulate on a small scale because you need large density differences and so on.
Okay.
We'll say you're kind of silent or not loud.
You're
Hank.
getting real low, Hank. Do something with your mic.
Is this better?
No.
No.
He rejoined. He'll be right back.
Yeah.
For example, how do you get a reading of refraction index of air?
Well, I'm guessing
How
through
do you do that?
experimentation. I haven't studied it, but I'm guessing it's through
No,
experimentation.
this is a matter of measurement, not experimentation.
Yeah. Well, you get measurements
So,
through experiments, right?
How do we get the refraction index of air? This is my question.
And I said I haven't studied, but I'm guessing is you have a laser and measure how it bends if you have a controlled environment. I know I haven't done the experiment.
They are not measuring. No, they are not measuring how the laser is bending. Light and lasers, they do not bend. They change their propagation angle, their direction, trajectory. That's not bending. It's not a wire to bend it.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I be heard?
Loose terminology.
And what they do to measure the refraction index is they split a beam of laser, and when it's bouncing back from mirrors, yeah, and guided those two beams, guiding them back into a sensor, also a laser diode, you can have a reading of the interferometry.
Sure.
Yeah, and this is how they measure the refraction index of the air. Yeah, and this number now will tell you precisely where is the horizon distance, the distance to the horizon. in that day and time.
Check.
The refraction. So again?
Mic check. Microphone check.
Well,
I hear you.
We can hear you. It's good.
You're good
Thank you.
now. Go ahead.
Please respond, Switzerland. Please respond.
Yeah. No, once again, the refraction constant, or what you call it, for air isn't constant because it depends on humidity, temperature, everything in there between. Well, affects the properties of air.
Actually, now you're saying, you're starting to say what refraction actually is, and it's not the curved path of light traveling across curved surface. It's actually the change in direction of propagation through a medium.
Yes, that's the better way to say it in words.
Yeah.
Because my English is not
you
perfect.
see, refraction does not allow you to see further. Refraction actually limits your visibility.
Not necessarily, right?
Yes, very necessarily. In days with bad weather, high refractive index of air, you do not see that far.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
And
It
on
depends.
on days with good weather, when the air has a very low refraction index, you see you see far as the 6,000 lumen light intensity allows you to see.
Well, that was
the sunlight in daytime cast on the ground is about 6,000 lumen intensity, and that's the light intensity you have to use to see in the distance. So according to that light intensity of 6,000 lumen, it will limit you to how far you will be able to see. You will not be able to see indefinitely.
Well, I never claimed to see it indefinitely, but I said the weather and humidity and temperature, so on, affects how the light would refract in this case. So sometimes it might refract upwards and go away into space, and sometimes it's the perfect amount to see further, bend with the Earth, the exact amount in some conditions. And some others it might bend straight into the ocean and you can't see it. Then in certain days, read on a website also, with a certain days you see farther, a bigger horizon because of this right conditions that's happened randomly.
When light is
So,
refracting.
Excuse me, I'll be real quick and I'll get right back over. So how do we prove it, sir? How do we verify that what you're saying is true and what we're saying is correct? Or sorry, how do we verify what you're saying is true and we are incorrect?
You mean that light reflects at all, or just that air has different refraction depending on temperature and humidity?
Right. So listen. So you have claimed, right, that the Earth is this size, right? The radius. You said it earlier. And then when we look for the horizon at 1.225 miles away, it's at a different spot. So we debunked you, right? And now you're saying, oh, but my dog ate my homework. Okay, how do I verify that your dog ate your homework and that, this is the story that you're giving me, right? And
Let me ask you like this. Oh, no, sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
I was going to say real quick, I don't want to interrupt, but this is what I've been thinking the whole time. The question is, whatever refraction does to light, prove that that's what's happening at the horizon over and over and over and over, and why we see way far past where we should.
I'm going to speak as a gradient, and you can solve that through integration. At infinitesimal small points. It says if you want to calculate the center of mass of a piece of metal with a density gradient. You need to know it differentiates on a the smallest level of distance you can go. And the same with light. It's that's on the atomic scale then, I guess, but with every atom it passes, it will have
All right.
a minimal
So
change.
basically, you're saying calculations.
Sure.
Okay. Did you know that calculations aren't measurements or empirical evidence of anything? Did you know that?
Sure, it's theoretical, but you can use calculations
Like,
and then
That's
use
okay.
do
Go ahead, Hank. Go
experiments.
ahead, Hank. I just wanted to ask that
Yeah.
question.
So you're from Switzerland. You're a young man. I could estimate.
Sweden.
Oh, sorry. I'm very
Yeah,
sorry. Excuse me.
no worries.
So you're from Sweden. So I can say that you're probably about 6 foot, 6'3", probably about 180 to 220 pounds. That's my calculations. Is that correct or incorrect?
I'm not really familiar with pounds weight. That would be a bit smaller in pounds. 70 kilograms. It would be 150 pounds. And then
Okay, so my calculations were
almost,
incorrect.
yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you're not done growing yet. I don't know how old you are. So
20. Yeah.
Yeah, you still got a little bit to grow. Okay, so my calculations were incorrect. Do you see?
Yeah, but of course, but you can make
So it's kind of just a story. It's just a story, right? It was,
what you base those calculations on. You base those off random assumptions.
Exactly. You're assuming the Earth is curving, and so is the light. We're assuming that light usually travels straight, right? Unless passing through. Yeah, unless passing through a medium. But you can watch the video of the laser test, and I think one of the first times they tried it, the light bent up. Now, what happens in real life if the light bends up? That makes an artificial horizon, right? Because it's making it look like we can't see as far as we actually can, right?
Why would bending up be a problem? I don't see what that would be
you
a
see
problem.
the sky. You see the sky, right? And everything everything under the light that's bending up is going to appear to be behind a curve, right? But that was just refraction, right?
Sure, I think I'm following you.
So if the light is bending down, it's going to make it look like there's a horizon too, right? So when the light bends down into the water, and it never actually hits your eye because it goes into the water. So these two things is going to make it look like a false horizon, not a Earth curve horizon, but just an apparent horizon because of what light is doing. This is what we're claiming, right? That the light is doing different things and it's causing the horizon to move around, right? This is our claim. It's verifiable. The horizon moves around based on certain conditions. And what you're doing is you're making an excuse like, my parents are getting divorced, my dog ate my homework, my alarm didn't go off, the light's bending around the curvature. Well, the curvature is the very thing in question, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't know where the dog portrait comes from, but I'm not denying that the horizon, how far we can see, changes. That was saying it changes with air properties. Air can have a lot of different properties depending on temperature and humidity, and just fuktighet. How much water is in the air that isn't bound to the molecules of air directly. This is a lot of variables, I'm saying, that could change how air works and how big the horizon is.
I agree. Can we get a valued roll for this guy, George? I mean, I've talked to him before. He's never done anything, as far as I'm concerned. He's always been a straight shooter. But yeah, I would recommend you for. Yeah, you're pretty good at these things. I would recommend Valued and Globe Earther.
Well, I'll be honored, I guess.
Yeah, because you handle yourself pretty well in these discussions. And, you believe what you want to believe. We don't care what you want to believe.
I know, just a funny topic I remember from about a year ago. I'm not. Well, I think this was absurd, but maybe it's not. But the guy claimed that the white smoke from like the SpaceX rockets were helium. Now you can see the helium leaking out of it. I don't know if this is something you're familiar with, because it was just one guy in this whole server.
No, not me.
But me and my friends were found that really hysterical, like how he just, wow, you can see the helium from the rocket leaking. And I don't know, maybe it's real off topic in this, but
No, it's cool. Hey, I got a question for you about rockets.
yeah, sure.
Great.
I'll do my best.
So, if a rocket launches into the sky and goes out of your view, out of your perspective, does that automatically mean it goes to outer space?
What do you mean, what out of my perspective? Like it's too small for me to see, or?
One more time. When a rocket goes up and flies away and you can no longer see it, does that mean it went to outer space? Or does it mean you simply just can't see it anymore and have to take someone's word for where it went?
Sure, I get what you mean. I believe.
So
I mean,
can you admit that it would be an assumption to see a rocket launch and then jump to the conclusion that it went to outer space?
Sure. Through my observation, through my eyes, I can't tell.
I'm sorry, what was that? I didn't get it, I apologize.
Looking through my eyes, I can't tell directly.
Correct, right. So all you see is...
I don't have the information.
Right, so all you see is rocket go up, rocket go bye-bye. You don't see rocket go to conceptual medium that violates natural law. I mean outer space.
Sure.
Okay, good. I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
Yeah. That's about, information handling. I mean, I can't gather so much information with my eyes. They weren't built for looking at most of these things.
What do you mean? Do you think your senses are not capable of perfectly detecting your environment?
No, not at all. I can't distinguish millimeter.
Is it hard to survive here? Is it difficult to breathe or have your balance?
There isn't an evolutionary purpose of knowing a millimeter scale of everything. I can tell most parts by how many.
Take the word evolutionary out of there, because that's where you're speaking Japanese at this point.
Okay, sorry.
But the rest of it was right. The rest of it was right. Say it again.
That I can't distinguish millimeter from millimeter, but centimeters.
Right, and there's no reason to assume that we could. So wouldn't the same school of thought lead one to maybe believe, or not believe, but understand that that same school of thought, having to know every tiny little millimeter of everything, is also what humans do with their hubris when they say they know what happened millions and billions of years ago, right? What a leap. What a leap.
Sure, but
okay.
That looking at, trying to draw conclusions of the things we observe through instruments we invent to observe these things.
And that's a cool story and everything, and I'm glad people have toys to play with, but guess what? It doesn't prove what happened even yesterday.
No, sure. The Big Bang, what I'm telling, is still a theory.
Right.
And
well, I'm glad you said
pretty ridiculous theory, by all means.
Right. It's a lot of fun, but it's not real.
I know. Maybe it isn't time to get religious, but I'm more agnostic, born in Sweden and everything, and I was never really taught the school of God of any religion, so...
Well, that's not true. That's not true, right? Because you have belief, right? And what is a religion, right? Some people believe in Muhammad or Jesus or Abraham, right? Some people believe in Big Bang and the bending and warping of space-time, right?
Sure.
So what is the Big Bang? It's a creation myth, right? And what is gravity? It can explain how this world could be created without a God, right? And then what is evolution? The explanation of how genetic information can come from the rocks and life could spring up out of the rocks. Because, okay, sure, you don't see it that way, right? You might not see it that way, but to your average farmer, right, who doesn't know a whole lot about science other than, a horticulture, right? What is he going to think when he hears the Big Bang, right? And then he hears about gravity and evolution.
I don't know. It isn't relevant in his life, I guess. But it's a cool thought, you know. I know what the point is. Because, I mean, all these ideas of creations sound pretty much equally ridiculous for me. And I'm agnostic, I don't really know. Well, I acknowledge I have no way of telling what really happened. If there's a god or not, or blah blah blah. I'm just, I don't know, trying to understand what I've been taught. You could say, I guess. I don't know. That makes sense?
You still talking to him, Hank?
What do you say?
Hank.
No, someone else can go ahead. I apologize.
About what?
I thought y'all were talking about something there. I didn't listen to what he said, so somebody else talked to him.
Yeah, Hank.
Sure.
I'm sorry, guys. I thought Hank was going. Okay.
Another question, I guess, because.
Do you have a question? I can try to answer.
Sure, but yeah. Because you believe everything from the government is a lie, or how would I phrase it? That like everyone needs to at least lie to us in some part when they say that from my parents to the government to a lot of people.
Yeah, it's multi-generational indoctrination.
Indoctrination, okay, sure.
Mm-hmm.
From just a social elite from all times, or means the people in the
elite.
government, like
Here's the thing.
Trump or Biden, must know the truth.
Yeah.
And they just keep it going.
Okay, so but the problem is all of that is based on assumption or presupposition or my experience in what I've seen in politics, and this is all just it's nothing we can demonstrate. All of that is opinion based. Is that right?
Yeah, sure.
You agree?
A lot of politics is just opinions.
Yeah, it's all opinions, right? So, at least specifically in this server, I do my best to try to keep things on topic. I veer off topic a lot just to get a laugh, though. I promise that's the only reason. But yeah, we try to keep it on objective, empirical, physical, direct evidence of claims made.
Sure. So politics is kind of out of the boundary, or
it's just honestly, you don't need to know about any of that stuff to go about your day-to-day, the politics stuff.
Sure.
And if you've come to a flat Earth, hold on. If you've come to a flat Earth chat, we should just talk about the flat Earth then, right? Even if it doesn't affect one's day-to-day. If you're here, we might as well chat, huh?
Sure. No, I'm just well, maybe I'll stop them because I'm just curious.
You're curious about the conspiracy stuff?
Yeah, to a big degree. Because Sweden's last prime minister was a welder as an education, and he got promoted in the party and elected as prime minister. At least from our perspective, it's this casual people that get elected through voting. And they need to be indoctrinated along the way, or maybe it's from the start, I guess.
Yeah. No, I mean you got it. And
I guess
that's why I love this topic so much, is because so much of that conspiracy talk is speculation, but it brought me to this topic initially, and was kind of my shoe-in emotionally and intellectually, because I had already spent a great number of years admitting to myself and others that there's a lot more scamming going on, a lot more schemes and hoaxes going on than people were realizing. And so I was ready to to receive this information because my cup had been emptied so many times, I guess. I had to admit I knew nothing over and over, not just with research, but in life. Sure. And it brought me to this, and this is to me why it's the gift that keeps on giving, because it's the empirical, scientific, physically demonstrable, over and over and over and over and over again, truth.
Sure.
Can I ask you one question? Sorry.
Yeah, Dave, take it away, buddy.
What do you say? Go ahead.
If you have to pick one thing that's factual to you that makes you believe it's a globe, what would that be?
Well, I would say just that's what I've been taught. No, everything from now from birth to now, except some Twitter post and maybe the server has told me that it's a globe, I guess. It would be a big conspiracy, is what I'm saying. That's the thing making me believe it's a globe.
So you're saying all your teachers, they could have thought they were telling you the truth, but I asked for you something factual that, something empirical. Is there anything you can think of that makes you think you're on a ball that's spinning?
I mean, the arguments of gravity in my head make sense. I guess gravity would be the answer. I know you have the buoyancy argument, but maybe you have more.
Well, that should at least be a little red flag that you're going to a concept that's never been proven. When we're talking about empirical, have you ever felt the earth moving? Have you ever seen the curve yourself? You said you thought you saw it from an airplane, but did you know even your high priest, Neil deGrasse Tyson, says you can't see curve from an airplane?
No, but that's the definition of curve. You mean curve that the horizon is kind of bent, or the curve on
what I'm getting at is, you've already said you pretty much don't trust your senses, but that's what we're about here is getting back to being empirical. And if somebody's going to make a claim about something, like we're on this ball, we should be able to find the ball, don't you think? And every time we go out to find the ball, it's not there. And then we're in motion, and we can never prove that either. So,
sure, the motion part is just.
I'm just saying, I'll let somebody else talk about that. That should at least bother you that your first go-to is gravity, and that's literally an unproven concept. It's nothing really. I mean, we could have a 2-hour discussion about it that would go nowhere, and it's still just bullshit. It's stuff they made up. They got 2 different bullshit stories. First Newton's, then Einstein's. Another one of them's been proven. So somebody else go.
Do you believe that? Is it the buoyancy argument, or do you have anything else? Because even if it's buoyancy,
I can fall down. That's about as far as I'll go with it. That doesn't mean that space balls looking at each other and all that other crap.
Hey, Dave, you're exactly right. We spent all day on this definition of horizon. I'm going to read it out right now. First one I find.
There you go, Helio.
The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Yes.
So is that the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
The horizon.
Yeah, the horizon is the apparent position where the sky and the ground appear to meet. It's an apparent position. Do the sky and the Earth actually ever touch?
No.
Okay, so it's an apparent position. So when you see the horizon, is it the curvature of the Earth, or is it an apparent position where the Earth touches the sky?
I believe it's, I guess you can say, geometrical position where, no.
All right, so that's where we're going to get back to the black swan now. You're going to talk about geometrics. Then we're going to talk about geometry. Okay, let's go back to what they told us about Earth is it has a certain size, and from a from a position on Earth, if the horizon is a geometric position, it cannot be further than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. From your observer position. So where is the
where do you
horizon?
find that formula? I never heard about that.
Okay,
formula.
well you're gonna. Well, I mean, the formula comes from the definition of the 3,959 radius of Earth. This is where the formula comes from, and this is the presupposition about the Earth being the third rock from the sun in the third planet in the solar system. It's like Earth. My very educated mother just served us 9 pizzas. This is where all that stuff.
Nice.
Where's all these? Where are the globes at? Where's the globe?
This argument takes me back to refraction. I mean,
now refraction. So refraction explains why you can see the horizon. See where is this circular? I feel like we're going all the way back.
Yes, I never understood how it is proved. Refraction is a thing. I think we all could agree at that light
it is a thing, but how do you prove that?
But it doesn't make refraction doesn't make the horizon appear further. Do you have any evidence? See, we've brought evidence here. In perpetuity, we can show you what they say about this, and we can show you what refraction is. We've given you definition after definition, through science, with all types of different scientific studies of refraction. You want refraction to make the horizon project itself behind where it possibly could be, even though it cannot possibly be there according to the definition. But you're just like, hey, well, refraction says this, and I'm on the side of the globers, so that's really an appeal to authority. So I'm gonna since you're using a logical fallacy, I'm just gonna be like, hey, go ahead and make up your shit and say refraction, and go ahead.
That was said.
Let me say this.
Okay, sure.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah, I want to apologize for bumping off while ago. I was talking to someone in real life. I'm sure you want to respond. Please continue.
No, I was going to say, well, the part of the horizon we see is the farthest part of the Earth we could see. Let's say the farthest part changes depending on the air properties, depending on temperature and humidity and how humid it is.
Sure.
It's another word for it, yeah. So
the horizon can change depending on atmosphere. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm saying, that it isn't constant. So that's why.
Yeah, but that's not where refraction is, though.
It's not. That refraction explains why it changes in size.
No. Well, the Earth doesn't change in size. Does the Earth change in size?
Not at all. But
wait. Let me interrupt, please.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Okay, so it's an explanation, right? But so far, okay, they claim the Earth is a sphere. This is where the horizon should be, and we debunked that's not where the horizon is. It moves, right? And now you have an explanation, right? My dog ate my homework, right? But that's not a valid explanation without some sort of testing or measurement, right? So we debunked your radius. You can't just say, well, I ate my cake, but I also want to have it too. So I'm just going to make up a story of why I get a second piece of cake. I'm a twin, actually. And my brother's, that's just a story, right? We need something more concrete, because what you are doing, sir, is you are showing that you have an anchor bias, right? You brought up, you were, in your country believing that the earth was a sphere, and you're just trying to keep it. And what's the other bias? Indio said it earlier, because you have so much invested into this, belief, that you're going to make up stories or whatever you have to do in order to keep it. But this is a science channel. We don't want explanations as to why you think what we've shown to disprove the radius doesn't disprove the radius. We need you to do what we did, right? And prove something. We proved that the radius moves around and it's based on atmospheric conditions and other things. We need you to prove now that the reason for this is because light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. How do you prove that? How do we verify that? Can you show us a laser bending down? Right? Can we look at it from a side point of view? Like if you do it, right, and you got a man every 0.5 miles, right, in a boat out there, and he's got the temperature of the air and the temperature of the water, and he's showing that it's like a freezer. It's constantly getting colder and colder and colder and colder, making the light bend down further and further and further and further. And then we can do it for a side view camera, right? And we can see the light starting over here on the left side, and we can see it bending down and down and down. We don't see that. You can't prove that unless you get the guys out there on the boats. You have to get the guys on the boats to prove that the temperature is getting colder and colder and colder the further out into the water you get.
You know what, Hank? Nobody's ever done that.
I know. What I said, I've never claimed the horizon to be constant.
Well, hey,
maybe other
Grog, I don't know why. Listen, bro, you're the first one that brought up the black swan.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this. You brought it up, and you said refraction can cause this, but I mean, should we move away from this? I mean, if we've already disproved what you said about the black swan, we've already done that. We've been doing how long, Hank? About 30 minutes now. We've been talking to Grog. He's the one that brought up the black swan.
I really think.
No, it's all good.
I really think he needs a valued role. I can't give it to him. I wish there was a mod out there that would.
I can. I mean, do you really think he needs a valued role?
Give him
hold on. I just want to make sure Grog is serious about this.
Yeah,
I have only said things I believe in, but sure, I'm still not sober totally, but I'm starting to sober up.
Oh,
definitely.
Well, cool. I mean, so do you understand the refraction arguments and everything that we were talking about? Do you understand all of that?
To a basic from my education through high school and start of university.
Well, do you understand why that doesn't explain the black swan?
No.
Okay, well,
Helio, I love giving the globe Arthur. He seems dedicated to being on the globe. So I'm saying.
Well, I think
it would need a lot to convince me otherwise. That I need to say.
So that's the problem, though. The outstanding claim is on the globe. We don't feel any motion. We can't spot any curvature. So the extraordinary claim is that we're in motion and there's curvature. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, best I can do for Grog is, do you want to share links, Grog?
Yeah, sure.
You do want to share links? Will you share links?
Or screen prints. I'm trying to,
or
take
pictures and stuff.
Yeah,
the
pictures.
best I can do for now. I don't want to give you a role yet.
I'm not sure, but
all right. But there's
screen printing a small picture to try to explain a subject would be helpful.
All right, cool. Let me.
I'm not really the best with words, so I'm more a visual person.
You're actually doing great.
Yeah, thank you.
That's cool. I mean, what I've done, I'm going to give him Lincoln Bedge role. So I gave him that so he can share links and stuff. I'm not sure about giving a role yet for anything. But,
sure.
So you're able to share links and images now. So anyway, go ahead, guys.
Well, now I'm going. Wait, I need to find where I was.
Yeah. So what he's talking about is his belief, right? He's not really made any scientific claims. He's saying this is what he believes happening, but I'm pointing it out that he's saying that this is a belief, right? Because that's what it is. It's just a story at this point. He can't. No one else can, as far as I'm. As far as
I
I know,
know
no
much.
one can back up their
I know how
belief
much
on it.
this will help, but no, this is at least a side picture of light changing an angle through different mediums. And what I try to say through light bending with the curvature of the Earth is that if the air properties are correct, the angle change per
Well,
meter
you're gonna
should
have to
be
How do you
start.
know that? How
Hold
do you know
on,
that
you're
that's
gonna have to
happening at the
start with
horizon?
the. You're gonna have to start with the Earth first. And see, you're talking about through a flat medium. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but no medium in no medium is flat. Like
yes,
realistically, you can
everything
approximate
that
to be
you
flat.
observe on Earth, everything you observe is flat.
Yeah.
Well, see,
So,
10 years ago, you could
why
have
would
said
you
that.
give it
But
to?
we debunked the radius with the black swan.
Exactly,
Because we
Hank. That's what I was
proved,
going to say.
yeah, we proved that it moves around. So 10 years ago, you would have been right. But science has never settled. At this point, you guys are on the back foot because we're showing that there is no geometric horizon. All horizons are, due to the same effect, which is, what's causing it, right, is atmospheric conditions. You're claiming that there's still Earth curvature, but you have to show it to me. You can't just say, "Well, but I believe there's still Earth curvature." You have to give us a reason,
But
right,
what
to
is
think
this
that.
geometric horizon you're talking about? Like you're talking like I believe there's a set horizon. Or what do you
That's what
mean
the
by it?
globe claim is set horizon. They gave us a number, sir.
So geometric horizon just means Earth curved cause the horizon. Earth curvature is the horizon. It's the cause of the horizon.
Sure, it's one part of it, but that's what I'm trying to say for a while now, that it isn't constant because the horizon is the farthest away light we can see. And if light were to follow the curvature of the Earth, we would see farther because the light farther away would hit our eye.
But see, that's why I asked you earlier that nobody's ever demonstrated to us that light can do that here on Earth.
Well,
The
you could
horizon
see
can
that.
move 10 miles further than it should be. Nobody's ever demonstrated that. That's what Hank's trying to tell you.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Would
say
the
it's a
demonstration be that the
possibility. What you're
yeah,
saying
sure.
is a possibility. It's possible that light is bending around the curve, right? But the curve is the thing in question. So you can't just say,
No, I
well,
get that.
the Earth has to be curved, right? So the light has to be bending, right? We need you to demonstrate that, right?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just getting at that. I know, for example, the black swan doesn't. I'm not saying that it doesn't prove my thing. It doesn't prove your thing either. That
Hold,
isn't a proof of
hold on,
anything.
Grog. At
Or
the
am I
end
wrong?
of the day, Grog, what do you think about the Black Swan? I mean, you've obviously you're the one that brought it up. What do you
Yeah,
think?
yeah.
What do you think? Have you seen the BLMSB 69 video where he went from the from a cliff above, and then he went? Have you seen the whole video where he?
No.
Oh well, you should
For sure,
watch it.
link it. I'll watch it
Oh, sure,
before I go
sure.
to bed.
Oh,
I should go to bed
So,
now, but I can stay a while.
Oh
so the
wow!
thing is that
It's 6
they
a.m.
used to
for
say
me
when
in 10 minutes.
yeah, sorry about that, man. So
Yikes.
they used
Oh,
to
no
say
worries.
when I was
I'm
a
here
child,
willingly.
they used to say that boats go over the horizon and this is the proof of the Earth, right? Being a sphere, right? And then we proved that the horizon is not because of the sphere, it's because of atmospheric conditions. So anytime anyone measures the horizon, they're not measuring the shape of the Earth or how big it is, right? They're just measuring the location of the horizon due to the atmosphere. So at this point, your claim that the boats go over the horizon, that's debunked, right? You can no longer claim that if you're intellectually honest. So what you have to do now is you have to say, okay, well, I have a new hypothesis then. So the new hypothesis is that light is bending around the curve. Let me go out into the wild and prove that. But until you prove it, like we proved it, we went out in the wild and we proved, no, bro, your geometric horizon, it's not due to the Earth's curvature, it's due to atmospheric conditions. So now you have to go out and you have to prove Well, no, bro. Actually, you're right. It is due to geometric conditions, but the Earth is still curving. Here's where I measured it, and then here's where I measured the light bending down, or sorry, starting a new angle down, right around the curve that I just drew. And then it's doing this because temperature gets colder and colder and colder the further you get out into the ocean. Right? You haven't proved that yet. So at this point, it's just poetry. It's not, it's not really science. You haven't been out into the earth to do your part. It's your turn as a globalist.
It's just words. You're just saying words. We need to see actual demonstrations of reality.
Sure. What I'm trying to say is that I don't believe the horizon can't prove either globe or Earth. The horizon has nothing to do with the shape. Of course, the shape of the Earth affects the horizon, but not vice versa.
Yeah, you say that now because we debunked your claim, right?
Then
When I was in
I
school,
don't think I claimed otherwise tonight, at least.
no, not you. But when I
Okay,
was in
globe,
school, they told us to both go with the horizon. They told us to both go with the horizon, and this is what proves the Earth is a globe. So we debunked that. It's your turn now. Your turn to
Here's the
go out and
thing.
prove
Here's the thing. You know what? I can join you on that, dude. Fuck the horizon. You know why?
Yeah.
Go measure it.
Sure.
Go measure it. Go measure it. Thanks.
With a ruler.
Yeah,
No,
good
you
fucking
can use
luck
surveying
with that.
equipment. You can use a
I
laser.
could
And
try.
good luck with it.
I
Why
would be
don't you
walking
measure the
three
Earth?
laps around the Earth.
Then you won't have to at all talk about the horizon if you measure the Earth. Now, but here's the second part that most people get wrong, or they don't pay attention long enough to even hear me say it. You need to first measure the Earth, then compare it against the official globe narrative. You will find, I'm not asking, you will find that it doesn't match up with the globe narrative. That's where we're at.
Sure.
Flat and stationary everywhere we go. Everywhere. That's not a question. I'm letting you know.
Yeah.
Now you may respond.
Yeah, I don't really know. But sure, I don't have the numbers, so I can't really.
Wait, do
argue
you
that.
think the number? Wait, you said I don't have the numbers, right? This
No,
is
Hang on a
your.
second. Hang on. Hey,
So
listen, they're
what
easy.
the numbers answer this question?
Excuse me. No, he has to compare his measurements and such against the globe narrative, which is just
So
numbers.
it's the numbers, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Right.
would the numbers answer the question of globe versus flat Earth?
The question it would answer, Helio, the question it would answer is Earth a globe?
Hey,
It will
people
prove
were
that the answer
asking
is
me
objectively
for
no.
the original video from BMLSB 69. I'm about to post it.
Right. Well, anyway, those are videos that we can share or talk about later. But
yeah.
Yeah. So, do you understand where I'm going with that?
If I would do experiments myself, my
yeah, just
numbers
one.
would
Just get a measurement, or listen. Here's how easy it is. Sorry, let me monologue just a second further.
Go for
it. And then chaos. But so what you can do is get a mirror, and not like a pocket mirror like women have for makeup in their purse, but like a mirror that's a decent size, maybe one that you use to get dressed with in your bedroom. You know, a thin one you can move around, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Then find a large body of water, preferably with a spot where it has at least 3 miles or more of a distance between 2 points. Okay? Right away, you're going to find that you're going to be able to get line of sight, but you need to prove it. So with...
What do you mean 2 points?
2 points, A and B. A and B.
Just
okay? And then you need to get equal elevations. What's that?
Pick those 2 points by myself, or where do I find these points?
Well, first
just
you need
to
to
arbitrary points that I
arbitrary,
choose.
yeah, as long as they have at least 3 miles between them or more.
Hold on, I know you want to get a piece of him, Groge.
I want to understand.
I know. I already see where this is going, Groge. Do you know what a straight line is?
Yeah.
Thanks,
really? Do you know a straight line is
I
from
can give the
point...
equation for it also if you want to.
It's fucking ridiculous. No, listen, equations aren't
No. I already know where this is going.
I have no clue where this is going, to be honest.
Well, that's the
Well,
point.
we're gonna whoop a smart
You're
globe, right?
to argue
Let's do it.
something
Jesus
that
Christ.
you don't have anything.
Go ahead,
You don't have a
Helio.
dog in this
Take this kid to
fucking
school.
fight, Groggy,
Take this
bro.
kid to school.
You don't have a fucking dog in this fight, Grog.
Well, own me.
Straight line, bro. A to B. A to B. Straight line.
Yeah.
Helio, and glad for the concession that he made. I just want to point out something. So he's admitted that he doesn't know it's a ball Earth, though. And he's right. He said that.
Yeah. Shit. I asked that shit like 30 minutes ago.
Right, but can he?
I knew he
he
was
just admitted
fucking
it again, right? He said he doesn't have the numbers, so he doesn't have a claim. Is that what he's saying?
Technically, yes.
He's just been playing. He's been playing, and I've let him play around in the playground.
I know. That's why I'm
like in
here.
the ball pit. He was playing in the ball pit.
I know.
You know, cartoon land. You know.
I'm a lot
I know. That's
more
what I'm here. So you're
than you
admitting. So
believe,
Groggy, how do I pronounce your name? Groggy or?
Grogge in Swedish, but it's George, my real name.
Grogetta. Okay, Grogetta. I like that. Perfect.
Sure,
right,
Grogge, yeah.
Grogetta. Excellent. Perfect. So here we go.
Sure.
What they're just showing you is reality, right? So you've said you don't have the numbers, so you don't think it's a ball Earth, right? Because you don't have any numbers for a ball, right?
He doesn't even give a shit if it's a ball or not.
I know.
Hang on, Helio, please.
I mean, it doesn't change day-to-day life, but it's fun to talk about. Yes, sorry.
Right, Grog. So that's what I'm saying, Groggy, is that you don't know it's a ball Earth, though, right? You don't have a claim for a ball Earth, right?
No, but it doesn't have a claim for otherwise as well.
Right, but you're not saying it's a ball Earth, right? I just want to make sure.
I don't have any proof. I don't have any empirical proof. Yes.
Exactly, right. And that's the point, is that nobody has proof of a ball Earth. So you're just like everybody else. That's the concession I wanted. Thank you.
Sure, yeah, sure.
It's so easy. It's so easy to
connect the dots. Yep,
it doesn't change my mind at all, but sure.
I mean,
no. You just said you. No, stop. No, that's
your accent's probably not even real, bro.
Stop. Helio, wait. Did you hear that? I just got a bite on the string, Glatt. You just said it won't change your mind. You just said you don't have a mind. You said you don't have an opinion of the shape of the Earth. Now you're changing your mind already.
My opinion is the globe, but
I don't think you have an opinion. I think your opinion is worth nothing.
Okay, hold on, Helio. I got him to bite. This is what I was trying to do. So that's the point. So you have a religious opinion, right, Groggy?
Do you mean like about Earth or God?
Yeah, you have a religious opinion that it's a ball, right? That's your religious opinion. It's not based on facts, right? Thank you again. Thank you for conceding. I just have to point that out. All honest Globers admit that it's a religion. So thank you.
They don't have any evidence, and as soon as we, try to throw some facts at them, then they really get butthurt.
Well, he admitted it. I just, for the conversation, for everybody watching, I just wanted him to concede that it's just a religious belief. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, and bro, I mean, you saw XO that I called it as his ass out from the beginning. I was like, all right, so what about this? What about that?
Nobody's calling him out. He's admitted this whole time it's a belief.
He's being pretty cooperative.
All right, cool. So anyway, what is your state your purpose?
My purpose? Well, gather knowledge, I guess.
Gather knowledge. No, actually, I don't think you're gathering knowledge.
I also went to the stream kind of drunk. Now I'm sobering up. But
no, sure, I bet but you brought up the Black Swan, so that means that you were quite aware of, where we're going with,
I've been there before,
topic. All right, cool. So, is that one of the solidifying topics, or is there in your opinion, so let's interview you now, since you're quite familiar with the flat Earth. So what do you think is the best flat Earth argument? Since you're so familiar with it, and you want to freaking troll flat Earthers all day. I mean, what's your favorite flat Earth argument?
The basic human senses that you can't see the curve would be.
Have you ever seen the curve?
That's a good answer.
Well, nope. Well, they really understand what you mean by the curve. That curve of the horizon or curve of the, in a plane, you're looking down on the Earth. Curve on the actual surface of the Earth or the edges.
That's a good answer. I'm
Helio,
sorry.
you
I'm
asked.
sorry. I was
Yeah.
getting emotional.
'Cause
Yeah,
if
that's a
you-
good answer. Yeah.
I've seen like satellite picture, maybe not, but you can see like the edges are round, but the part in the middle looks flat to our eyes. So if you mean part in the middle by curve,
Which one?
then I haven't seen it.
Which one is the real Earth? What you see on TV or the dirt between your toes? Which one's
I
real?
believe those to be the same, but well, yeah.
Okay,
By
so
my standards,
this is where the psychosis is at, right?
the Earth
So
is more real.
psychosis,
Yeah.
psychosis is when you have a mental condition where you lose touch with reality. Okay, so this is where the psychosis is. When you say Earth is the picture, no. That's just a model of Earth, right? The Earth is the stuff between your toes at the beach. That's what Earth really is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The real Earth, right? And when you said that you think that our best argument is you can't see any curvature, right? You believe that if you go high enough, you'll see the curvature. Or if you keep going higher, you'll see the Earth start to spin. And if you keep going higher, eventually you'll be in a near perfect vacuum, 10 to the 17 negative torr, right? This is what you believe, right?
Most of what you said, yes.
Do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah.
That is a hallucination.
Do you believe that it's rotating once per day?
Also a hallucination.
And do you believe that? Do you believe that up in the sky there's a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum?
Here's another thing with those questions. Hold on, before you answer that, do you believe that flat
Helio,
earthers
please, man. He didn't even get a chance to answer, and now you're changing the subject. Please, Hank had asked questions. He should respond.
Certainly right, but go ahead.
Yeah, he said, I almost believe everything, and then I asked him clarifying questions.
Sure.
Well, you simplified the things you said. You said if you go high enough, you would see the Earth spin. Yeah, if your inertial moment is 0, you would see the Earth spin. But if you go up, rotating with the Earth, you will still go with it. And from I think the ISIS live stream, you can see the Earth rotating faster than the satellite and everything.
Okay,
So
there are no satellites in the live stream.
I knew it was going to add to this. That's why I interrupted. But go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just real quick. So you do understand that what you see on TV is not reality. Bugs Bunny doesn't exist. It's a cartoon, right?
Yeah. But I
So,
mean,
do
a
me a
lot of
favor.
TV is reality also. That doesn't disprove anything. But it doesn't prove anything either, this thing.
Right, do me a favor. Type in photorealistic paintings of let's see, photorealistic
Hold, Hank. Just hold on a second. He said, well, everything you just said, everything I agreed to, doesn't disprove anything. It just means that we both experience the same thing, but we actually don't. I mean, is that what you're saying? That it's like it might as well be the same thing if what they're saying is true and what you're saying is true. So what we're saying is true is that Earth is not moving, not rotating around third rock from the sun. And oh my God. It's like, what do you guys let people
In this case, what you see on TV could be real and
All
fake.
right, go for it.
No.
I'm sorry if I interrupted. My bad.
Sorry, I was said. In this case, what's like what you see on TV doesn't really prove or disprove anything. You can see a race on TV. Doesn't mean it's fake. Could still be a real
All right,
race.
so listen.
It
Do me a favor.
Prove it. Yeah, sure.
I'm on the phone. Yeah, type in. Sorry, bro. Type in on your search engines on one page, photorealistic painting of Morgan Freeman, and then on the next page, type in photo of Morgan Freeman, and get your friends to come to your house and look at the two pictures, and don't tell them which one is real, which one's fake, and ask them which one's real and which one's fake, and you'll see how easy it is to deceive someone with artwork.
Yeah, sure. There's like a video versus a picture there's a big difference between those two.
No,
you were asking about the ISS though.
Yeah, a live stream. It's well, in my opinion, it's harder to Photoshop or paint a live stream.
Really? They have billions of dollars.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Sure,
A
billions of
green
dollars.
screen.
You could do it if you want to, but
A
would
green-
that be wasted
You
money?
could do it if you want to, but you're sure
Well, it's
that's
straight up
not what they're
wasted money.
doing because what?
And it would need thousands of jobs and
Thousands of what?
Jobs. You need the people who
Jobs.
paint those pictures. I mean, what is
I don't know about
right?
thousands.
They need a green
but
screen.
Sure.
I agree, but who will animate the screen?
I don't know, dude. That's not the point. The point is,
sure, but
they
I'm
come
thinking-
from a hallucination.
Yeah, I was
a
trying to
concept.
stop. I was trying to stop it before it even got to.
Helio, how about you just not try to stop things and let the conversation happen as it's going
My
to happen?
bad.
Please and thank you.
Maybe
Yeah,
I'm going far,
please.
but
I love you guys, and I will eject from this conversation.
You don't got
But
to
I'll
eject.
still listen. I
go with
love
the
you
flow.
guys.
Love you too.
Yeah, we love you too, bro. Go with the
Yep.
flow. All I was trying to illustrate to you, my friend George, is that you can be deceived, right? With
yeah, of course,
really
I never
good,
deny that.
really good cartoons, right? And okay, so do
And
they use
replays now.
propaganda? Do they use propaganda in wartime?
Of course.
Okay, so people lie, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Is the United States at war, or a better question, when is the United States not at war? When?
I don't know. Not. I mean, wasn't this like between Soviet 91 and 2000? Wasn't this a peace time? Or am I
Yeah, during that
ignorant?
time,
Maybe.
you are. During
No,
that
it was
time,
before
Bill Clinton-
Iraq and after Soviet.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
trying to help you out. During that time, Bill Clinton bombed aspirin factories in Kosovo. So you're not familiar with the
Okay.
Kosovo War? Right.
No,
So
no.
the United States is always at war. And anytime there's war, according to George Orwell, there's going to be propaganda.
Sure.
Right. So is it possible that you have seen propaganda on the TV screen?
I mean, the thing is, I'm not American, so Sweden hasn't been to war in almost 200 years now. Sure, American propaganda is everywhere, and I will probably see it on social media and fake news and everything, but you get what I'm saying.
You know that Sweden is under the control of the same people who control all the other IMF World Banking countries, right?
IMF?
Yeah, IMF, World Bank. Like we have the Federal Reserve Bank, right?
We have Riksbanken, we call it, I guess.
Yeah, you got fake money too, right?
International Monetary Fund. Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. Fake
Yeah,
money.
you got fake
that's the whole
money.
topic
Yeah,
about
okay.
self-value of money, but yeah.
Exactly. So you have propaganda too, because the same banks that want war so that they can have world domination, they lie to the people, right?
I mean, yeah, Sure, I'll go ahead with you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. See, that's why I like this guy. He's honest. So now that you understand what I'm trying to say, that the TV is nothing but a propaganda machine. Now, propaganda can be true, right? Like a commercial might come out and say that Domino's commercial, for example, now using real cheese, right? And that's propaganda. It's true that now they're using real cheese. What the fuck were they using before they were using real cheese? But that's not the point, right? So that's a real commercial. Actually, you can look that up. But it's still propaganda. It can be true, but a lot of times propaganda is false, right? Like before World War II, the Brits were giving the Americas propaganda about babies on spikes and the Germans weren't really doing that stuff because most Germans were Christians and they wouldn't put babies on spikes because how does that win you a war? Right? That would get the American people involved. So it's kind of like Osama bin Laden. He did not want American troops in his Muslim countries, so he did 9/11. That's kind of like me saying, I don't want the cops fucking with me, so I'm going to go egg the police station. I mean, that would be the exact opposite of what you would do if you don't want the cops fucking with you. You wouldn't go egg the police station. If you don't want the cops fucking with you, you'd keep your head down and be quiet, right?
Not to discuss it, but I want to don't go into. But you believe Bush planned 9/11? Yes, I don't want to argue about this. Just I don't know. Yes or
No,
no.
I
Or
don't know. I don't know
you don't know? Okay, okay, I
that
guess.
for sure. Okay,
Yeah,
but the
yeah.
truth
Thank you.
is,
Yeah,
we were tricked into giving our consent for the blood of the innocent. So Noam Chomsky
sure.
wrote a book called Manufacturing Consent. You can read it if you like. Consent
Sure.
has to
Yeah,
be manufactured because Americans are good people. That's why they have to lie to us to trick us
yeah,
into going to war.
yeah. I understand
Because we
that.
don't give our consent normally. Like, imagine if they said, "Hey, we got to go to war with Iran." We'd be like, "We're broke. On whose dime? Where are we going? Why do we got to send our sons and daughter? What did Iran do to us?"
Where are we
That's
going?
how we would be right now.
Yeah, I
But if they
understand that.
said,
Yeah,
well, Iran, basically, they're the one that is spending all the money in our government and making us poor. Okay, let's go get them, right? Because we believe the lie, right? And that's how these lies work,
yeah.
man.
Of course.
And I'm sorry I monologued about lies and photorealistic paintings, but I just want
No,
to put it out there. It's really obvious to see when you look at the photorealistic painting of Morgan Freeman. They painted every single freckle and mole on that man's face, and it looks so real that I can't tell the difference. So when you're looking at NASA and you're looking at all the stuff on the TV, it looks so real, but how do we know it's actually real? You can't go to space. You can't go high enough.
Yeah, and one of
to
them
see the closest.
photorealistic paintings was done by my cousin Paulie up in Jersey, up in the state pen up in there. He did that in a jail cell, and it looks just like the real thing, just like the real thing.
Quit fucking around. That's funny. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? It's so easy to trick people. It's not that easy to convince them that they've been tricked. That's a quote by Mark Twain. So
sure.
I promise you, if you look at the photorealistic painting, right, of Morgan Freeman,
Yeah,
it's
so it looks
breathtaking.
real. Yeah, of course.
It's breathtaking, man.
Was it done with like Photoshop or digital art or by hand? Not that it
It's a
matters.
painting
Just
by
curious.
hand. It's a painting. Yeah, by hand.
That's impressive.
That's how easy.
Like skill.
Yeah,
But
that's how
easy.
easy
This
it is.
requires a lot of skill, I would guess. Or
Yeah,
not?
you gotta be.
Yeah.
So look at my picture of Hank Hill. It's supposed to be a photorealistic painting of Hank Hill.
Of course, it's easier with a computer and everything.
Yeah, I think it was with a
Yeah.
computer. But yeah, that's
But
why I
yeah.
chose this one because it's photorealistic.
But I mean, like the purpose of propaganda between war and the size or the shape of the Earth seems bit of different value, different priority.
Really? So let's say after
It's
World War
for
II.
funneling money. Okay, ish, go
Listen, after World War II, and then after the Korean War, right? Let's say that Kennedy was like, "Look, we got all these Nazis. We really want to give them a lot of money so we can spend the next 100 years bombing the shit out of brown people." The American people would have been like, "Fuck no, we ain't giving money to the Nazis and their missile program." But we could, do Operation Paperclip and say that we're going to go to the moon, and then we can get all the money we want to for scientific exploration. And the American people are like, "We're not going to the moon because it's easy, but because it's hard. We're fucking Americans. We're going to the moon."
Woo! No, I understand. But then, sure, I guess money funneling and everything. But then the problem isn't the shape of the Earth, it's that the government abuses taxpayer money and everything, and then we have I get this isn't the Discord for it, but
I'm telling you whatever you want to hear or whatever you think you want to hear, though. They're not
Maybe.
giving you any truth. They're selling you lies.
Yeah,
Truth
but
Well,
then
the
the
first
whole
picture of the
democratic
Earth.
system is the problem. Not sure, globe Earth, sphere Earth, I don't know,
No.
flat
Listen,
Earth, sphere
the
Earth, I
first.
don't care.
Listen
I
though.
would
Listen
want to
though.
live in
The
a
first picture.
good country.
The first picture of the Earth as an object came from the Apollo missions. Before that, people
Sure.
were still debating on whether or not the Earth was a sphere or whether it was flat.
Was there any like high altitude balloon photos of at least close space or close high altitude
Those are fisheye lens, like
fisheye lens? Okay,
like
sure.
wide angle lens.
Sure.
So it makes your mom look fat,
Possibly.
right?
You
Even though your
fuck,
mom's
bro.
Swedish, but she's probably very skinny.
I don't know. But if this has made me think anything, is that the whole democratic system is broken. then and maybe me not caring about a flat Earth or square Earth. Is that wrong?
That's true, right? The
Sure.
democratic system is broken, but we have to wake people up, right? Because people right now are so divided in America that we are one or two steps away from civil war. Would you agree?
Yeah, you know, Trump versus Biden and everything. I have seen a lot from the outside.
Right. So the truth is that the Democrats and the Republicans, they're not that different. The only thing is that there seems to be a small group of people that absolutely refuse to open their mind to what the truth is, and they still believe in things like Russian Gate, right? And these are, I don't know if you want to call them the leftists or the Antifa type or just Democrat as a whole. I think that's the last one's wrong. But the problem is that we can deal, with people who want socialist programs. Like, the troops need, proper health care. That's socialism. I'm down with that. Right? That's something we can talk about. We can put that on the table.
Yeah.
Right? So, and then the Republicans, they want to, control the immigration to make sure that, all the countries in South America don't send all their child trafficking through our borders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm against child trafficking. So, yeah, Republicans, we can talk about that. Right? But what's going on? Everybody is so convinced that they know what the truth is. And what happened to the phrase, maybe this person knows something I don't. Maybe I should listen. Do your parents say stuff like that?
Yeah, well, keep an open mind. I think that's a very Swedish ideal in fundamental, you're not special. Yeah, the thing called jantelagen, not the official law, but it's like unwritten law, like you're not special, you're not relevant, just listen to everyone else and be part of the bigger picture.
Right.
That's pretty different from America, because you're very individualistic, because we have high taxes, we get a lot of what's it called subsidies from the government, while you pay for your own healthcare and everything.
I got it. Yeah. Let's go back to the shape of the earth. So the thing is that what Glatt was trying to tell you earlier is that you need to go out to a body of water and just measure it for yourself, because science is never settled, right? Religion is settled. Jesus is the Messiah, Muhammad is the prophet, and Abraham is, the whatever he is.
I never heard the whole experiment. You said I got caught up at the 2 points. I never heard the whole thing.
Yeah.
If you could go by it.
So you get 5 to 10 mile body of water that you can see all the way across the lake, right?
Sure.
And what you do is you get a mirror facing the sunrise or the sunset, and a person on the other side with the sunrise and sunset to their back. Now, if you move the mirror around and oscillate it like a fan, you're going to make the mirror shine the reflection into the eye of the person trying to make the observation. Now, if it's flat, the person will see it at 10 miles, 20 miles, right? And with binoculars, maybe even further, right? But if it's curved, at 10 miles, it's 66 feet of curvature. Now, is that person with a mirror going to be 66 feet up in the air? No. They got the mirror sticking in the water. So if you can see the sunlight reflecting off the mirror, there's no curvature. That's what we've been doing for the past 6 years. There's other ways to do it using lasers or high zoom cameras, binoculars, telescope. But anybody who can afford a little bit of gas and a trip to the lake and a mirror, that should be like an experiment for under $50 American.
Yeah. That maybe isn't too unfeasible. Because right now, I study in Skåne in London, really close to Denmark. And the strait between there could easily be around 10 miles, give or take 5 miles, depending on where you are.
It's definitely flat.
Yeah, sure, but maybe if you have the energy, I'll go out and try it. Not to schooling now, but yeah.
Yeah, see, that's all we're asking.
Not too
You to
unfeasible.
believe us. We don't want your tax dollars, right? Not like NASA.
I know.
But all we're asking is that you be a good scientist and don't be a religious person and go out and measure it yourself, because if it's globe, it will show itself to be a globe.
Yeah. Well,
Right?
if it's flat, I probably become an anarchist. That's a different
definitely flat.
story, I guess.
What?
Well, in my opinion,
I mean, because that
anarchist
means the government, the whole system has lied to me.
I mean, I
doesn't
guess,
it?
but you don't have to go that far just yet.
Okay, no, I'm exaggerating, of course.
Hell yeah, dude, get excited.
Like I said,
Yeah.
exaggerating.
Well,
but yeah,
I mean, isn't that
all
a fair
an-
point, though?
Well, all
Yes,
an
it is a fair
anarchist-
point. Yep,
all an
yep. You're gonna find
anarchist-
out a lot, man. You're gonna find out quite a bit. Go ahead,
Wouldn't
Truth.
that, like, if it is flat now, wouldn't this ruin all the trust they have in the government? Or
I mean, yeah.
Figure, yeah.
That's what happened to me. I know that for sure. Truth, what were you saying? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that if there's nothing wrong with being an anarchist,
I know,
most people
sure.
probably don't understand what it means, but it just means that you don't need someone to rule over you.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you govern yourself and every day you walk the narrow path and you don't rob, kill, destroy, cause anyone harm, injury, or loss, why do you need to be governed from without if you were already governing from within?
Isn't
That's
it
the
need to
philosophy
govern
of
the
anarchy.
criminals, the bad people?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the
Criminals need
problem.
government because they forgot to govern from within. That's the
Yeah.
whole philosophy of anarchy.
Yeah. And then, education, everything, who will... Well, it could educate through parents and everything, but it's a lot of work if you don't systemize it for a whole population. Now it's political. I really got off topic.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for hijacking, the conversation.
No, not at all. But I think
Fuck
I
all.
need to go to bed. It's, as I said, I'm in Europe, Sweden. It's
Alright, well,
6
hey,
a.m.
peace
20 past 6 a.m. So, and I'm
peace to you,
sober now.
brother.
I need to
Get some sleep, and when you wake up in the morning, have a good bit of water.
Or maybe I won't sleep. I have a lecture in 2 hours. Fuck.
Oh, then you're gonna need to have a beer or two before you go do that, partner. Get that hair of the dog up in you.
Yeah, I'm sobering up now. Maybe I just drink some water and coffee. I know, I figure it out.
Lots of water. Lots of water.
It's been a fun discussion. I try to
brother.
keep an open mind and...
Thank you for being honest. That's number one. Everybody listening, he was honest. That's why that was a great conversation.
Yeah,
Glober or not.
He was honest the whole time.
Thank you.
You should
Thank you,
get all
sir.
the Globers to
I hope you have a
take
good
beer
lecture
before
today,
that.
okay?
If I go, that's a 50-50.
Even if you don't go, I hope whatever
Yeah.
you do during this next few hours is good, because you're already in like a new mindset. So I hope that you can
Let's
start
get hyped for thermodynamics. Woohoo!
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
you got it. You got it, bud. Get some rest.
Thank you. Yeah. Be nice. Hey.
Peace.
What was
See, there's no reason to expose someone who's constantly being honest. What are you gonna? You're gonna expose their honesty? You
Hey,
said
sure.
the whole time it was a belief.
Yeah, it's cool. And every time we have someone like that in here, I would encourage you to bring your friends. Tell them, hey, I talked to some flat earthers for a while, and they were pretty cool. Bring them on in here, man. Let's talk about flat earth. Good stuff.
What is his lecture on? Did anybody ask?
What was his what?
What was his
Thermodynamics.
Oh, thermodynamics. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So he's learning. He's still young man.
Yeah, we got into the space stuff a little bit, but we kind of went away from that, which is, it's like when you're a space believer, it's kind of hard to let go of that. So that, you always have to ask them how you came up with that concept and all that kind of stuff. It's just kind of ask them leading questions so that they know that they only believe that, and that goes with the 3 questions we ask of everyone.
So I guess I got a question for the panel, right? Do we value honesty?
Above all else, I value honesty.
So when I asked for that guy to be valued, I know that you guys didn't know him as well as I have because I've spoken to him before, but was that not a valuable conversation?
It was very valuable. Yes, it was. Why?
I was just curious.
It was wildly valuable. It was great.
On top of that question, can you tell if someone here on the internet is being honest with you?
I don't know.
If he's drunk, there's a higher chance.
I
Do
don't
you
know.
think there's a higher chance if they're inebriated or a lower chance?
Yeah, for me, two types of people tell the truth. People that are drunk as a skunk and people that are livid. Because your inebriation goes away when you're livid, angry, pissed off, beyond pissed off. And when you're drunk, you might do things that you normally wouldn't do, right? So if you're a liar, you might be like, I'm just on truth. I've been cheating on you, honey.
Well, and
No, it's not necessary.
sometimes during the
It's wrong.
conversation, Hank W's like, "Hey, I've been drinking a little bit," like he did. He's just like, "I've been drinking a little bit, but here's what I think so far." And didn't he come from another crew, from another server or something? And he stuck around.
He said he was searching for rooms in Discord and he found this flat Earth. So he was curious. He wanted to come check it out.
Okay, well, it seems like.
So yeah, he probably came from another server, but it's not like he's a Gen Panda.
No, of course not. Oh, yeah. He was pretty cool. Yeah, it was a good convo. That was good.
Y'all talked over before.
Yeah, he asked some good questions. Good stuff.
I mean, which is the best way to go? To assume that they're being honest until they give you a reason to think they're not, or to assume that everybody is dishonest until they give you a reason?
Well, it just
how does
depends.
that work?
Well, you're gonna have to assume both while you're talking to them,
or how about just or maybe not assume either, and just not think that they're dishonest until they, present
that
themselves.
doesn't work. It doesn't work when you do it that way. If you're just like, hey, everybody's honest when they come in here.
No, you don't have to assume either. You can just not label them as dishonest until they give you a reason to.
No, that doesn't work either. It's just kind
of.
Huh? Okay, well, try it.
Make sure to say don't assume until you have, some evidence to base your,
Sure, that's what. Yeah. And that's why we ask some leading questions to see where they're at. And we'll say, hey, did you come in here with some other people or whatever? Because a lot of times we'll get like several people jumping at the same time. Are you with these guys? Not that they have to admit it or whatever, but they're just like, yeah, man, we're all here. We have, we have some questions about Flat Earth. I don't know why we're here. It's like, well, how did you find your way here? It's just, it can be fun, but just like Homeboy just left. Obviously, he'd heard about the Black Swan before, but it took him a long time to actually bring it up, right? And so,
obviously, he's been thinking about it.
Yeah. So then we started talking about the Black Swan for a while. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
So back to what Truth is saying, maybe we should just give people the benefit of the doubt, right, and not pretend that everyone is a pretender for them.
Sure, that could work out in the end, as if we don't know they're doing that, right?
Because I've heard 100 times in the server, we don't care what you believe, right? But if you make a claim, right, we want you to back it up. So the whole time he was saying, this is what I believe, right? And this is what I think is happening. And then, when we explained that it's kind of a religion, he didn't say, no, I know it to be true. It's not a belief. He didn't do any of that. So for me, I look for red flags, right? Every relationship for me, because I don't trust people. I don't trust myself, right? I'm an asshole. I know it. I'm greedy. I know it. Okay, so it's like every person I come across, I'm constantly analyzing and looking for red flags. Every relationship.
Yeah, Hank, we all have a bias, right? So, hey, I have a bias. I'm going to take into consideration what you're saying, but I already have a bias. And anyone that claims they don't have a bias is wrong. Everyone has a
That's
bias.
why I always point out that you have a bias. You all have a bias. But I always point that out to people. Because if they can't understand that they have a bias, it's like, really? You of all people, you're the one guy. Huh? You're Neo. You're the new man.
Bias.
You're the new man. You're the man without a bias. Huh? You're the one, right? You bending bullets. You dodging bullets now.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. It's like even in this platform, and it can get slow. It never lasts more than a few days. It can get slow for a couple of days, but it always
Until
ranks
then,
back.
we'll just clown on Flobe. You know.
Shit. What did you say? Say it again. I'm sorry.
Until then, we'll just clown on Flobe.
On Flobe?
Yeah, what the fuck ever, dude.
I was sorry.
That's why we have
I'm
him
listening.
around.
I'm listening.
That's why we keep him around.
Fuckers.
That was fucking hilarious.
I love you too. You know I do.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like
she would have been if you'd seen it, Flobe.
Hey, and I'll tell you what. I mean, as long as you've known me, Hank, I've always had a bias, and I've never been like, I'm not unbiased on this topic. This is like,
oh yeah, you've always been against the evolution and.
No, I'm just talking. Yeah, any situation. It's like I do have an opinion about this, and and if I have an opinion about this, it's a belief. I don't really necessarily have evidence, but I can lead you to some evidence that has convinced me of this. Whereas, we'd have a lot of people that come in here and say, "Well, I know the Earth is a globe because." Everybody else says so, and my pseudoscientists are just like, and you flat earthers are dumb as fuck. And I'm just gonna I'm gonna troll your room. All right,
Check this
that's
out.
your
So
evidence, right?
I always talk about analyzing people. I'm sure I'm not the only one who does it, right? One of the people I analyze the most is obviously quantum racing, right? So, do you know what quantum racer does when he tests people's science acumen and he agrees with them? Like when he goes through all the questions, if you agree that natural science must be done by experiment and paleontology and astronomy and they're not sciences, and they go, okay, well, yeah, you're right, right? There's no experiment. You know what he does when that happens? He doesn't call him a pretender clown. He probably exposes him, right? Then he moves on to different subjects. He's like, okay, now I got somebody I can talk to, right? Because they passed the pretend clown test, right? Now I know that this is somebody who knows what's going on, and he can go on to the next now at any moment, right? They might say something stupid, but they might get put back in the pretender clown box. But for the most part, if they pass the science document, he can have a conversation with them. I've seen him do it.
Yeah, I sort of use that method as well with a lot of people. It's like, oh, so you found the flat Earth server? Have you ever talked to anyone about this before? I mean, what do you think about it so far? Have you heard? What makes you think the Earth is a globe? This and this, and then we go through the different. It won't be scientific, but as far as the globe goes, but you kind of figure out whether or not someone knows what they're talking about just by asking them a few questions. I'm sorry if I'm.
No, it was me. I went out of order.
It's just like a lot of people make it really difficult. Well, with the new people, it's not hard to talk to each other all day. I mean, we can sit here and yell at each other all day about other stuff. It's like, here's this. But like when new people come in, it's really, it's not difficult to find where they're coming from. It's like, oh yeah, well I've talked to flat earthers before, and this is what they say. And it's like, oh, is that what they say? Okay, tell me what they say. Okay, how about this? I like that. I like that when they come in here and tell us what flat earthers have to say.
You're like, I like that shit. I like when they come here and tell us what we think.
Yeah, I love that shit. It's just like, oh, so you know what flat earthers think? I mean, tell us what flat earthers think. Ooh.
Please tell me what do I think.
They must have come from Professor Phil's channel or some shit. Professor Dave, all those friggin'. Oh, flat earthers say this and flat earthers say that. Oh, tell us all about it.
What's it up for? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Thanks. Probably turn off the ANC.
You know who doesn't talk about flat earthers? All the major pseudoscientists out there.
Does this go with that? It's all there. Uh-oh.
Who this?
I was talking to work. My phone's over there. I would have muted myself.
So I remember Neil deGrasse Tyson was on an interview saying, you know what, the Aristosthenes thing could work on a flat earth or a globe. And the reason is this. So, if you haven't seen the interview, you should watch it. Because he is exactly right. One of the times I agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson is on his interview with this other guy about the Aristosthenes test. He talks about the wells and shadows. He's like, you can have two distances, which he can't prove ever happened, with their Eratosthenes. He's just like,
Aristosthenes is flat Earth Jesus. He's like a cool, groovy Greek guy.
But in that interview, he said it doesn't prove anything. It would work the same on a flat Earth.
I meant to say
he said that. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Hank.
No, I was rumpusing you this time.
Helio. I'm going to rumpus also.
No, you're exactly right. I mean,
I'm going to go ahead and interrupt, Helio, just to help you out since you need an interruption. Yeah, he's dead wrong, and so are you for believing him. Thanks.
Well, I'm not believing him. I just saw him say it. That's all I'm saying. He said that it works the same on the globe or flat.
Well,
I mean, the test has never been done, so it's a presumption about the whole fucking thing. Nobody ever did it.
Anybody says that anything works on a ball is already insane. So there's no such thing as something can work on a ball. No such thing. That's absolute pure insanity. Yep.
Agreed. I'm just saying that they're flat Earth Jesus, whatever.
Neil deGrasse
Hank said, but global Jesus.
When he says, "Oh, you can't see curvature of the Earth at that altitude," he's also wrong. So they're actually wrong about everything they say. Just so
nobody can see a globe from anywhere. Yeah, I mean, you can't see flat.
That's wrong.
Everywhere you look it's flat. So yeah. He's wrong.
So if Neil deGrasse Tyson says sometimes the sky is blue, is that wrong too?
You got to put it in context.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're
right.
gonna have
It's
to
have
show
some
me where he
behind it.
said the Earth looks blue.
We're talking
What's the
about
context?
real events.
If
Yes,
he
we're talking
says
about real events.
sometimes the
I
sky
didn't
is
say
blue,
everything. I didn't say everything he believes or says. I said everything they say in the context of telling you something to escape reality. What context do you think I was using? You're looking for a problem, Hank, that doesn't exist. Why would you do that? What's the point?
Yeah, sky's blue. Everybody's experienced that throughout history. I mean, there is no, and as far as a test to figure out why the sky looks blue at high noon. I mean, there is no real test to actually figure that shit out.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that you understood that that was absolutely insane of him to say anything can work on some imagined ball creation cartoon.
Sure, yeah, of course.
Just want to make sure.
Hey, but my favorite claim by Neil deGrasse Tyson is like, I like the NFL and I like that ball. I like that ball earth and I like that football. The spin of the earth caused a football team to win a game.
Yeah, Glover's hating him for that. The Globetrotters and Jim Pandas. They hate him for that.
But do they love him for his claims about Aristophanes, which told him, hey, in that conversation he had with the guy, he's just like, hey man, it's flat Earth, globe Earth, it works the same. I mean, it's like they should hate him for that one too.
Haters gonna hate.
Yeah, you can see 70 miles away on 20 feet. You can get on a boat and see 70 miles away on a boat, Helio.
Oh, I know.
On a boat.
Do know. I know that shit. I'm like Hawaiian Islands, man. People can see an island from another island almost 100 miles away. Yeah.
On a boat.
On a boat. So if I can see, I'm seeing too far at 20 feet in the air. Why do people say, "Oh, you can't see curve"? Why do? And I hear it from both sides. What are you talking? No, yes, the Earth doesn't look the same on a ball. That's the point. Ever, if you can get just on top of your house and look down the street, it's over. That's not that's not what it's going. It's not going to look the same. Remember, 1 mile there's a hand width of curvature of Earth. You have 4 inches, 5 inches, whatever you want to. At 1 mile away, there's a slight curve. So no, if you can see 70, what do you mean I can't see curvature of 20,000 feet, 50? It would be curved everywhere. It would look like you're on a spherical object.
Man,
so
what
Helio,
what
that's
curve?
What you gotta work on.
Yeah, what
right,
curve?
There is none. That's the point.
What curve? What curve?
But he says
you just make some T-shirt and say what curve?
Right. So you got to be careful with these double-edged swords. Of course, people are going to use it when they need it, and then ignore it when they don't. People cherry pick, but that's the point. I mean, you can just get on a boat. A lighthouse shouldn't work.
I mean, it's the what's the argument where if you find one, I mean, no, it's the black swan. You find one black swan. What curve?
Oh, that's yeah. I don't understand that either. Why do we say this is as if there's a white swan? There is no white swan. That's another problem. Go ahead and put that on the list.
Well, it's not a problem. There's no problem there,
No, watch this, Helio. Has anybody ever used a zooming lens and said, "Yep, there's obviously a limit to our view. There's the curve"? No, it's never happened. So there are no white swans anyway. So it's another failed construct there. That's weird. You know why?
Yeah,
because it's a constant party. It's just a constant party in flat Earth. So who cares about the details?
It's because they skirt.
Well, it's a party. Welcome to my house party.
Has anybody tried to design an experiment that left optical refraction of all kinds out of it by doing it below the surface of water?
What's that? What's that?
Wait a minute. Below the surface.
If you had deep enough water Maybe a sonar ping from just below the surface versus one that's hundreds of feet below the surface.
You're gonna have to give context. What would that prove for one reason? But anyway,
it's about creating control variables.
All right, from where to where? You're gonna have to go over a certain distance, and you're gonna have to ping off of the surface.
My question was, has anybody thought about trying to design an experiment?
No, it wouldn't be necessary.
Why?
Why is that?
The reason we left is because you're taking us out of one fluid medium into another fluid medium to account for refraction, when both fluid mediums are going to cause the same.
That's why we use surface of water to determine whether this stationary Earth is a globe or flat, and
Are you
we've
saying
already
that
proven.
water is not much more homogeneous in its composition than
Show
air?
me bodies of water curving around a ball Earth. Show me that.
That's what the
Then we'll
experiment
start talking about something else.
If you're trying
Well,
to remove,
no,
if you're trying to remove optical limitations and hindrances, you wouldn't go from the air to water, would you? Because I mean, is that what you're trying to do? Just to remove?
No, I'm suggesting that perhaps there's an experiment where you could use sound through water as a more consistent medium than light through air.
Like submarines do.
Yeah. And is there a way you can design an experiment that would show a curvature or lack thereof?
All the sonar with the submarines actually prove a flat Earth. So, I mean, I don't know what.
Wow.
What?
It's a little
An
combative,
experiment
isn't it?
that's going to show curvature? I don't even know what you're saying, bro. What are you talking about?
Let's be a little more open-minded. Okay, so he's saying, is there something we could do below water that could also validate what we're seeing above water? So let's
through different means and
Wait a minute.
empirically substantiate.
That's backwards. Yeah, that would be backwards. If there was an anomaly underwater, I'd want to be able to see it. You don't see something and go, "Oh, I need to validate my vision some other way." No, this is backwards.
I think you're missing the point.
No, that would be a huge waste of time, and you're missing the entire point. It would be really ridiculous to spend that type of effort and money investing in submarines to do sonar pings underwater.
Who said submarines?
Yeah, that was already brought up.
So, what else? What?
Go ahead and
What
get
are
your
you
sonar
suggesting?
Okay. So this is a fairy tale conversation where we all I'm going to go to Glatt Flobe's house and we're going to make a sonar machine. Is that what you're saying, guys? We're talking
Not
with
at
some
all.
real amazing mad scientists here.
It's a straw man of what he said.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just build a clubhouse, guys. We'll just go up and play with the clubhouse, and we'll play spin the bottle at this point. It's great.
Yeah, let's stretch two
Argument
cups
of
of spring
absurdum.
under the ocean and try to talk to
I just
them.
don't
That's
understand
exactly
what
what
you're trying to tell
the
us.
most
As
absurd
if there's not
version.
thousands of submarines under the ocean using sonar right now.
Right,
Can we let
exactly.
Truth talk
Hasn't
to this
somebody
guy?
already done this? Right. What is
Can we let
it? So
Truth
you
talk
want
to
to
this guy?
publicly
Maybe
tell
Truth
people?
is more level-headed.
Right. So you add to the issues and publicly tell people, "Oh, you guys don't have enough issues. Now you have to go underwater to validate what you watch."
You are completely misunderstanding
I'm just saying, guys,
what I said
it's just-
and
there's
how I
such a-
said it.
You know, the things that are realized by the creation are clearly seen.
All right. Well, let's give them a second. I mean, if we're misunderstanding this, go ahead and tell us what you're talking about.
I posed a question. I
It
said,
has already
is
been
there
done.
a scientific experiment that we could conduct potentially that would eliminate atmospheric phenomenon from the possible contaminant group in the experiment? Not fully controlled, because weather is weather. Is there a
So
way
you
we
meant
could,
radar.
we could
Hold
remove
on.
weather?
Hold on. He said,
Can we remove weather from the potential skeptics from being a cause of them not believing the results? Is there a way we could do it underground with sound, or not underground, underwater with sound waves, and measure the time it takes for it to go from just below the surface, or an anchor with a thing that goes ping? You don't need a submarine. You just need to know the depth and measure the time delay from one to another and compare whether it's a right triangle or if it's a curve.
Someone said it's already been
hold
done.
on.
My hold on. Someone said it's already been done, so maybe there's an answer right in front of us under our nose. My homie from Bible study that I don't know your name, go. The guy who said it's already been done. You got the floor. Or post a link. I know you don't like talking
Oh, well,
about
I'm gonna use this opportunity right now. So we went from sonar to radar. Yes, radars and sonars.
Nobody
have been
said
used.
radar.
I know. I did. That's why I have brought it up. You're asking about this, and you can't even let me speak. That's the point. I speak 3 seconds, and you're emotionally triggered behind
And
this
then you
ridiculous.
spend 9 seconds.
I know you're
being
emotionally
butthurt.
triggered by an
it.
asinine, childish idea to pretend Clubhouse and use tools that are already used, already done, and already used in propagation dependent on a flat Earth. There's already documents on these things. Hank, I'm sorry you don't know about this. The point is, you're publicly telling people they have to do extracurricular things to trust their eyes. This is literally
That is
making
false.
people
That's
dumber.
a straw man.
You're
All
making
right,
people
so
dumber.
hold on.
This is really sad.
There's
You're
no
making
reason to
people
be
dumber.
there's no reason to be
There
so
is.
provocative
There's
about
a
it.
big reason. Yeah,
Well,
there's a big
not,
reason. There's a
like,
big
okay,
reason.
so
You're not listening.
all Hank asked is if you said it was done is to just post it and share it. If
No,
it's been done and no
it,
one's seen it,
no,
just post it and share it.
I don't think he even said that it has been done or can be done. But what his idea was, he said, let's use some science and see if it can be done. So, what's the naturally observed phenomenon if we're going to use science? What's the first thing that you're going to do? A naturally observed phenomenon that you're going to be testing. Which one?
Okay, let's not bust his balls on science. We'll educate him on science after this is over with. Remind us. We'll educate you. All right. So obviously, it's not a scientific question, but 2 people have claimed that it's already been done underwater, so-called observations or experiments. What are they? 2 people claimed it. Let's see it. Are flat earthers supposed to make claims and they're not? I mean, maybe it's already
I
posted.
mean, nobody here made claim. We already know that sonar has
2
been
people so
done.
far have said that it's
Been done.
I merely posited, is there an experiment that could be conducted? That's it. Everybody else
Right.
freaked out.
Based on what natural phenomena that we can test? Based on what?
Based on the consistency of the speed of sound through water or salt water.
And that's sonar. It's already been done.
Well, it wouldn't be an experiment. It would.
Yeah, it's not an experiment. It's just a test. It's been measured.
How about
that? It would just be trying to measure by using sound. And I'm just look. I don't think it would even be a good way. Because look, if they're not even going to believe their eyes, and if they're not going to accept the data from, and they want to like make up shit just to try to justify their belief, they're just going to do the same thing and double down even in another medium. I don't even think it would even be, because it would be easier to measure in the atmosphere than it would in water. I mean, maybe there would be some people that would believe it better. I don't know, but
sure, maybe there's a different idea that, I mean, maybe we're not thinking about the same way that you're. What exactly do you mean by this?
Okay, let me just say that he's new, right? He hasn't been around here very long. He's got questions. Is it okay for flat earthers to ask questions to flat earthers? I mean, Iron, how long have you been here, bro? Oh,
are you talking about me?
Yeah, I recant. I didn't know that Iron's been here for a minute.
Yeah, I've been here for quite a while.
Well, I apologize, bro. I'm not good with names. I'm retarded, okay?
Yeah, I don't look much when people are talking whose green circles up. I agree. But all I was asking was, is there an experiment that could be designed? I was really not trying to open this can of worms.
Can I say something? I don't think it would get rid of what you want to get rid of. You want to get rid of the atmospheric obstructions, but the oceans are a more inconsistent medium than the atmosphere. And they too,
well, that's all you had to say.
And they too are affected by the weather. I wasn't done talking, bro. There's also underwater weather patterns. So it's a good ideal, but I don't think anybody would buy it. See, so I'm one that wouldn't waste my time on anything that wouldn't be productive.
That's why I asked the question and framed it as a question.
That's why I said if you're trying to
be rude.
That's why I said if you're trying to remove the impedances that are like or any hindrances, you're actually just adding more.
It was just a thought experiment. I don't understand how it got so out of control and so much derision.
No, it's not derision. It was the Prana effect, right? It was probably our fault for laughing, right? We shouldn't have laughed. The reason I laughed is because I thought it wasn't a serious question, right? And then I realized that you were asking a serious question. So then I started taking it seriously, but by then the piranhas had already smelt blood in the water and attacked your ass. So I apologize.
Well, and just like Michael was talking about the different
waste
mediums.
Too much time trying to figure out why, because you probably never will.
I was simply trying to point out that if you can fundamentally change the medium just by going a foot lower from your observation of right above the water, perhaps there is something that's different that can be exploited. I just have never heard anybody talk about it or even explore that idea.
You just still have the same effects on the water. Sonar is sound resonance, right? Sonar. So the water affects sonar same way atmosphere affects radio waves. So it's not very much cleaner.
I feel like hot pockets in the air or wind and stuff like that has a more substantial effect, or at least is more influential. Even if the density of the medium is less, it might average out, or it might even be less than what is smaller going on in the water.
The density of the medium we know is greater in water.
Right. So a smaller change in the water might have 10 times more of the effect of what it would in air. I'm just an exploratory idea. Like,
yeah, I know. I'm just
trying to hack the problem.
Listen, bro, this is the problem. See, when this is what happens, this is part of engineering, you know, collaboration. See, so multiple people come up with reasons or variables that would affect it, and the person with the ideal starts to get frustrated. But if you don't cover all the variables, it's just a waste of time.
And at no point was I against being told I'm wrong. I don't think I even made a positive
I won't
claim.
tell you you're wrong. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm just pointing out variables. You got the same things underwater. You got hot water springs, underwater flows, underwater eddies, storms above the water can cause eddies below the water that kick up rocks, dust, particles, all that. There's just as much obstruction for sound in the water as there is for radio waves in the atmosphere, if not more. There's a lot of debris on the ocean floor.
Just wanted to make sure we had that covered.
Yeah, I was just giving you my honest opinion. Right.
It never really was my opinion. That's why I was confused with all of the animosity.
You're good, bro. There's no animosity.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
No, if you thought this was animosity, then you took it wrong, bro.
Yeah, you took it wrong. They're just saying we'd have to account for this, we'd have to account for that. That's not animosity. That's collaboration.
Somebody called me stupid.
Oh, well.
Well, I get called stupid all the time, and I never take
That same
offense.
person said you should see 4 inches of curve over land, which is idiotic because over land there's topography. I wouldn't expect to see uniform curvature over land. Anybody that says they should, they're an idiot. Over water, yes, maybe, but not over land. Land has topography. It's like a spore with a gravitational model that holds water in a circle, not the land. No one even says the land is curved. It's topographical. This is common knowledge. I mean, how would you expect to see 4 inches of curve in a mile if you're looking at a mountain range? Is that kind of idiotic? Or if you're on the mountain looking in the fucking valley?
Here's the thing about refraction. It shouldn't even be like there shouldn't even be any issue with it, right? Because refraction is only going to shorten the horizon. This is what they're going to have to come to realize. Like, if you see, it's not going to extend your field of view. It's not going to extend the horizon further than what it should be. And that's the whole point. And if they're not going to face that and address that, then they're not even going to consider. And it's much easier for people to go out and verify something if all they have to do is go out across land or across water, a body of water. Even if you were to be able to do some kind of test, like how many people would be able to verify it? It's like every angle that if you consider it, I don't know, it just. But anyway, they have to face the fact that you can just see too far. Refraction,
and they also have to deal with the fact that bodies of water have to curve on the surface if they believe in gravity. That's a big thing right there. It's just like, I never experienced this, but I look across the ocean, I see a level horizon, but that's the curve. And when I move toward the curve, it just looks like more curve. And eventually I'm going to get across the curve to another part of the curve, Earth, and that's the globe. If I stand still, it's flat, but if I move, it's a goddamn curve.
Very simple. Just find us the curvature measurement. We can go out and see. Let's all go together, pack some PB&Js and some Capri Suns. We'll go out and check the
Capri
world
Sun.
ourselves.
Yeah,
Capri
right.
Suns.
That's my kid gets in her lunch, damn it.
Oh, shit.
Whatever you want to bring with you. Whatever floats your boat.
I'll rock that PB&J. We'll bring some nanas and some distilled water, too, because I like peanut butter jelly and bananas.
Okay. Whatever you want to bring.
Look at that monkey enjoying the Capri Sun. Look at that.
I know. Look, you can't even see the package. I want to see what the fuck I'm drinking. You know what fruit drinks do when they're spoiled and nasty?
Yeah, it's all moldy inside. You can't even see.
Motherfuck you and Capri Sun.
Little bit of air get up in there. You don't even know what you're drinking.
So don't have Capri Sun. And then
I would recommend nobody drink
in
Capri
your
Sun.
life.
And then let's go out and all of us
You're gonna
Glovers
drink
and Flatter.
something out of a bottle. You should be able to see the liquid you're drinking.
Where'd the XO go? Damn it!
And then Glovers and Flat Earthers with our PB&Js together can snack and look at how flat the Earth is. Thanks. That's all I wanted to say.
I've been listening on YouTube for about an hour, man, and you guys been cracking me up. Why are you guys picking on Glat Flow, man?
I think Glat Flow's been trying to leave for like over an hour. He's like, I'm too tired. I just want to get on.
Bro, no, I'm good. I'm good, man. No worries.
Yeah, I'm about to leave too. I mean, it's midnight. I got to be at work in the morning. So
after midnight, we're gonna let it all hang down.
We'll let everybody take care of this because I'm too tired.
Grandpa J.
Yeah, Michael J. Smith just got here. He's ready to do a whole 48-hour shift.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, I was just listening, and you guys had me busting the gut.
See, that's what you guys do to me. Is just like I hear some shit, I have to jump in. And
yeah, I was just listening. I was like, these guys are fucking funny as shit.
And then I realized it's midnight, and I'm like, God dang it, I have to go to work in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta fix the fucking excavator, man. I'm redoing the
track. You got shit to do too.
Well, I could be doing it right now.
So that's why that Glat Flow has to hold it down.
Is that really why I'm here? Is that all all I'm good for? When you get too drunk and Battle Mod gets too busy, I'm supposed to fucking hold it down, huh?
Did you forget about that $5 an hour I'm paying you?
I didn't forget about the $350. You think you're paying me $5?
Goddamn,
we need to have another meet and greet. You feel me?
Damn.
You ain't getting no $350 out of me, knockbust. Now get the hell out of here.
Get the hell on.
Shit.
Funny.
Anybody in the chat here want to talk about Earth shapes?
Only if it's Earth women.
And I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette and eat something, and I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow.
Sounds good,
Thanks,
Helio.
guys. Fun stuff. You guys are the shit.
Enjoy them cigarettes. I know they're delicious.
I hear you.
Yeah,
They're
man.
not delicious. I mean, sometimes I smoke and it's just like, this is horrible. And then sometimes I'm like, yes.
That's what she said. Have a good night, Helio.
I know. That is what she said. I don't know. She didn't say it to me, though, but it was always yes for me. So whatever.
All right, then. Good to know. I didn't have any. Hey, listen, I didn't have any doubts, Helio. I had no doubts. Get some rest, big guy. Okay, shooter.
That was kind of gross. I didn't mean to
Take it easy on the carbs.
Sounded bad. Yeah, the carbs. Yeah, I'll try to take it easy on the carbs. That's why I drink light beer.
Okay.
I don't even want to try to pick that one apart. There's too much to it.
Yeah, you don't want inside this huge skeleton.
I drink nothing but malt liquor.
Light beer, is it a plasma brew?
Ooh, a plasma brew. Oh, what is that?
I like that.
Photonic.
What's a plasma brew? Plasma brew. That's good. I like that one. Truth prevails.
Oh, you said light beer. Is it light in a can that you drink?
Truth, are you awake tonight?
Yeah, it's Miller Lite. I drink a lot of Miller Lite.
That's Panther piss.
Ooh,
yeah, but it's
I think, Hank, I don't know, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming.
You're not Irish enough. I don't know, though. Maybe you are. I don't know. No, you said you're Italian.
Yeah, Italian.
You said you're
Italian and Cherokee Indian, Sioux Indian, and Italian, I reckon.
Damn. Bet you was feisty when you was young.
I think I could get my cat to do that. I think I could get my cat to do that. That what level is posted. As long as I don't freaking try to pet him. Yeah,
You can't go anywhere, man. Who are we going to pick on? Helio's leaving. You're leaving. All right, who else we got in here?
Joshua's still here.
Pick on Joshua.
Pick on Joshua.
I'm still here. Let's try to keep on truth.
Mayor. Roger.
I was going to say, when I was young, I got in a lot of fights. I was extremely feisty. But now that I'm older, I don't want to fight.
Wait, was I supposed to grow out of that feistiness at some point?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oops.
So you're still feisty, huh? You still grab a bitch by a weave and break her eyes with the nails, huh?
Yep, I'm from the Smackahoe tribe. You know what's up.
Oh shit!
With the Smackahoe tribe. Hey, you know what they call a lesbian dinosaur?
No. We know. We don't want to know.
Oh, you already know.
I don't know.
You already know. A lickalotopus.
Oh, says the Suckadickosaurus.
Walked right into that one.
Yeah, he walked right into that.
Oh, sweet.
I tried to warn you, Julio. I knew Mike had something for you.
Oh, hold on. Let me think. No, you guys got to let me. I got to go. I have to do this
Mike
myself.
doesn't need rap to battle your ass.
I know. I mean, yeah, he's a champion. He's the ultimate champion of everything.
I've been taking a break. I'm trying to let the sun shine on some other dog's ass.
Plus, I've been trying to talk less, but I'm not very successful.
I heard that over the last hour, Hank. I heard that. I fucking decided to do this excavator rather than pay the company, and it saves a lot of money. But fuck, I didn't know how big a fucking project I was getting into.
It's a lot of time.
Now I'm back into assembly. It's all assembly from here.
How much money you save by doing it yourself?
About $25,000.
Oh shit, that's a lot of money.
It is. It is.
And not to mention how much money you're going to make with it next season excavating.
Right, but yeah, I use some upgraded parts.
You'd be like, all right, I'm going to push myself to make another $25,000 by doing it myself.
Fuck, the way I feel right now, I'm feeling like I should have just gave them their fucking money.
I know.
Fuck. I literally woke up this morning, ate, and went to the barn and just came out to said, fuck it, it's time to get off.
The animals always come first in the morning, right?
Yeah, and I got the excavator in the big barn, so.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they're heavy parts, dude. I'm having to set up winches.
So you have to set up the different
cranes,
parts, all the different tools on that.
Yeah, listen. You can't just take these parts off by hand. You unfasten them, hook them to a crane, and then swing them off. That's how heavy this shit is. It's big shit. Yeah. It's like working on a semi.
You can't do it yourself or by yourself, but
no,
you have to have.
Shit, 3 men aren't going to move a 350-pound roller.
Yeah, of course.
So you got to have a winch and a cherry picker or a boom. So I had to make
$25,000 though, man. Fuck yeah! I'd be out there. I'll be working my dick off for $25,000.
Yeah,
I know, but I mean, I don't know, but I'm a po man. Anyway.
My back's fucking killing me. That's all I can say.
All right, well, good on you, man. Getting your ass out there. Freaking Leveless is posting some shit on there.
Just one more beer, Helio. Stick around for another hour.
Nope. I'm gonna go to bed so I can go make my measly freaking.
Let me translate that for you.
Cabinet builder wedges.
All out of beer.
Oh, I have plenty of beer. I just know that if I stay up, then I'll get in trouble because I will stay up all night and then I won't go to work and then I might get fired. So this is my good night.
Don't do that. Good night, y'all.
Good night, Elio. Good night.
All right, guys. You guys keep it up.
Roger.
You guys are doing a great job. Good stuff.
Roger can't wait for the Americans to go to bed.
He's like, fuck you, Americans. Most fucking Americans don't like flat earthers. They like planets. By the way, where's MacGyver been? That dude hasn't been around in a while.
Dude, where's Trace? Trace is always holding on for it.
Oh, Drake was on here for like 2 hours yesterday. What are you talking about? Oh. He's put his time in. I sent him his check.
Check's in the mail.
Did he finally get a what do you call it? PayPal? Did he finally get a PayPal?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask him about that. I'm just fucking around. I don't think I sent Drace any money. Then you want to.
I want to send Drace some money. I enjoy the music.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, you're gonna have to ask him about that.
I'd like to send Chocolate some money too.
Yeah, sure.
Because I know
everybody should support each other. Yeah, I mean, even if it's $5 every once in a while. Like, every time somebody makes a new song, man, yeah, send them $5, man. If everybody does that, everybody will be like, it'll be worth it to them. You know, it's good stuff. Sorry, Hank, you were about to say the same thing, I guess, but
No, I don't care. Sure.
no,
I need to
no,
learn shut the fuck up. I'm gonna practice shutting the fuck up. That's what I need to do.
no. I don't need to practice that. I just have shut the fuck up built into my bones, but nobody says it. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, you need to practice talking. Practice your etiquette, bro.
I actually what I was going to say, and I think you were about to say the same thing. When people come out with new music, if they do have a PayPal account that they put in their description, send them a couple bucks, man. PayPal only takes 3%. You know, if you have a PayPal account and you put a new song out or any on your YouTube channel, if you have,
And tell you the truth, I want to send them a honey. You know, not a honey bun, but just a honey.
All right, cool. You want to send me a honey? PayPal only takes 3%. So
Yeah,
when I get a donation,
that
when I get a donation, it's you know, if you give me a honey, I get like 97. You know what I'm saying?
Hundy.
Anyway,
oof.
Give me one of them Ben Franklin's, I get 97. But if you send a super chat, Google takes 30%. But you can't give a super chat because Google demonetized my channel a long time ago. Well, anyway. But the PayPal link's still there. Patreon, whatever. But yeah, I mean, and that goes for everyone else. I mean, if you have your own, I mean, if you put music out, promote it on the Discord. If you have a PayPal account, you want people to send you some money for all the work you've done on your music and stuff, man, just put your PayPal account out there. Set up your PayPal account to receive donations, 3%, man. So somebody sends you $30. Does it dox you? I don't know. I mean, I don't really give a shit about that.
Yeah, because I got my real name up to my PayPal.
Well, there's a way to set up another PayPal, I guess.
Use Cash App.
No, well, as far as your donation PayPal account doesn't necessarily have to be connected to your original PayPal account. You can. I don't even remember how I set mine up, but I've never been worried about that because I don't care if people know where I am because come after me and see what happens, you know, but whatever. But yeah, I mean, there's a way.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm down with Dennis Cash. Come see about Mike Smith, bitch.
Yeah,
you're gonna regret it when you get here.
Yeah, it was just like, what do what are you gonna find when you get here? I mean, good luck with that. But
last thing I'm gonna say to you is my full name, Michael Jonathan Smith, bitch. Don't ever forget it.
Well, my name's Dennis Cash. I mean, everybody. I mean, it's not really hard to find me. You know, I mean, you can find out where I live. I mean, but you know, what are you gonna do when you get here?
Oh, there's millions of Mike Smiths, dude. Good luck. That's all I got to say.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I can find you, Mike. But anyway, I haven't looked actually where you're at. But as far as everything, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not hard to find me either. But but you can also like set up. You can set up a PayPal account that's associated with your original PayPal account for donations that won't dox you. I mean, you just have to look into it, you know. So, you know, you'll get like my PayPal account is paypal.me/dmcastjr, which you know that's in the description of my videos. When you click that link, you can use your PayPal account to send me money, and PayPal will take 3% of it, and they'll give me the rest.
Cash App's pretty simple if you want to use it. They don't take none of your money, and you get you all they see is your username. And then you can also get a debit card. It's like a debit card. It's a Cash App card, and it also only has your username on it. So you can leave the money in your Cash App account if you want and use the card, or you can just go online and or on your app on your phone, and you can send the money from your Cash App account back to your bank or whatever. So I don't know. I think Cash App is just easy and simple to use.
Yeah, I could also put my real PayPal account on there, and you guys can send me money as friends, and they won't take shit, because I send money to friends all the time through PayPal, and they don't charge me a dime. So if you want to be a friend, I can give you my real thing, and then you can just send me money. I won't
Wait a minute.
lose
Who's
it.
sending free money? Who's sending
PayPal? I mean, I send money to family all the time,
Let me
and
sign
PayPal
up.
doesn't charge me shit. Well, I mean, I have my PayPal account is associated with my bank account, and if I need to send money to a family or friends, I can send it to them without a charge.
Might as well just put a $100 bill inside an envelope.
But if you do use Cash App, though, let me know, and I will give you my username, and you can, or I will give you. No, hang on. I'll give you a referral link. Is what I'll give you, and if you use it, then I get $15. The first $5 transaction that you do.
All right, I'll check that one out too. I'll put that in the. I might sign up with Cash App, and I don't know. Maybe it may be beneficial for all of us. How I be when I see Cash App me? Look at Levelist. Anyway, it's just the way it is. I mean,
and I just remembered that that's not why I was telling you about Cash App. I wasn't trying to make $15, Hank.
No, Hank knows that. He's just giving.
However,
shit.
If you do, just let me know.
Funny how? Like a clown? Man, do I amuse you? No. Just going with your link that you showed earlier, you mean.
I just delivered to the darkest area's house. I can't remember the last time I was kind of nervous about delivering. Oh, shit, almost went in the ditch. My job is hard sometimes, guys. I mean, not physically tough or anything like that. It's just like, there's no street lamps. I didn't even see the house when I passed the first time. I had to take my GPS's word for it. And I get back and there's no lights anywhere. It's like,
the hell are you talking about, Hank? Are you in a bad neighborhood?
I guess. There ain't no lights around. You can't see nobody trying to rape you.
Oh, shit.
Hide your kids, hide your wives.
You got your 9 on you?
You know.
All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
All right, peace.
Sleep tight, Helio.
So, Truth, I got to ask you, with the Italian and the Native American, did you fight a lot growing up? Did you get in a lot of fights?
Well, I mean, Italian and Native American is that like a known thing of them or something? Because I mean, I don't think it had anything to do with me being Italian or Native American. But yeah, I mean, I actually did.
Italian women are feisty.
Hell yeah, they are.
And Native women, they're not scared to get dirty.
Nope.
So I would fear that combination myself, right?
Well, I'll tell you this. My youngest daughter had a genetics specialist, right? And he said once he graduated, and I don't know if I think he got his master's, but he said once he learned that, like in college, when he was becoming a genetics specialist, He said that he learned that through the genetics. He said Italian women are like genetically disposed to be very loyal and very family oriented. So when he started looking for a wife, he made sure that he looked for an Italian woman. Like, he literally told me that's how he found his wife. He dated a lot of women, but he would not marry them. He wanted to marry an Italian woman, and he got this idea from the genetics, like, which I don't. It doesn't mean, look, trust me, my mother's Italian too, and it doesn't mean that every Italian woman's going to be that way. Because trust me, she's not.
Right. It's just by and large, yeah. Yeah, but when I think of fighters, I think like if I met somebody who was like half Irish and half Mexican, oh yeah, this dude can fight.
Oh, the Italian stallion, eh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, didn't Rome conquer like nearly the whole world?
Italy, Rome? Come on. Rome pre-existed Italy.
They didn't get Scotland.
Fuck no, you bastards! We'll show you our asses, and then your spears.
I give the Scots respect for that. Hadrian's Wall.
Fuck yeah. The Highlanders. There could be only one motherfucker, and it's not you. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, I love the fact that there's certain parts that they were like, the Romans were like, those Scandinavians, they're a lot like us. They got pagan gods, and we really shouldn't go kick their asses. And then the people were like, yeah, if they got pagan gods, we shouldn't go. They're just like us. And then the emperor must have been like, yes, they bought it. Fuck.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they do. They still do that. They like put this propaganda out there, and then they sit back and wait to see how we react.
Exactly.
That's what they're waiting on, see if we buy it.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they even have to do that anymore. They can assume it and move on. They can put anything they want to out there. People buy it.
Yeah, I think that's what they think right now, and they don't know. At least 50% of us are ready to just fuck shit up.
I think the whole Kyle Rittenhouse thing was it's a show trial to invest encouragement into the Antifa type. Well, if these motherfuckers are carrying guns, we're gonna carry guns, right? Because these leftists, they're not really anti-gun, right? They're just
They want to invoke that Operation Garden Plot for the army. They want civil unrest, martial law. They want us to thin the numbers out. Fighting each other so they don't have to. Because they know they could never win it.
I'll tell you what, it would be like one hell of a thing if somebody said, hey, you want to go to war against Texans? Well, fuck no. Well, how about we let them go to war with each other first, right? Or Michiganders, or pretty much any red-blooded state.
We got more
you want to go to
veterans, more guns than any other state. I mean,
if it was like, hey, you want to go kick California's ass? It'd be like, do we really even have to fight?
Surf's up,
we only
bro.
got 10 rounds.
I know most Michiganders can shoot a deer running before they're 15. Running, hit a moving target from a distance.
I never thought about that. That actually sounds fun.
Yeah, my daughter got her first year out, moving target. And I always target trained her. She never shot a moving target, but she hit that deer from about 75 yards. Put a new hole right between the eyeballs with a 12-gauge slug, 3-inch Magnum. I was like, yeah. She said, what do you think? I said, summer sausage, tenderloins. What do you think I think? Dinner.
Backstrap, yeah.
Right. Dinner.
Well, that's easy, right, Mike? Just shoot your bullet and wait till the Earth turns underneath it, right?
Well, yeah, on a spinning top, see, you got to shoot 5 foot in front of it, and then it just rotates into the bullet. Like, wait for it, bam! See, I got that bitch.
So if you want to
Just
shoot
like
someone in
Vietnam.
Australia, then you just shoot straight up in the air, and by the time the bullet comes back down, it'll hit someone in
What
Australia.
you got to watch out for though is that your bullet doesn't get refracted over the horizon, come around, and shoot yourself in the ass. You know what I'm saying? You really got to worry about that.
Refracted fragments. Ooh,
I've
that
actually,
sounds like a good.
Oh my
you see that
gosh,
gif?
that's
That
Josh.
gif of the deer beating up the guy. I actually seen that in my lifetime, a deer beating up on my brother. And I was on the opposite side of him, so I couldn't shoot the deer because I was scared I'd shoot my brother.
Dude, I can just imagine you, right? Because you said you were into boxing. I can just imagine you putting your dukes up.
I was yelling to my brother, climb that tree, climb that tree. Like, that's literally dangerous, man. That, you know, how many times they can stab you at once, man. 12 point. He got 12 points. My brother
ain't no joke, eh?
Yeah, right. My brother literally had hoof marks all up and down him, and he had to climb a tree to get away from him. And then I just shot a couple shots at him, and they ran, him and the doe. Because my brother was getting ready to shoot the doe with his bow and arrow, and the buck was crawling around behind him on his belly. And he just jumped up out of nowhere and started beating my brother's ass. Like, that's my woman, punk. You ain't eating tonight. That there's mine. Them's my babies.
My deliciousness.
Yeah, deer aren't stupid, dude. When they'll crawl on their bellies 100 yards behind you rather than go in front of you, tell me they're not conscious of where they are and what's going on. I say you're full of shit. Deer
Do they
aren't
really?
dumb.
Do they really crawl on their bellies so that they can't be seen?
Oh yeah, they're more agile in the forest than a marine. They blend right in. They'll lay down on their belly and creep inch by inch.
To get past your ass.
Yeah. They'll smell you. They almost know exactly where you are from the way the wind's blowing. And then they'll try to take a route that goes behind you. They'll send, like they send does out there when, because a lot of people won't shoot a doe. They don't have a doe permit. So the does can dance around in the field and everybody's watching the doe, and that's when the buck's sneaking around behind them. And they're smart enough to know who they're after.
Yeah, like when they're in the what do they call it? Like the no hunting zones. Like they'll be all chill and shit. Like they'll just be like, "What? What are you gonna do?" And then once they get out of that area, so they're like hunting for like food or a mate, then they go back into sneak mode.
Yep.
So the wildlife preserves, you can just like walk up to certain animals, and they're like, "What you gonna do, bro?" Like I'm on the fence.
They're smart.
Yeah, they are.
I hate that when people say animals aren't conscious. Well, you're just an idiot who's never dealt with animals.
Obviously.
Tell me, go out in the
I can see the
woods.
spirit. I can see their spirit.
Go out in the woods where there's a mountain lion at, and when he eats your ass, you tell him, "You can't eat me. You're not smart enough to know you're hungry, and I'm food."
Or
I'm getting a whole life of animals.
Or elephants that will mourn the same spot year after year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I heard some really interesting things about Dr. Sickle testing on monkeys on some island or some shit.
Well, listen. I mean, aren't you supposed to like use the sickle to harvest and then separate the wheat from the chaff?
The morons from the moronics.
And that's kind of what this is doing too.
Yeah. The moronics. Are you moronic? I don't know. The first one they said was going to work. Shit, I figured 3 or 4 more of them ought to get it done.
So what'd you say you
Moron.
was doing? Testing on monkeys? Do what now?
Damned if
Dr. Sickle.
what that there name moron mean? Damned if and I know, but we's it. Woohoo!
Always got to make fun of the hillbilly knee slappers. But
that could be a
they're
hee
probably the
haw
most woke. Yeah, they're probably the most woke on the plane. But yeah, Dr. Sickle was recently caught doing some pretty crude studies on monkeys to where that was like pain tolerance studies or something like that. Like to do with like how much pain they can withstand. I wish I could cite my source, but I don't remember where I saw it from. Dr. Grouchy monkey study island pain. I should pull it up.
Well, if that's what they're admitting to, then I'd hate to know what they're really doing.
I don't think they admitted to it. I think it's something they found. Because they should be. I don't know what they're actually doing. Like, for all I know, Rand Paul, he's probably an actor. Right? That's why he got that good curly hair. But I'm just saying, if he's not, then they should be looking into this motherfucker like nobody's business. Rand Paul got that curly hair. He got that good hair.
I don't know if he's an actor. I think he's just kind of, I don't know, man, because he's, like, if you listen to him and if you've listened to his dad, I just think they can't do any more than what they do. I think they know better. I think they know that there's boundaries that they can't get. They can't cross the line and get, they have to stay within certain boundaries. I mean, he did get beat up and his ribs broke, and I don't know, did it puncture his lung or? Well, I know they beat him up and broke several of his ribs when he was getting a pretty good following too when he was running for president. Rand Paul. Now Ron is.
I don't know, Rand.
And he's totally against making it mandatory.
So, who liked my mayonnaise mustard bologna cake?
Not me. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. Continue.
Sorry.
Well, creative. That's all I can say. Creative.
What kind of cake, Josh? I mean, because I don't think.
Okay, imagine this, Hank. You know how an apple stack cake? Have you ever had an apple stack cake?
Nope.
You never had an apple stack cake?
No.
Oh my god!
I don't know. If I have had it, I've had apple pie.
All right, just imagine a cake that's like 7 layers, a 7-layer cake. And instead of a cake, you've got bologna with mayonnaise in between it, and then you put mayonnaise on top of it, make it look like a cake, and then use, like, for decoration, you use mustard to make like little flowers on it.
The base is important. The base is wheat bread. A slice of wheat bread. Yeah.
Someone likes bologna and just a little bit too much. I would say mayonnaise because there's more mayonnaise in that thing than anything.
Look, I think I've probably made my own because I used to watch Scooby-Doo and smoke pot back in the 90s and make like tower sandwiches. So I probably done did that. No apples though. Apples enough.
I like the aluminum pie plate, so you don't have to do any dishes afterward.
You eat off aluminum?
Throw the whole thing away.
I guess we do eat off plastic.
I can't believe you've never eaten an apple stack cake.
You know what we ought to do, guys? We got to just start asking women. Oh, never mind. Go phone call.
I'm gonna have to make one, freeze it, and mail it to you. I don't know how it would be. I don't think it would be good frozen though. After
The
it's
recipe work. Just give me that recipe. I'll pass it down.
How did you find that, Joshua?
Random post on Facebook.
Okay. Because I'm trying to think what you would have been looking for to accidentally stumble across that.
Random shit post.
So over in the Federation of Globe Earthers server, one of the guys there that was banned from here, I think is like he's been wanting to get unbanned. He hasn't asked me yet, but I heard someone else mention that he was wanting back in the server. And when I looked back over in the chat earlier before I came into this one, because I hadn't actually even looked at it in a couple weeks, but they're like trying to tag. They're begging the flat earthers to talk to him, and so I don't know. Maybe we could get some. I don't know if they're permabanned. If they're not permabanned, maybe we could get some of them back in here if they want to come, and because there's like 5 or 6 of them. You know which server I'm talking about, don't you? FGE, Federation of Globe Earth.
Federation of Globe Earth.
They must be Star Trek jerk nerds. What was that, Hank?
Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk was the real captain.
Captain Kirk went to the Enterprise. Well, not quite the Enterprise, just up there in the penis.
Long neck.
According to the story, but seriously, do you think a 75-year-old man would survive? Or wait, how old is he? 77? 77-year-old man survive a rocket launch?
I posted a link to it, Hank, if you want it.
Bro, he's 90. He's 90 years old.
Holy fuck, he's 90? Yeah, there ain't no fucking way.
Hopefully you put in my DMs.
I didn't, but I will.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. You're going to be sending me cake. I just started keto. Today's day 3. This is my first day. Keto cooking.
Sad thing is if you look at the suit and you Photoshop out the head of William Shatner and like overlay the image of Bezos and Photoshop out like Jeffrey Bezos and put some other like qualified pilot there, and yeah, because it's the same image where he's wearing
Yeah, I
that.
noticed that. And plus, they didn't even go to space. So you blew your wad, but you didn't get what you wanted. He spent all that money.
Yeah,
How'd they get rid of that shadow where Shatner's name is?
What was that, Roger?
Oh yeah, I just posted it in the live stream, Joshua. What you're saying?
Yeah, I see that.
I
That's
don't
crazy,
think
huh?
I don't think that's a shadow. I think is it.
Well, because the one where it says Bezos is more convincing than the one that says Shatner. That looks photoshopped. Font's completely off.
It is.
They look like they're the same age, actually.
It is Photoshop.
Yeah.
The color and the lighting's different. Is all.
They can't help themselves.
It's the same shirt. The same.
His fat ass couldn't fit in that freaking jumpsuit.
Isn't it, Roger? It's the same. It's the same one. It looks like to me like they just photoshopped their face onto it.
Yeah. Look at it. It's the exact same shirt. I'm even wondering if Jeff Bezos is truly in that shirt, right? If they didn't just stick his hat on. But the William Shatner one is fake. I had multiple glowers telling me, yeah, that's just the media. That's the sun doing that. The sun did that.
Blame it on the sun, huh?
And then you show them the stock footage of the headshot.
Whenever they start blaming stuff on the sun, that's how you know the God of the gaps.
And yeah, actually, that image of Bezos is also photoshopped. There's another pilot that has that. It could have even been that one that ended up crashing in that Cessna crash. I can't find it right now, but I saw it on one of the Facebook groups. It was like 3 photos and like the original.
Photoshop because it has to be, right?
Well, they got that deep fake technology now, so.
Yeah, you heard Dr. Jordan B. Peterson do Rap God? Thanks.
So what? They've been just giving us shallow fakes. Now they're giving us deep fakes.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, if you do like a forum like this, where it's usually just auditory, they just have to listen to about 15 hours of your audio like signature, and they can create an algorithm to where like the robot that reads text will have your voice.
Maybe I should change it up every morning.
Yeah, need a voice changer.
How's the background noise?
Not bad. It's not real bad. I think I can hear you a little bit better though. You were kind of muffled earlier and had to strain to make it what you were saying half the time. Sound pretty clear now.
I think if I shaved, it would help.
No, don't shave.
No, I got the baby face. I can't shave.
What does shaving have to do with it? Is your mic in your beard or something?
Yeah.
Can't you just take the mic out of your beard?
Yeah, so I got the Bluetooth stem headphones. So it's like the Apple iPod, but I'm not stupid enough to pay that much money. So my stem comes out of my ear at the bottom, like in between the lobe and that little wee sticky out part that gets pierced. That, you know, like if you hold your ear closed, like you push that button and it flaps over the hole. I don't know what it's called. But yeah, it sticks out in between there and it goes right down into my beard. So,
What was that? Your beard was saying something.
I know, right? See, man, I grew up talking on CB radio, right? My first pickup truck had a 9-foot steel whip and a sideband radio. So, you know, if I could make it out, like, I don't care. But I guess everybody else didn't grow up on that shit. So they're like, hey, I can't hear you. I can't understand you. It's like, well, try listening. No, I know my shit sucks. I got Metro PCS. I
So,
apologize.
you ever hear this when you're trying to talk? Smack, dummy. Oh, audio. Audio on channel 2-3. Come on. Break.
You remind me of this perverted old guy who would just get on the damn thing and just talk shit. Like he's talking nasty.
We used to do that. Turn up the amps. Be like, oh, Skipland 230, Money Mike, Major Michigan, break. Come on. I got a Demon 1500 amp, Cobra GTL 24,000, and rakes and beams, bro.
I think I had a Cobra sideband radio. Now that you mention it.
I got sideband, super sideband. This was I even got my grandma's old station. It's a Galaxy 10,000. That motherfucker puts out 150 watts by itself. So yeah, I grew up on CB. Be in the cornfield and I hear breaker, this your grandma, boys. Get your ass in the house for lunch.
I remember talking to the coal miners. I remember talking to the truckers. Talking to all kinds of people.
Our farm trucks would have PA speakers under the hood, and you'd have to leave the CB on and switch it to PA. So if your mom and dad yelled at you and you was on the back 40, you know.
Yep.
That was a modern day cell phone. Like, bitch, I called you 10 times. Why did you not mic up on your CB?
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we used to tell my dad I was taking a shit. Where was your brother? He was shitting next to me. We was all shitting, old man. Damn, that breakfast.
It was holding hands and shitting. If we let go, we'd fall in the river.
That
fall in the
biscuits
shit
and
creek.
gravy. Biscuits and gravy run right through a motherfucker, you know? Grandma puts a pound of pepper in that shit. Oh, I loved her biscuits and gravy, but there was way too much pepper in my grandma's shit. Oh, pepper's good for you, boy. Get you to sweat them toxins out.
Makes you make wind.
Keeps your pores clean, boy. I'd be sweating before I even took a bite.
You know, just a little over 120 years ago, there used to be a medical use for black pepper, and that was to make people fart.
Oh, I bet.
Shit. There still is a use for it. It supposedly gets rid of mold in your body. if you eat a lot of black pepper.
The pepperine that's in it, I know they can isolate it.
Yep. I use a lot of
Cayenne
black
pepper is
pepper.
really good.
Just
Good
not as
cardiovascular.
much Grandma used to.
You can use a oxalate extractor and ethanol, I believe.
I even got an old school grinder. Pepper grinder. I like those kind of shakers, them old school shakers where you turn it once or turn it twice. You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
Oh, pepper
Oh,
grinder?
the kind you twist it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I got in my house.
Or they
You
got a
said turn
handle
up,
on them.
I can turn upside down.
Yeah, mine's got a handle on it. You turn the handle to crank.
Oh, yeah. Mine's twisty.
Mine are old, though. Yeah, you got a newer one where you just twist it in your hand. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. That teach your wife how it's done.
Pretty
You
much.
know, find those. You trying to get that kosher salt. Anybody trying to eat that? Mm. The kosher salt got all kinds of stuff in it. Sand, glass.
Here, I'll show you what mine looks like.
At least mine's stainless steel.
Oh, mine's wooden.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Keep it dry.
It's not exactly like this one, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, I got some of that Celtic salt. I got Himalayan salt. I heard of a new salt recently, but I forgot to write it down.
Oh, boys, in that GIF looks like they broke a table leg and put that motherfucker to use.
Yeah. I don't think Salt Bay's a very big dude, though, so.
Looks like a damn table leg.
I remember those in, like, nicer restaurants. And
Yeah.
serve you your salad, you know?
So when I started using raw sugar and got away from the refined sugar, the bag of sugar, when I bought it, it said bone char free. Does that mean there's bone char in all the white sugar? And what is bone char anyway? What is bone char?
That's a damn good question. Says bone char free right on the bag, huh? That's fucking crazy. Some animals were harmed in the making of this sugar.
Yeah, bone char, which is used to process sugar, is made from the bones of cattle from Afghanistan, Argentina, India, and Pakistan. Yummy.
So they're literally bashing it up in bowls with somebody's femur bone?
I don't know. I didn't click on the link any farther, but
Now, how would anyone ever arrive at the decision to put bone char in sugar? Like, what do? You're manufacturing sugar, and you're making it, and you're like, why would you even consider it anyway?
Bone shards?
It's probably human bones, I'm telling you. They're just telling us it's from cattle. I don't know. I don't care what kind of bones it is. If I want bones, I'll eat bone. If I want sugar, I'll eat sugar.
Well, then that's not vegan-friendly sugar. Right? Got bones in it. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that term before either.
Well, if you eat raw sugar, if you use raw sugar and you don't use refined sugar, it's on. It's listed on the bags of sugar. Bone char free.
It helps whiten it, I guess. What the hell is bone char?
I don't know. When you
Bone.
char broil something, then what do? You just it. So is that the same meaning of the word char?
Yeah, it's yeah. I just googled it. Yeah, bone char. It'd be like taking bone and turning it into some sort of charcoal like substance. It's produced by charring animal bones. Yeah, it says yeah on the vegan page. It says yeah list of bone char free vegan sugar companies.
Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to start talking about sugar. That's what happens when my mind just, like, if you let me talk too much, my mind will wander on so many different things.
Yeah, it looks like the refined. If it says refined sugar, they use bone char to absorb impurities. The sugar is filtered through grounded bones, which absorb colorants. So yeah, I guess it could make it whiter.
That's crazy. I never knew that.
Yeah, it's like learning something new every day. Yeah, that's kind of my goal.
They also use bone char and black pigment for painters. Picasso probably used bone char. It looks
Well,
like hashish.
Well, how did they even know to begin with that charred bone will absorb impurities?
Yeah, like it bleaches the sugar because raw sugar cane is slightly brown. Brown sugar is unrefined. Refined sugar has bone char in it. How did they figure that out? Fuck if I know. Somebody had a bunch of bone marrow sitting around or something, huh? Says it comes from cattle and pig bones. Not bone ash, it's bone char. It's fucking gross.
Yeah, people are eating unclean sugar and don't even know it. Crazy.
Right. It almost screams you couldn't get a vegan meal if you paid for it, huh?
Right.
Yeah, you have no idea what type of suffering went into that food that you're eating.
So I wonder how many. Okay, because I don't eat pork anyway. I tried because it's just bad for arthritis. It's very toxic. It's the most toxic animal that you could eat. I mean, they don't have. There's no way for
It's
them
just a fertilizer. It's just a fertilizer.
to detox. Right? They can't sweat. They don't sweat. They can't fart. Like
they get boils.
Pigs are just toxic. So
yeah, when their body rejects something, they form big boils, and you got to lance them.
But there's a lot of people that don't eat them because they think that they're going to burn in hell if they do. They don't even want to touch it. So I wonder how many Muslims are, and it's the Muslims. I think they're the only ones that do that. And I'm not saying anything about them. I'm not bringing religion into it, but I'm just curious.
Also
I wonder
Jewish.
how many. Yeah, but they don't go as far as not even wanting to touch it. Well, okay, let's include them too. So both of them. I wonder how many of them are eating white sugar.
It's one of these things to where it just says you are unclean, right? So you're going to be unclean if you consume it, even touch the animal, right? So, like, if you're a priest, you should avoid it because you're supposed to be clean, and then you can't perform your priestly duties, stuff like that.
It's like most of this bone char comes from China too.
Yeah, they did
but
say
the bone char.
Don't throw your pearls amongst the swine. Well, that implies that they got swine out back.
Yeah.
Don't drop your pearls in there.
The thing about bone char is it's just a fertilizer. It's used as an amendment to the soil to feed the microbes in the soil.
I don't know, but that honeycomb's making me hungry, damn it.
I know.
Got some honeycomb in my house.
That looks fucking good.
Because you got bone meal and bone char.
See, you warm some cream, fresh cream, just separated. Then you nuke the comb with the honey still in it, and then you just put it in the bowl with the cream and let it set for a minute, and then you eat it like cereal. It's got to be warm. Jacob does bee farming. I get a lot of home honey, real honey. I won't buy that shit from the store that's full of sugar. I can go to the Amish market and get it straight from the comb. Get a chunk
You know
of
how
comb.
to test honey? See if it makes sure
Turn
it's
it
the real
upside
deal.
down.
No,
And if
you
it
take a
takes
match.
several seconds. Oh, go ahead.
You take a match, like a wooden match, and you dip it in the honey, and then strike it on the box. If it's real honey, it'll strike up. If it's fake honey, it will not light.
So why is that?
Because there's very little water in the honey, but there's a lot of water in the sugars.
Yep.
That they add, like the corn syrups and stuff.
I was always told, turn it upside down, count the number of seconds it takes for the bubble to get to the top after you turn it upside down. And if it's like 2 or 3 seconds, that shit ain't real. But if it's closer to like 10 seconds, it is.
Or the bubble never gets to the top.
Shit, I know this
Let your
honey's
honey
real. It's
stay long.
crystallized. Plus, I know the apiary I used to sharpen their chains.
I just get mine from the Amish people, and then I know damn well it came out the hive.
Yeah, I ain't got no Amish out here, though. Amisher?
If you know what honey's supposed to taste like, right? You can taste it, and that first bite of it, you'll know if it's real or not.
Not necessarily. It's a very lucrative market to take a little bit of the honey itself and then add a bunch of stuff to it, so you get more honey, more product. But then you'd have a problem.
You cut out. You said then you'll have a problem. That's all we
The
heard.
honey mafia got to them. That's the problem. You guys remember that movie Bubble Boy?
Yep.
My favorite scene is the ransom note that they were faking. They're gonna want more than 100,000.
Give you 2 guesses what they're doing in that wagon. And the first one doesn't count.
I'll guess it's all natural. Not part of that Luciferian system, you know.
Shagging the carpet.
I hate when I see that triangle when I'm in a hurry, especially in the mornings, man. Bust out on the road ready to just drop down to 50 and get to town, and here's a fucking cart in front of me with a big triangular reflection. I'm like, yeah, fuck.
Yep. Time to slow down.
Yeah, but
I had one guy. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, what you might not know, though, is even though you got held up and even though you was like getting to where you're going, it could have been for a reason. Because if you'd been on time and been in front of it, you could have gotten into a car accident where you could have gotten killed.
Yep, I just work on my first cup of coffee. When they're already out there, I'm like, whatever. I put it in creep mode and sip the hell out of my coffee.
2 miles an hour, so everybody sees me.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't like to make them, I don't push them so that they take their horses off the road. You get a stone in the fleshy part of their hoof, it fuck a horse up. It's not cool. Just stay on the road. The animal doesn't deserve that shit.
Of course, down here on the farm market roads, we got tractors. And one time, this guy, he fucking waved me on, right? Because I was keeping my distance. I wasn't doing them wrong. Because I know it's basically their roads. And he waved me on, and as soon as I go to pass him, he fucking gets in the lane that I'm in passing him and fucking slams on his brakes to try to get me to rear end his ass. I was like, that's no bitch. He wasn't no Amish, though. He was a used car salesman. Found out who his ass was. Found out where he lived, too.
I'll sell
Every
this
night when I get off of work, I'd honk the horn right in front of his house.
Yeah, we get
He
that
tried
out
to
here.
get me, bro.
Combine
Tried to
take the
get
whole
me.
fucking road up.
Can you believe that son of a bitch did that? Waved me on and then got in my lane and stopped right in front of me?
In Michigan, that'd been a fight. Follow him down to the field he pulls in, park the truck, and then jump on the combine. The hell out of there, boy. Me and you, we's gonna come to understand and see.
Well, I got dash cams these days. So if somebody were to do that, I'm pretty sure you could, I don't know, kick their ass. And then when the cops got there, what's the deal here? What'd you kick his ass for? I just need you to watch this video right here. Okay.
He tried to kill me.
Well, he was cruising for a bruising. He stopped right there after waving me on. Tried to get me to hit him, so I figured, well, hell, he wants me to hit him. No, I'm usually anti-violent for the most part. But I did honk in front of his house for like a year after that, like 3 o'clock in the morning every night getting off work. All right, so today's like ketosis is really, really starting. So you guys should probably notice a difference in me. I'm not on coffee no more. No more coffee. But I should be pretty energetic, and you might find me in the debate service. Because when I'm on keto, I want to do the 2 F words.
Bet I can guess those 2 F's.
Yeah. What do young men want to do? Boys will be boys.
Mm-hmm.
They want to fight, and afterwards, they hunting for felines.
Just don't get the two mixed up.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with a little bit. You can't get out of hand with it.
Depends on if she likes it rough or not. Right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Or if you like it
Are you
rough.
sure? Are you sure? Okay.
Don't forget the trigger word. The safe word.
If she can't speak, she can't say no safe word.
Damn, Hank.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, I know. I usually don't talk about it, but I might be old, but I'm definitely not dead. And I still think my wife is hot. She has beautiful long hair and pearly white skin. And she's classy as fuck. The only thing I don't like is the tattoos. But hey, that's her body. She can do whatever she wants.
Tattoo
Not that I
never
have
killed.
anything. I don't have anything against tattoos. Just I'd rather see the skin than the artwork.
How long you been married?
2004 leap year.
Or maybe I should rephrase it. How long have you guys been together?
Right there you go. That's the right question. Yes, it's 2004.
How are you guys doing?
Great. How are you, bro?
Pretty well. Just coming back on Discord to sit outside and look at the stars some more. It's kind of what I do nowadays.
Can you imagine in the 90s, electricity goes out in LA and everybody starts calling the police and the sheriff's office and they're like, man, we've seen some weird lights in the sky. And come to find out it was the Milky Way galaxy or the Milky Way.
Oh,
Can you imagine that, bro?
man. I mean, I couldn't imagine that. I mean, the first time I saw it, it didn't look like anything crazy. It just looked like a brighter line of stars pretty much in the middle of the sky. But I have heard of those occurring.
One time I went on a long back road following this guy because he was going to sell me some, let's just say vegetables. And after hanging out with him and partaking in the vegetables, I went outside and realized that, shit, there's cloud cover. I don't know where I am. And I'm not used to not knowing where I am. Like, that's not me. I usually know exactly where I'm at all times. And I was like, I have no idea where I'm at. Can you give me directions, to town? And I'm looking, I'm like, I can't see the lights. I guess we're too far away. And then he's like giving me directions, and the clouds broke just for a second till I could see where the moon was. And I was like, oh, never mind. I know where I'm at. Okay.
Yeah. Do you know where the moon was in the sky? Was it south of you?
What's that?
The moon was south of you?
No, the moon was rising.
Oh, okay.
And I couldn't see it because of the trees and the clouds. But the clouds broke enough where it broke through the trees. And at that moment, I knew that was east.
Yeah. Dang. Wow. That sounds like a hell of a journey.
Well, I'm a delivery driver, so I usually know where I'm at. I've been delivering pizza in this town for like 20 years, so I usually know exactly where I'm at. But after following him down the long way home, down county roads that I never went down, and then partaking in the vegetables, I'm good and lost. Good and lost. I don't know where I'll do.
Yeah, I could see that happening. The Milky Way for me right now is running about northwest to southeast. And it's not very bright because we've got Christmas lights up, but Orion's belt's still in the same spot. It's almost directly south. And there's a triangle on each side of it, north and southwest. No moon tonight, though. I'm also not sure if I've ever seen Polaris. I look up at the stars all the time, but I'm not sure which one it is if I am seeing it. I'm not the best stargazer, but suppose I could look it up.
You know, I was thinking about something today, and it doesn't really make sense because, okay, so go ahead and talk about the stars. I don't want to change the subject.
Oh no, you go ahead. I don't have a whole lot to say, so.
Okay, so we say, and well, this is what we think. This is the way it appears, and so we just assume and conclude that this is how it goes. That the sun just moves further away in the winter, and it's like transits overhead and circles where it's closer in the summer. However, that really doesn't make sense because when is it? So what? The sun's never overhead in noon position during the winter, but it is every day. So if it's still overhead, I mean, it's still right there. It's not like it can't be that far. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. It can't be that far away. It's still overhead. It's just. I think there's more going on. I think there's a lot more to it than that.
Are you talking heliocentric model?
No, not. No, I'm talking about like the seasons in the sun, the sun's path. So
I see.
I don't really know the sun's true path, but just considering, it being hotter because it's closer during the summer and colder because it's further during the winter. I mean, when it's noon, it's directly overhead.
Yeah.
And that doesn't change. Like that, it would seem like for that to be true. I think there's more to it than that, because for that to be true, then so what? It would have to not be directly overhead.
Well, I can tell you my experience. During summer solstice, it's almost 90 degrees above me at noon, and then in the winter solstice, it's about 45 degrees lower to the south. So at noon in the winter, I mean, it's not even, it's
where you live,
45
bro?
degrees more south. So there's a huge difference from where I'm at. But
what state you in?
I'm in Idaho.
Well, I'm talking at noon though.
Yeah, noon.
That's weird
Yeah,
because
noon on the
I'm in
winter
Texas. I'm in Texas, and during the summertime, if I look directly over my head, the sun is never over my head. It's
at noon.
Yeah, it's always slightly to the south, and I noticed that the Pleiades is almost directly over my head, but Orion is slightly to the south. And then the further it gets to be winter, the sun gets lower and lower and lower at noon until it starts coming back. Like right now, it's pretty low in the sky. It's like it barely peeks its head up and then it puts it back down. And then after like January, the days start getting longer, but it never ever goes directly over my head. I live in Texas on the 33rd parallel. We're close to it.
So you've never had, like, on the summer solstice, the sun at right around noon, depending on daylight savings or whatever, kind of almost 90 degrees. I won't say perfectly, maybe 80 degrees from you, but pretty much just directly.
Maybe 80, maybe 75, but it's never directly over my head.
I mean, I want to say it's real close to at least 80. But it gets real high in the summer, and then in the winter, I mean, I sometimes we don't even see it because of the snow and the cloud cover. But yeah, I mean, you being more south of me, I would assume it would be more, but you know, more of a right angle than where I'm at.
Oh, and another thing, like, if you think of how the states are set up, like on the East Coast, if two states, one's more north, I'm talking about, one in the Northeast. So I was in a DM call with someone, and they were in the Northeast, a northeastern state, but like the state is lined up to where it's on round about the same longitude as Kentucky, where I'm at, right? And the sun was coming up for them, and it was still pitch black dark here. Matter of fact, it was almost an hour, about 45 minutes to an hour before it started, getting daylight here. So it's almost like it was traveling from the north, like it got to them. They're on the same longitude as I am, right? Just different latitude.
Well, the latitude, you would think it would affect the angle of the sun at noon more than, because the longitude, that's going to be, more north and south, and latitude is east to west. So it kind of makes sense.
And where the sun rises in the summer, like it transits, right? You can see it. It's like a 45-degree angle that it'll transit through. It'll start sharp on one, and then it'll move, to see. I'm not explaining this pretty good at all. Matter of fact, I'm not explaining it good at all. But anyway, how the sun transits from summer to winter, and then it moves back, right? So where it rises from, where it rises from in the summer is where in the wintertime is where the moon rises from. And where the sun rises from in the winter, in the summertime, that's where the moon rises from. So it's like they switch places of rise. They don't rise in the same place.
Matter of fact, they don't rise at all.
Well, at least once a month, the moon will rise full. Good marker. Right now, I think we're in a new moon, so I couldn't tell you where that's at. But yeah, that's interesting. I haven't heard of that before, but that's something I'll consider next time I get a longer look at it.
The more observations you do, the more questions you'll have.
Yeah. And I already did see one shooting star so far. It was a longer one too. It was like a second long, probably one of the longest I've seen.
And I say they do rise, but we won't get into that in here. Guess.
I mean, we can. Not a whole lot going on. Are you saying shooting stars?
I know better.
Rising?
Do what?
Okay.
No, I'm not even going to bother until I can validate some stuff. It's all right. I'm working on it.
Well, we can speculate, but if you want to hold it off, that's all right. What I'm looking at right now is just trying to understand the geometry of the stars and the times, the time of the night I see them and where they are in the sky, and every day or week they're in a slightly different position. They move a little bit throughout the night as well. But just the constellations. But I can tell you, I do see a lot of triangles.
And why is Saturn now the brightest star in the sky? Like, what's that about? Anyway, Venus, it, like, they claim that it's, or at least that's what I heard, and I know that there's definitely a star that's way, way, way brighter than what I'm used to seeing any star.
Yeah, well, yeah,
And
Venus is the morning star.
yeah, and when I mentioned it, they's like, well, it's because Venus isn't the brightest star in the sky anymore. Saturn is now. I'm like, what? So something in the alignment? In the cycle?
I haven't heard of that, but I'll keep looking up.
The heavens are for signs and wonders of times and seasons, right? And Saturn is like the energy. If it depends on if you buy into it. Like, well, if it's true, it doesn't matter whether you buy into it or not. But some people don't think of it. Don't have this perspective where the alignment of the stars will actually affect you in an energetic way. Like, have an influence on you. Some people do, some people don't. But if you do, like, Saturn is the one that like intensifies whatever it aligns with, whatever energy that alignment brings. If Saturn is in alignment with it also, then whatever that energy is, it's amplified. So Saturn is an amplifier. And now
it depends on what you're talking about. Jupiter is more of an amplifier, so to speak. Saturn is more like related to travel, communication, and time. Whereas Jupiter's more like, if you have Jupiter conjunct with, say, Mars, you're going to have an expanded Mars effect.
Oh, did I get that wrong? Is it Jupiter and not Saturn?
Well, Saturn, like I said, it has to do with travel, communication, and time. Jupiter is more like an expanding. So I don't know if you got it wrong. Maybe I'm getting it wrong, but that's just kind of, I think, how I've heard of it. And then Venus is like, passion and love, and then Moon is feminine, or Sun is masculine. But then you have different cultures where they consider the Moon masculine and the Sun feminine. So it's like there's so many different ways to think about it.
I never think of any of them as either feminine or masculine. It's just whatever kind of energy they carry. It's something I ever consider. I mean, they're neither male nor female, so it's like those attributes don't even apply to them.
Well, it's just what people have written down over time by experience or observation, but I don't know.
I mean, I know they do. Go ahead, Hank.
That's all right. It's kind of off topic, but you're talking about Jupiter and you're talking about Venus, and it's like when the stars and planets align, like their brightness like increases each other, right? So if you got like the Moon and Jupiter like right there next to each other, they're both going to be like really bright, and it's like I think about like the word compassion, like with passion. Right, and it's like, the two Greek words that make up compassionate or whatever. It's like they're almost like lovers in the sky. And they dance and they come and they go just like relationships, and when, you see them together and they just glow, and it's like, it's like seeing a young couple, like, oh, you guys are a cute couple. Go make babies. I don't know. I see the stars differently these days. Like, I don't think that they're like gods or whatever, but it's like, to me, there's something there. There's more to it than meets the eye. I don't know how to explain it.
When I think of, the more I look into things, like, I never really considered it much, but then when I really started digging in deep and and looking into all this stuff and asking questions and understanding, what I can understand about how things work and how things function. And how they're all interdependent on one another. They affect each other. So when I think of the stars, I think of them as kind of like in the sense of energy, like in the realm of the energy of creation, that they're kind of like governors. They're governors of that field of energy or whatever.
Or representations, yeah. Along those lines. I mean, people who say that the stars don't affect you at certain times of the years probably never looked at them. Because if you look at one, you're going to have a different feeling than if you're looking at another.
I mean, I get it. I understand why they don't want, why they want to say that they don't. Why it's hard for some people to consider it. Because, I mean, how could you ever validate it?
Yeah, just by looking at them. I mean, that's kind of how I think. I mean, it's like if you look at a different color or a different shape, it's going to have a different feeling to it. And, if you look at a square, you're going to call it something different, and you're going to see something different. You're going to feel something different than if you were seeing like an octagon. And that's kind of what the stars are to me, the constellations, different times of the year. They have different stars in different places. So it's pretty basic if you actually look at the stars and, think about it. But, I mean, that's just something I've been thinking about. I could be wrong. I don't know. But yeah, I get what you're saying. This is why some people don't think about it. Don't think that astrology or astronomy has any effect on their life. But I mean, just something to think about.
Well, they organize their agendas around the alignments. They want to go to war or orchestrate a war on the world or engage in one, especially if it's going to be like a never-ending war, or it doesn't matter. Like, if they're going to bring forth a war, they'll wait until Mars is intensified, until Mars is in.
Yeah, Mars conjunct with Jupiter and Saturn.
So, hello.
Howdy.
What's up?
Nothing much. Shinji.
What's up, Shinji?
Nothing much. Haven't slept yet. Well, are we talking about Mars and those stars?
We're just kind of talking about stars in general and planets or planetary luminaries.
I mean, talking about stars, I think it's too much of a coincidence that the North Star is like exactly in the north, no matter where you look at it. Isn't that odd?
I'm not sure if I see the North Star, to be honest. But yeah,
it's kind of hard to see if you don't have good eyes. You might if you can't pass a driver's exam, you probably need binoculars. Especially if you're further away from it. So for me, I'm like I said earlier in Texas, so I got to look through like a lot of atmosphere to see it because where it's at the angle that it's at.
Is it?
And
It's not
one
part
thing
of
I've been questioning. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The North Star, that's not part of the Big Dipper, is it? It's not like the ladle part of it?
You can follow the line at the tip or the end of it away from the bottom to the top, and it points right at the Polaris. And that's where we get the swastika symbol from, because throughout the year, It traces that path through the 4 seasons.
Yeah, I can't. I've got a bunch of trees in that direction. That's probably why I can't see it.
Yeah, get
Well,
you an open field.
One thing that's odd to me, like, logically speaking, the southern hemisphere, the more south you go, if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't be able to see the North Star because it would be hiding behind the curvature. But yeah,
Oh, we could talk all night about, if the Earth was a globe, what would be and what wouldn't happen. Because none of it really.
I mean, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was going to say, but yeah, you're right. Well, you sure couldn't see any of the southern stars above the equator, or especially at above 27 degrees north latitude, which people have seen and they've captured video of it. I think India's got it. If you get it clear enough night and the visibility is good enough, you can see the southern stars from at least above the 27th parallel. Absolutely impossible on the globe.
Yeah.
And seeing Venus at night, impossible in the heliocentric model.
But we're the crazy ones, right? Like, honestly, like, we could go on and on, like, about all the contradictions, but they'll still find ways to deny it. Like, gravity's making you see those things, yada yada yada.
It's a mirage.
Like, you know what they claimed as well? Like, I've heard somewhere that they say that gravity slows down time. Like, it's pretty crazy.
I think it's more.
I'm not sure I'm like
that-
all the way on board with this, but there's some evidence the moon is a projection.
I mean, even NASA admits that the moon has like luminescent properties.
Photoluminescence. Yeah,
Yeah.
photoluminescence. Yeah.
Well, yes, there's evidence it's a projection, even from their own lying mouth.
Yeah. And why is Dracula muted? Like, isn't he a mouse?
He could have fell asleep. I don't know. He can unmute himself, so it's no big deal. But if something is not there and it's just you're just seeing a projection of it, then you wouldn't experience any effects from it. And there's absolutely effects from the moon because it makes that, like anything in the moonlight, gets colder. That's been measured and tested and verified.
Wait, the moon makes things colder?
Yep.
I would have thought, like, the coldness comes from something else, but... Because isn't cold basically, like, the absorption of warmth? Like...
Well, however, like whichever mechanism, is in function when the light causes things to get cold. It's not like I'm saying that the light itself is cold and when it hits things, it makes it cold. I'm saying that the light causes an effect, which renders things in the light to be colder.
So, like, is the moon some kind of like absorption beam?
An endothermic reaction. what that's called.
Can you elaborate on the endothermic reaction, please?
So there's exothermic reaction where heat is exerted, and endothermic is where heat is absorbed, but it makes things colder. I mean, it's more of a chemical term. I don't know if that relates to physics. And then, like,
It's more of a physics term. Chemicals when substances change. Yeah. From their chemical buildup. But physical is when they simply change their state. For example, water melting isn't a chemical process, but more of a physical.
reaction. Yeah, but that still falls in the lines of chemistry. There's physical reaction and chemical reaction. Two of the most basic things. Something doing a phase change is physical, whereas something having an exothermic reaction is a chemical reaction, or endothermic.
Well, the way you so if you think about the function of how things get hot or get cold. So if you're going to make something hot, you have to what? You have to excite the molecules enough to where, like, there has to be the energy has to be turned into what? Potential energy or kinetic energy? Energy, and they have to what? Vibrate at a higher rate. They have to be excited, and then what? That causes the heat. So if something makes something colder, then it would just have to have some effect where it slows that energy down, where they are not excited.
Well, like the energy gotta go somewhere. So I'm thinking, like, is the moon? Because dealing with the truth there, like, the moon makes it colder. So is there some kind of absorption effect where the moon is pulling things into it? Like, it's not just a projection, but there's like something pulling the energy somewhere.
It wouldn't really need to pull anything from anything. All it would need to do is have an effect that would, let's put it this way, calm the molecules down. So something that would cause it to heat up would excite the molecules. Something that would cause it to get cold would calm the molecules down.
So to speak, yeah.
Yeah, some of that was speculation, right? It's fun to speculate. It's just best to be, in the speculation room, or at least at telling everybody on live stream that we're speculating. But yeah, the moon is really fun to speculate about. I mean, if you have a few drinks or step back and think about the moon, what is that? Is it like transmuting the light and then reflecting it back? Or is it its own light? Or is it just reflecting the sunlight?
Well, it's been tested and verified that it does make things colder. That's not speculation.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that part. You're right about that.
Lesser luminary.
Right. It's almost like the feminine light or the night light. I mean, is it not a night light? It's a daylight, but it doesn't really light the day because that's the sun's job. So it's like, hey, if you guys get hungry in the middle of the night and you just, want to go out and hunt, there might be different animals out there than during the day. It's like, here's you a light, just in case you don't want to get hunted. Because, we're not the top predators sometimes. Not in the dark, anyway. If we can see, we're usually top predator, but you go.
I mean, the one strength that we have is our intelligence in relatively spoken to the animals. So even in the dark, like humans use tools, we could be top predators. Like there are plenty of tools at our disposal.
Yeah, some of those are pretty expensive though. Like a pair of knots set you back like $8,000.
Yeah.
Plus, you have to have those with you, so I mean, if you're just walking, hiking on a trail and you don't have anything but a pistol and you can't see anything, I mean, yeah, your odds are that the thing that can see is going to be a little bit at an advantage.
Yeah, cats will mess us up. In Texas, we got cats. Not so much these days, but when I was a kid, you see wild cats out there, and those cats will. They're not like lions, but they're not like felines either. Like they're like about halfway in between. Like I probably don't want to fuck with you. You know?
Yeah, yeah. And they do like household pets, I can tell you that. We had an instance, it's about a year and a half ago, where we lost at least 4 cats and 3 dogs through our valley over 3 towns. We had an excess of mountain lions, and there was one even on the highway near a stoplight, a little bit south of here. Someone filmed it. Just a mountain lion trying to cross the road by an airport. It was insane that year. They can get around.
You know, I'll take it back, guys. I am going to drink some coffee.
Drinking coffee. Isn't it like
Yeah, I'm getting older.
almost 2 where you're at, or 3?
Yeah, I don't drink it to stay awake. Usually.
You drink yours black, you take cream and sugar.
Only cream, no sugar.
Yeah,
And if I was like eating sugar, it wouldn't be like very much at all, like the smallest amount possible.
yeah, I'm not a sugar in my coffee kind of guy either.
I won't drink coffee unless I can have cream and sugar in it. Unless I've went a very, very long time without it.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, man, I was like super fit. You know, I was a little bit bigger than most kids, and they would say, "Don't put all that cereal, don't put all that sugar in your cereal." And it's like, you shouldn't have been feeding me the cereal to begin with. Like, plus adding sugar to it. You know, like out of all the things, right? It's just pure sugar. There's certain things that should be illegal to have that much sugar in it. I mean, because there's just no point. And everybody's like, "Oh, you got to have the low fat." Well, when it says low fat, it's still got to taste good, right? So they just dose it with sugar. It's like I don't know. We need to redo the way we eat altogether.
Oh, you know they only make things that are good for you illegal.
Yeah, like the Gerson method, curing cancer with essentially just vitamin or vegetables and fruits.
We can't talk about medical stuff on this channel. You should always avoid the word cure unless you know, get sued or something. Because
Yeah.
this place is not what you think it is. You can't just go around saying that certain things cure certain things because you could literally get in trouble for saying. So this one isn't covered under free speech. It's kind of like fighting words. And although I am for food being medicine, you got to be careful what you say.
What I was getting at was it's called the Gerson method. It's just fruits and vegetables that help treat different diseases. Allegedly, and so that's something I heard on Crow 777, and they talk about it. that just having a healthy diet can help you with a lot of different ailments you have. That I didn't mean to say cure. That just kind of it was a slip of the tongue.
Right.
But that's kind of what I was getting at, just to clarify.
Sure. Is there anything you could send me, direct message on it besides Pro 777? Or tell me what episode it was, because I have them all in my. Well, maybe except for the ones in the past couple months. I have them all on my SDM.
Well, I do have the second hour. I do, I've got the second hour for Crow 777, but no, this I couldn't pinpoint it to you without a little bit of looking, a little bit of time. But I just thought I'd bring it up. One thing that's persecuted is just a good healthy diet of fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, it's like weird because my family knew, like, the so-called, medicine in the fields. They knew some of it, but they didn't know we shouldn't eat that much carbs. Like, how did they not know that? Like all that pastry and sugar and. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm from the South. I love food, but some of it is ridiculous.
Yeah, especially the ones with a bunch of cheese. I mean, if you've got overly cheesed foods that are processed cheese, I just can't. I can't eat that stuff.
I think the problem is you either should eat carbs or like meat. I don't think you should have large amounts of both. So when I say or, I'm saying you should eat large amounts of carbs and light on the fatty meat stuff, right? Like fish and chicken, right? That'd probably be okay. But if you're gonna go heavy on the fatty meat stuff, like you're a barbecue guy, and you should probably avoid, the carbs, except for small amount of vegetables.
Yeah, I think. I mean, if you go out fishing, you go out fly fishing, and you catch a fish when you're out camping, and you eat that wild fish that's in an area where no one really goes, I think that's some of the best food you can get. And maybe you pick some wild plants out there that you can eat. You've got a book that'll tell you. You mix that in with some of the fish you're out. When you're out camping, that's probably some of the healthiest meals you can make for yourself. It's not easy though, of course.
I just had a really stupid idea. Thought about asking my wife, like, hey, go get your tubes fixed so you're fertile again, and take you to live in the woods and we can make babies. It's like, why do I want to do that? Like, why is that? Like, because I remember not sleeping. Like, it's like you are attached to the child. I can't eat the carbs. I'm sorry. Look good. She said no, thank you.
So you're about to go make some coffee, Hank?
He said she wants to live in the woods, but she said I'll have to hire a bitch for that.
I ain't having no more children. You must be fucking insane.
Oh, you don't have to live there. Just do a little bit of camping and have a good meal. You know what you can eat.
Yeah, she does want to live in the woods, though.
Well, I mean, you don't have to live there permanently. You know, maybe just for a couple days. Go fishing, prospecting, uh, herb gathering.
Well, at least the woman knows how to contract. She'll take the woods, but she ain't doing the kid.
I got two. They're grown.
We're done.
I'm done. I can take naps now.
Yeah, I gotta say that. Yeah, what? Thank you. Gotta say that. She gave natural birth twice, and I got an heir out of it. So got a boy with my last name. So she's pretty cool. That last one looked like it hurt her a little bit. That was a big boy. Gotta admit, she is pretty cool though, because she don't want to live in no city. She wants to live in the boonies. Except I kind of got the whole family addicted to internet like 6 or 7 years ago.
That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature, that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news ain't good informants who informing them. There's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we porting ships, important gifts. Of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informant this, informant this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder is it real?
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew.
sun is the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
You have a leak?
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Are you listening?
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just
Cartoons. Cartoons.
Space is fake AF.
research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Gabby Gat.
Good morning. Hey, Roger. How you doing?
Hanging on there.
That's good. That's good. Is it cold, frozen in Netherlands too?
Degrees Celsius now, so it's getting colder.
Oh.
Yeah, not freezing yet. But we have a
Here in
whole week
Germany,
of. Yeah, go ahead.
down here in Germany is already freezing.
Are you in the east of Germany?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, Fulda. If you know that city.
Fulda.
Yeah, Fulda.
No.
It's about 100 kilometers from Frankfurt. Yeah, but I haven't looked on the map to see which way.
It's pretty centered.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we have a whole week of rain coming up, so cold rain. Yeah.
Oh. If it rains, it's not cold, actually.
Up 5 degrees. I mean,
Yeah.
you're standing outside in the wind and the cold rain. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Well, it doesn't kill you, but yeah, when it's freezing.
Doesn't kill. It's almost weekend. Yeah, we get almost.
Yes. Another 4 hours and I'm off work. Yeah.
I have another 6.
Oh, take it easy then.
Yeah, I will.
Make the break a little bit longer. Truth said she has some guys they want to ask some questions. Truth prevails. In the live stream voice text, she said.
Oh, this was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. While those songs were playing.
Yeah, lots of stuff happening, man. Trying to make the jibby jabby jooby.
No,
Sorry.
I test every day, but I'm not gonna do it.
Germany is talking about it, right?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
And this is
And
now blowing
funny
over.
thing, yeah. Funny thing, I have also German work colleagues, and they do every day the test. They don't want to do the jab, you know. I was asking them, hey, why don't you get the shot, you know? Oh, no, I don't need it.
Yeah, it began with Austria, which is
Yeah,
peculiar, right? Because
yeah,
where did it start in Austria in 1930? 1930, yeah.
yeah,
Started in Austria, and then we had a kind of woman from the European Union saying, "Well, we need to discuss this because this is important." Now Germany is talking about it. We have
yeah,
people in our government asking questions. Well, are you denouncing this, right? Are you denouncing
yeah.
this for 100% certainty? And they're like, no, no. So kind of bet that it's gonna happen here too.
Yeah. They are talking though to make it mandatory, but if they're gonna do that, I mean, they will lose a lot of workers, my guess, because I see many guys here, they don't want to take it. So,
Yeah. No, right?
yeah.
Oh well.
What's up?
Hello, Truth. Good morning.
Good morning, Gibby. What time is it
It
for you?
must be. Oh, it's 10 a.m. It must be very early morning for you.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m., I think. Is it 4? I
4
think it's 4 a.m.
Wow.
Yeah,
At that time, I woke up today too.
those guys said that they would come up here, and he's gonna wait and take a smoke break before he comes up.
Oh, I see. Well, my break is finished in 3 minutes. Going to do the last 4 hours of work. Yeah.
So they already know that the Earth is flat. They're
Oh,
just
they know.
yeah, they're just trying to learn other stuff and asking questions because it's fresh and it's new to them. I kind of miss that. I miss that new freshness, right? When you
Yeah.
come into it and it's like, oh man, what else? You know?
It's funny. Lately, it feels like only people who are flat earthers are coming in here and saying they want to learn more, to find out more. We don't have that many Globers coming.
Well, they used to make so many fallacious arguments, and the debate would just go around in circles. They'd go from one fallacious argument to another, and it's when
I
you
see.
stop letting them make the fallacious arguments, then they stop coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a fallacy is better than nothing. Truth. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
They gotta have something to believe in, don't they?
Uh,
Well, it's like the ones who do that just hang on to the fallacies. They just, like, they're not even interested in the truth. They just want to find a way to try to win the argument.
Oh my God.
And
This
that's
guy
it.
with the lorry truck. Oh. Catch you later, guys. Take care,
Yeah,
everyone.
get me good. Have a good one.
Thank you, Roger. See ya.
Where are you going?
No, he's going back
I'm
to work.
going back to work. Yeah, take care, Truth.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 10 a.m. Okay.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Catch you later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched this video yet, but he showed me.
Yeah.
He was playing it, and I was like, wait a minute, is that for real? Because I'm kind of thinking there's no way that this guy posted this video and like wanted people to like when he was serious about it. He would have to be trolling. Wait until you see it. It's like it's got the flat horizon and the flat level Earth, and then somehow he's done it to where he turns the camera. He's rotating the camera, or I mean, I'm a study. I don't know because I know the Earth doesn't move, but he's rotating the camera where the flat level Earth. You can see where you. I can't even explain it to you. Here, let me just post it. I haven't watched it yet.
You make me curious.
But I'm kind of thinking that the guy's just trolling. Surely he doesn't think that. I mean, in the description, it sounds like he's being serious. 24 hours of Earth's rotation with the camera locked to the sky instead of the ground. I want to know how. I want to know how he locked the camera to the sky. That's my biggest question.
Yeah, you can calculate. Right? You can calculate that and have you have star tracker mounts which do that for you. This is just a parlor trick. It's just look, the Earth is turning, but it's just actually the camera. It's a parlor trick.
I wonder how many people see that and think it's real. Believe it. I'd be afraid to know, to be honest with you. When 450 showed me that, I was like, no way this guy's for real. He's got to be trolling.
So the camera is, so he even says it with the camera locked to the sky. So imagine me filming a ceiling fan, right? And then mounting an electric motor to the camera and then making the camera turn just as fast as the ceiling fan. And now I can claim that my floor is turning, right?
Yeah.
Parlor trick.
I don't know. This is what they're doing? Is this what they're doing?
It's exactly what they're doing. So they're essentially filming a ceiling fan, right? And then making the camera turn at the exact same rate as the ceiling fan. That would be the same thing.
I mean, the guy that posted it, the guy that did it, he knows that what he's presenting is dishonest. So, I mean, is he an operative? Is he getting paid? Do they pay people to do this, or do people just come up with this shit on their own?
I don't know if this is quote unquote dishonesty because they truly believe that the floor is moving, right?
Well, I mean, the one filming it, if he's fixing it so that the camera is turning, because and the camera would have to be turning, because we know the Earth doesn't move, then he knows that he is being dishonest because he's presenting it and saying, well, here, this camera is mounted, it's stationary, and it's filming the Earth move. And the only way
It's
he can
not
do
safe.
it, I know, but the only way that he can do it, like he's presented as if it is, but the only way that he can do it is if he rotates it.
But it says it's locked to the sky instead of the ground. So that implies to me that he uses a motor, right, to make the camera turn. Or it could even be that he had the camera out just still and then post edit it and then make the image just turn, not the camera, but the image. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Just kind of rotate it on the screen and
Right.
And then
As if
record it.
you were, yeah. But I don't know. I've seen this a few times now, and they just tell you, yeah, we used a electric motor on the camera that turns at the same rate as that the stars do.
Well, regardless of however he does it, he knows that he's presenting something in a dishonest way. He knows he's lying about it. But anyway, that's the first time I've seen that. I've never seen anyone present anything like that before.
Oh yeah, I saw it. But yeah, just a parlor trick.
So 450, I know 450 said he couldn't speak right now, but he was going to listen. But I wanted to welcome you to the room anyway, even if you can't speak. And Johnny Bro looks like he's deafened for the moment. And welcome, I think you've been in here and talked to him already.
Yeah, not many times, a few times. But yeah, I wanted to bring up this topic about the sun. I've seen a few videos, and some of the videos actually portrays the sun as like fading out, and some of the videos portray it as like becoming smaller and smaller, then eventually just like pops out. So, what are your guys' like view on that?
Well, you'll get in different conditions, you'll get different effects. So it just depends on the conditions.
I looked at David, and he said that it had to do with something with the equator, and I didn't really understand the argument.
I don't know. I don't think I've heard anything about the equator being relevant to, how the sun appears as it's leaving your field of view.
Yeah, I don't know. That was why I had to ask.
Yeah, I'd have to hear what he said. I'd have to actually hear the statement, or know more about what whoever it was that said it was saying. Oh yeah, I didn't get a chance to respond to one of your questions that you had a little bit earlier, because the refraction and conversation, and because there were like 2 or 3 questions, and one of them didn't get addressed. It was about things disappearing from the bottom up, and that really doesn't have so that's totally separate from refraction. So that's angular resolution. When you're talking about okay, so when you're talking about that's the same thing as the sun too. When the sun moves away and it gets smaller, anything that you look at as it's moving away, it gets smaller. And when you're talking about things on the horizon, or say boats leaving your field of view, so you have a limitation of your vision right? And at that limitation is going to be the point of convergence, where everything converges towards the center. So the angle, if the angle at the bottom, beneath, like at the bottom of the object, from the ground to the bottom of the object is smaller, then it's going to be the first thing to compress. But if you switch that around to where the angle at the top is going to be smaller and the angle at the bottom is larger, then it would be the other way around. So it all has to do with your eye level, right? And where that point of convergence is, and like where that object is relative to your eye level and to the ground.
I see. So I don't know all the types of different refractions. I don't really know exactly how it works. But when it comes to the Chicago skyline, in one of Ski Bus videos, he said that the atmosphere acts like a magnifying glass.
It can. There's atmospheric lensing.
But when they claim, I don't really understand their argument about the mirage. I don't see how what kind of claim they're making. So I can't really fathom what they're talking about. But a mirage is something that is upside down, right? So how could it be?
They're just trying to explain away why you can see too far.
But the picture, or like what we observe, isn't something that is upside down.
Right.
So how could it possibly be something like? How could it possibly be a mirage?
Well, I mean that's what you're gonna. It can't be. But and all of their claims are that way. So most people, when they hear them make claims, they just believe it, accept it, and go on. They don't even give it a second thought. They don't consider it. They don't think of all the variables. There's no critical thinking involved. They just hear what they are supposed to believe. They accept it, they believe it, and they go on. And then they regurgitate it. But if you think about or critically think about anything that they say, all of their claims, you'll see that all of them are fallacious.
I hear you. And I agree. I mean, I've been mostly caught up on this Star Trails thing, and I really can't. Their argument about the movements we are doing in space, like we're rotating, orbiting, and all this, like it doesn't line up with the Star Trails. And I think that alone kind of proves that what you're telling is not the truth.
Yeah, it would look like warp speed all the time. But
I actually wanted to open up a program or something and try to see if I could replicate the claims they're making about the speeds we're traveling in and stuff like that. And I wanted to see how it would affect like the stars above us. I mean, in my head, it couldn't look like the star trails we were observing, but I still want to see how it will look, so you can like have a clear distinction of this is not what we observe, this is what we do observe, and this can't be the truth because it violates what we do observe.
I don't even know, like, yeah, it'd be cool to see. You're talking about like a visual simulator to where you can just put in all the data of what they're claiming and have it to render what it should look like.
Yeah, so you basically you take the two variables. In this case, would be the rotation of the Earth, and also the second variable, which is the orbiting of the sun, and how that would affect like us observing the stars, the trails behind them. Basically, in my head, it couldn't have looked the way we observe them. Like it doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
And I also they claim that there is like a faster speed at the equator, right? And I wanted to see if the star trails looked different at the equator because it's like a higher speed, but it literally just looks the same. Like it follows the same trail that the rest of the stars do.
Well, I've never been to the equator, and I don't know if anyone's ever measured. Like, I don't think people even. They don't even consider it. They don't critically think about it. But
Yeah, I did search her up. If you like search for star trails at the equator, you will see a few videos.
But I don't know that. Like, would the changes in speed be significant enough to where you would even? I don't even know if that would even be a thing, because, like, how would you even know that the speeds are different unless you're actually testing for them or measuring them, right? I mean, unless you can see both perspectives at the same time and see the contrast between the two, the differential speeds.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know. I just wanted to see if the pattern was the same, and it was. So even if they make the argument where they claim that it's different speeds or whatever, it still really wouldn't work because I've observed both, like close to the North Pole and close to the equator, and they still have the same pattern. So, like,
I mean, all of these things that you're thinking about are good questions, because, I mean, when you first come into it, yeah, you're going to have all these questions, and I mean, at least it's showing that you're critically thinking about all of it.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of deception, to be honest, and there's a lot of things they're pushing. So you're kind of forced to go down at the root and work yourself up to see what the truth actually is.
Right. There's going to be a lot that we don't know. There's going to be a lot that we'll never know, that you can't know the answer to. But they'll give you an answer for everything. You know, doesn't mean it's the right answer, but they'll tell you that they know it all, that they have all the answers to everything.
Yeah, I hear you. And I mean, we don't need to have the answers for all of it. We can have enough to conclude that what they're stating is not true, and what we do observe is more lined up to the ancient beliefs, if you want to call it that, right? The ancient observations.
Yeah, well, they knew the Earth was flat. They knew it was level and stationary.
And because they did know these things, you could actually have a base there and see what they like, what else they knew that we don't today, that is probably been hidden from us. So yeah, I think there is some knowledge to take from the ancients.
Yeah, it's hard to say, man, because you don't know what you don't know, right?
Yeah.
You don't know that you didn't know it until you know it.
Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, they're hiding a ton from us. I like the one where you can see the southern stars from above the 27th parallel.
What does that mean? The 27th parallel.
Like 27 latitude.
Yeah, I'm not really good at these kind of stuff. I'm not really Yeah, I don't know.
It's 27 lines of latitude from the north, from the center.
All right, so it's close to the equator, I guess.
It's way above the equator.
Okay. Wait, so
I'm looking for it. I'll post it for you.
all right.
Since you're talking about stars.
So also, I've seen the argument that some people, well, if you live below the equator, right, you shouldn't be able to observe the North Pole star, the Polaris. But they do observe it, right?
I don't know. I've never been there, and I'm assuming that they probably do. You'd have to ask someone who's below the equator.
All right.
It's a pretty far distance, so you would definitely have to do like this guy did right here and catch a very, very clear, pristine night, so that you have better visibility, like almost no obstruction. Just because the distance, it's hard to catch this, but I would say anyway.
All right, so full Southern Cross viewed from 27 degrees north latitude. So 27 degrees north latitude, what is the location of that?
I don't know if it's in the description or not.
Oh, let me see.
So here's the one. I couldn't find it earlier. Here's the one of that scientist claiming the moon is plasma. But now, like, how would anybody know? Like, you'd have to test the moon. You'd have to actually test the moon.
Yeah, also, that is a really interesting topic. So when we talk density, right? I saw that there was a picture that claimed like the sun is some form of plus and that the moon is like a minus or something. Is that what dictates what is up and what is down? Was that the argument or something? Because something must be up and something must be down, right? Do you understand?
Well, the earth, the ground, it's the floor, and the heavens are the ceiling of the universe. It's like, so when you have you ever looked at like magnetic fields?
Not
like
really.
when you have, because you'll have like in the center, you'll have an inertial plane.
What's an inertial plane?
And that seems to be what the Earth is.
Okay, so you're telling me that what was it? Did you say a magnetic field? Is that what you said?
So yeah, if you look, so you can see the flux, like the direction of the flow of the magnetic fields, right? And I don't know what you call them, like you can see the lines of magnetism, like coming out and going back in, and right in the center.
Do you have a
right in the
picture of
center,
this?
in between the two polarities, you'll have this inertial plane where there's nothing going on, where everything is at rest, and everything else moves towards that. That's where the flow.
Do you have a picture, like a visual representation of this?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I just have. Might take me a minute to find it.
All right. So I was thinking about this. Like, there has to be something like dictating what is up and what is down. There has to be.
Well, it's relative to you. I mean, because like helium rises, hydrogen rises. Everything doesn't like seek its level where you seek your level. So it's relative to you. So if you and I would say relative to the ground. So if it doesn't find its place of equilibrium at the ground or at the same level where you're at, if it's above you, then like relative to you, it's going to be up. But what if it's relative? What if it's relative to, let's say, helium? What if you're talking about all things relative to helium? Then everything would be down. If you're talking about all things relative to, let's say, rocks or maybe the gas argon, then everything would be up.
But why is it not the other way? Like, there has to be something dictating it, right? Why isn't it the most dense things up, and why isn't it less dense things like at the bottom? Something must be dictating the what's it called, like the layers, if you want to call it that, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's everybody's questions. I think everybody like that would be. So I think vibration has a lot to do with it too. And then you definitely have effects of electrostatics. There was Zach. He did a little test with helium balloons and had them anchored to where they were just about ready to lift off, but the anchor was holding them down. And then he introduced an electrostatic charge to them, and then they began to rise, even with the anchor. Hang on, I'll post it. So you have different things going on. It's all about the relationship between the object and the medium that it's in. Regardless in what terms you're speaking of. So if you're speaking of in terms of density, then it's all about the relationship of the density of the object and the density of the medium. If you're talking about in terms of electrostatics, then it would depend on the relationship between the electrostatic nature of the object and the electrostatic nature of the medium. Like whatever relationship that it would have with one another would determine like what effect that variable would have on it. And if you're talking in terms of, say, if the medium, if it's a magnetic, like it depends on if you're introducing a magnetic field to it. Like you can manipulate magnetism, and if it's a magnetic object, and then some things that are, so there's many variables that you can manipulate. Not many, but there's a few. And I'd say there's some yet to be discovered or whatever, but the bottom line, it's all about the object that you're talking about and the medium that it's in and the relationship between the two.
I hear you.
So if you manipulate those things and you alter the relationship between the object and the medium, then you'll have changes. You'll see an effect.
All right, so to be honest, I don't really have a lot of knowledge when it comes to the claims they're making about gravity, like being a force and stuff like that. I do know that the noble gases does ignore gravity, and they used to have this formula of like mass attracts mass,
Well, it's not that they're ignoring it, right? Because gravity's never been established. They've never tested it. They've never validated it. They've never done a scientific experiment on it. They've never identified it to even be able to manipulate it.
Exactly. So when they claim that something is dropping, and if they want to claim that's gravity, but that's false. False because that is actually density. We do have a reason for why it goes down, right? So you can't tell that is the reason why things go down. But however, when they make claims such as mass attracts mass, wouldn't that mean that when I walk like past a person, my body should be attracted to his, like some form of force between us?
Well, and that's probably why they abandoned the mass attracts mass and moved on to Einsteinian general theory of relativity, or the bending and warping of space-time. Something that you can't test because
Yeah,
it's conceptual. You can't test an idea.
I
Can't
hear you.
manipulate an idea.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. Like warping of space time. This just sounds ridiculous, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, what is it even? Really? But no, when they give you gravity, like, it's just a story. It's just something to fill a void. It's something. It's like the glue that holds all their stuff together. The glue that holds the story together.
Yeah, I hear you.
It works the magic of everything. So when they give it to you, they oh shit, was I muted? Damn it. What was the last thing you heard?
You said that gravity is the glue that holds all the lies together, I think.
Yeah, and so when they give you gravity, they're just giving you like one word as an explanation, that one word of something that you can't, that's only a concept, it's an idea, can't test it. And it's to explain all the different things going on at one time simultaneously, right? That you observe effects of, all wrapped into one under the umbrella of gravity.
I hear you. But what about the claims? I saw in a video that someone claimed that you can't have buoyancy without the formula of gravity. What is the response to that?
Well, I mean, if it's buoyant, whether something is buoyant, it's all about the relationship between the object and the medium that it's in. Still, yeah, it has nothing to do with gravity. So, what are they, like, when gravity is used in an equation, it's essentially referring to acceleration. So you can replace that with acceleration, but in the case of buoyancy, it cancels itself out anyway. So it doesn't really even matter.
So when we have a huge ship on water, the reason why it doesn't like sink, like what is the reason behind it?
What, how ships work, how ships stay afloat.
I mean, I don't know, to be honest.
Space crabs. Chaos Wasted. You're unmuted.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, I was talking to Chaos Wasted. He just jumped in the room and he was muted. He's got space crabs. I'm curious how he got space crabs. I'm sure I'll find out quick enough.
Yeah, I don't know what space crabs are, but thanks.
So how long have you been looking into the topic of flat Earth?
Say that again?
How long have you been looking into the topic of flat Earth?
For a few years now.
A few years. So have you done any observations so you can validate to yourself whether or not the Earth is level or whether it's
Oh, yeah.
spherical?
Yeah. I've gone to the beach. I've gone to the Midwest. I've seen the flat plain.
Ah, so okay, so you've never seen it curve and what? You know the Earth is flat?
Geometrically or apparently?
Measurably.
Measurably? Yeah, measurably for sure.
All right, well, what about movement? Is Earth moving? Have you ever felt it move?
Axial rotation or Coriolis? Neither.
Well, Coriolis would be an effect of caused by moving parts, so I would just be referring to the Earth, whether or not the Earth is moving.
Nope, I don't have any evidence of that or felt it ever.
Or do you think it's possible that the vacuum of space exists?
It's negative.
Alrighty then. Look, I don't know why you have space crabs, and I don't think you can even see the live stream voice text, can you?
Yeah, I have no idea. I joined this Discord like I don't know a couple weeks ago, and I was instantly on mute. I think because I'm a new member. But I haven't really conversed in chat as much. I kind of just been watching. But I'm also part of other Flat Earth Discords, so I seen you guys post space crabs, but I have no idea what that means.
Well, just make sure you read the rules so that you understand things that are bannable offenses, so that you don't get banned for something you're unaware is a bannable offense. And if you are looking for links and resources, you can scroll to the bottom of the server. You'll find an area labeled additional information. And there's tons of links and resources. Whatever you're looking for, it's alphabetically, rooms organized alphabetically, so it should be easy to find. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Don't post anything related to the censored topics of the day. The things that we can, the things that we cannot talk about. No posting of that, and don't say the words in the live stream.
Where do you find the rules for this, the live stream?
In the welcome.
All right. Well, thank you for the information. And thank you for unmuting me.
Well, you should be able to unmute yourself now, and now you can see the live stream voice text. So make sure when you do go into voice channel, any voice channel, each voice channel will have its own voice text or text chat. Make sure when you're in one that you click onto it so that you can follow along with the appropriate text chat for the channel that you're in.
So, what is the space crabs?
Dude, I don't know. No clue. Never had them. I thought you could tell me.
Nope, I have no idea.
I think it's something Glover's catch.
Okay, I just wanted to address him and welcome him to the room.
Yeah, that's fine.
We can continue if you want.
Yeah, what was I asking?
Well, I mean, if you have any other questions, just feel free to ask. We don't have to have our own conversation just between you and I in here in the live stream. It can just be an open discussion, But if you have any more questions, just feel free to ask.
Yeah, I probably only have this one. This is the only one on the top of my mind right now, and it will be honestly about the boats. To be honest, I don't really know how the boats float. To be honest, I know it does sound a bit silly, but yeah.
Well, okay, so it's all about what the size of the boat, the weight, and the volume of water, and the amount of area, like the amount of displacement. So if you've got a lot of weight with a small surface area or whatever, you're going to have less area, right? That's going to be touching the water. It's all about the relationship between the boat and the amount of displacement of water. So if you have more of a surface, then it has to displace less water before it can. I'm horrible at explaining shit, man.
It's fine.
I'm telling you.
I do think I'm kind of grasping what you're saying here.
It's about the weight and the volume and displacement and how much of the surface of the object is.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I basically asked what is keeping ships from not sinking into the
Why
water.
do boats float? I think is what he was wondering.
I mean, it's mostly displacement and its shape. The shape of the boat helps displace the water beneath it. That's pretty much it. Because if you were to change the shape of that boat weighs, let's say, 1,000,000 pounds. Okay, but right now it's a symmetrical 1,000,000 pounds that is able to displace the amount of water beneath it. But if you were to crumble up that 1,000,000 pounds into a ball, well, now you change the shape. That 1,000,000 pounds of ball will just sink right to the ocean floor.
So you basically, if I understood you correctly, you're basically spreading out the
surface
weight of it.
Yeah, you're spreading out the weight on the surface area of the water because of its tapered shape.
Creating more resistance, like more stuff to push off.
So basically,
So the larger the surface area, right, that's touching the water, the more it can.
The more it has to resist, yes. The more resistance it has towards the other medium, yes.
hold on, I need to melt this. So basically, there is a resistance on the water, and there is, and hold on. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to
Yeah, the
grasp.
object has potential, depending on what shape you give it. It has more potential to resist the water for the surface area, yeah.
But if you, this can obviously be. I mean, obviously, this can be broken by adding more weight to the.
No, obviously it can't be broken. And anyway, there's no constant of gravity anyway. Because if there was a constant, everything in the world that was 2 pounds would fall at the same time every day, every time, at the same time. Where does that happen?
9.81 meters per second per second. down.
No.
So, like I said, it's
Do that with feathers. Hold on. Do that with feathers off the top of a building. Do that with a beach ball in water. Do that with helium. 9 point what? Where? Don't think so. Do it with heat.
No, that's their claim. That's their claim.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were the other guy.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing. I'm saying that everything should fall down 9.81 meters per second if gravity
Right.
thing.
Yeah, that's their.
So, like I said, it's the relationship between the object and the medium. So, if you have, like, it depends on how dense the water is, too. So, there's actually been boats that have been sunk by, whales or sharks or whatever. Like, if there's a lot of bubbles in the water beneath them, if something creates a lot of air bubbles, then the water's going to be less dense and the boat will sink. So it's just about the relationship between the object and the medium that it's in, regardless of in what terms you're talking about.
Yeah, I hear you.
So how much it needs to displace or how much it will displace depends also on the density of the water.
So basically, the resistance of the water would be greater than whatever, like the shape of the boat that is being applied upon it. Maybe I worded that clumsy, but that is how I'm trying to melt this down right now.
Yeah, I guess I would say that that's pretty close. Yeah, the resistance of the water, against the boat, the surface of the boat in the area, is greater. It's able to hold it up. Yeah. So even if you want to add another 1,000,000 pounds or 10 million pounds or 1 billion pounds to that boat, as long as its shape, it will help the water resist it. It will float.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Winding down. Winding down.
Sorry, come again. What did you say?
I'm very low energy right now.
All right. Oh, that's okay.
Hey.
Oh, hello. I just had my YouTube video deleted.
What was
really? What for?
Intimidation and cyberbullying, they say. I made a video about what the Netherlands is, showing that the Netherlands is a registered corporation, and the video got flagged and removed for intimidation and cyberbullying.
So cyberbullying is doing what now? Naming someone or something?
Yeah, I just showed the facts. I just showed that Netherlands is a corporation. Apparently they don't like that. They think it's bullying. I'm bullying the king of the Netherlands.
Oh well, America's a corporate. Everywhere's a corporation. If it's not like if it's a system that's set up, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't it be?
Yeah, well, I showed the credentials on Dun and Bradstreet in the video. They flagged it and removed it.
Irish Leonard, I see you're VC verified, but your server muted. Would you like to be unmuted? I don't know why your server muted, but whatever the reason is, try not to do it again, whatever it was that you did or didn't do or whatever. I have no clue, but you're unmuted.
Good morning, Roger.
Hello.
Anything interesting about the corporation or anything else?
Well, I thought to just make a video about it because it's kind of important information, maybe.
Well, somebody doesn't want you to mention it, huh?
Yeah, it didn't even have that many views. Like I think under 50.
It's okay, Irish. Just feel free to hop in if you want to. Just jump in whenever you want to join in the convo. I'll be back in a minute. I've got to grab a cup of coffee or something.
Oh, coffee.
Yeah, I haven't had a cup really since probably yesterday morning. It's been a while.
I'm drinking one right now.
Well, if it'll stop me from yawning, that's all I ask from it.
It's a nasty. I have nasty machine coffee, right? You push a button and then the coffee is done.
Well, sometimes they have pretty good coffee. So they run it through. It's like when you like the K cups. That's pretty quick too. So when you run the coffee through, it just runs through right then, and it's freshly brewed every time you get it. So even though it's out of a machine, at least it's fresh.
Yeah. This is syrup coffee, right? So they just pour syrup in it, coffee syrup, and then...
Oh, gross.
Hot water. Yeah, that's usually what it is. Secondhand coffee, right? So they so this is how they make it. They in a factory they make the coffee and then they boil it in to a syrup and then they package it and then they put it in a machine and the machine just creates hot water and then the syrup adds the syrup and then you have coffee.
Oh hell, I thought it was like freshly brewed right there as the water ran through it.
Depends on the machine. If you have the luxury machines, they have just beans, right? Just the beans, and then that's usually all right. But when you have the cheap ass machines, it's powder coffee or it's syrup. It's your coffee.
I'll be.
That's weird that they take the time to boil it and mess with it when you just leave it as powder.
Just brew your own, get a thermos. It would solve it. If you drink that much coffee, I don't know. Me, I never did. I'd have a cup when I woke. I never drank any at work, and maybe before I went to sleep. But that was about all I ever drank. Some people drink coffee 24/7.
No.
Yeah,
Stop. Go ahead, Demok. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say my grandma used to drink it so much when I was little. That's all there was, and I used to drink it a lot. But then when I got a certain age, I just stopped drinking it altogether. Haven't drank it since. But I do drink soda, so caffeine takes either way, right?
Yeah, I don't drink soda actually, but I do drink coffee from when I'm awake to, let's say, 7 o'clock in the evening. No, yeah, 7 o'clock will be my last, and then If I drink more coffee, then I'm having trouble sleeping. So. But you're right. My parents, they drink coffee when it's 10 o'clock in the evening. I'm like, what? What you doing?
Yeah, my grandma was like that. Like in my everybody that was at my grandma's when I was younger, that's pretty much what everyone drank. Like all the sugar would go to that, creamer, milk, whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's sort of a cultural thing too, though. Like drinking tea is sort of becoming a dying art.
You ever had powdered milk?
Good morning, Jazza.
G'day, Truth. How are you?
Powdered milk's another old one. Big old white box looking like a box of cereal. It says USDA on it. Pop it open. It's got the little white flakes. Mix in your water. You got your milk. Called it potato milk, but it was milk.
Yuck. No, we never had that. We have powder coffee milk, right? So that's just powder for in the coffee, but not for in your to have a glass of
Right.
milk.
Well, yeah. When I was little, big old white boxes of powdered milk.
Well, if you're ever like, it might seem gross to you now because you have the convenience and the luxury of being able to just grab some whenever you want it, and you probably don't do without if you don't want to. But if you're ever roughing it, or if you're like toughing it out for a long time, or if shit ever hits the fan and you don't have any cows nearby and you go a long time without it, if you ever wanted milk for something, like you'd be glad to have it. So it's not all that bad if you don't have it and you need it and you use
Right.
it. But it's nothing that you would like choose to use just because
Right.
you
Not
like
first.
it.
Right. Not first on the list. Just if you need it to survive, you do it. It's just all we, they had at the time. That's what the government was handing out. They gave out big things with peanut butter, cheese, milk, all the other stuff. I was a little bitty kid, so to me, it just meant I can eat some cereal. Oh, the cereal. Do you remember unsugared wheat puffs? Oh my god. I mean, they still have them today, but that's torture for a kid. Unsugared cereal.
But the other thing is too with milk is if you get like 5 liters of milk fresh from a cow or a goat or anything, you can you don't have to freeze it. You can dry it with a hairdryer or something, and it turns to powder. And then you don't have to worry about taking up room in the freezer where you can put meat and shit in there. When you turn it into a powder, it can last for months and months and months. And then you just add some water and a bit of heat to it, and it goes back to milk because it just turns into what it is, just calcium.
I wonder how fast or bad it would mold too if you got it wet. I never really thought about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can just, like, if you dry it, and then it will eventually, the calcium will settle into a powder at the bottom of the jug, and you just keep drying it, and then you just take the calcium out, pour it into a vase or a vase.
Right. Yeah, have you ever seen a chocolate milk separate?
I have not seen that. No, sir.
It's pretty wicked. It'll also expand the plastic that it's in. You just buy a $2 chocolate milk and sit it to the side outside for a couple of days and watch what it does. It's crazy.
Yeah, I can imagine it would do some pretty crazy shit.
Well, it separates itself, like you're saying, like three liquids or three different, materials, and then it starts to expand the fucking plastic real big and real big and real big, and I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah,
if it'll blow up, but it gets big.
yeah, yeah.
How's it going down in Australia?
Are you talking to me, bro?
Well, yeah.
I'm in New Zealand. New Zealand.
Oh, you're in New Zealand. Well, how's it going then?
You know, we're pretty good. Pretty good. I'm in the south of the South Island, so we're probably closer to Antarctica than anyone else, apart from the very, very nether regions of Chile and Argentina.
So, Jazza, your prime minister is that woman, right?
Yeah,
Didn't she
Jacinda.
resign? Didn't she
No,
resign?
no. No, she probably should because she's turning into a real cunt, but that's just between us.
They all do, Jezza. They all do. We have now a demissionaire government for, was it like 600 days now? I may be mistaken, but our government fell like a year and a half ago because of fraud,
Yeah.
and they're still in place.
Yeah, see, I can't see our Prime Minister Jacinda staying in government. I really can't see it. I think by Christmas she'll be out.
New elections, just the replacement minister.
Our re-election, I think, is in November next year, but I don't think she'll make it that far. If anything, because of the COVID shit. Sorry, I can't say that. If anything, because of what's going on in the world and the routes of entry she's taken, especially in the last few weeks, she's really shot herself in the foot. And I don't. Right at the start, the first lockdown, she was on Time magazine and fucking everywhere. Everyone loved her. And now she's just, every day, she's just stabbing another 9-inch nail in each toe.
But that's not much different than what we are having here. So it's only our government fell 1 year and a half ago, and they're still at it. So we had elections already, like a year ago.
Oh, so was that because we have the same political, electoral thing as you guys. So was your government overthrown and had a referendum?
They just stepped down. They stepped down because we had there was, so our IRS, right? Every country has an IRS. So our IRS was how do you explain this? They were monitoring people with a foreign last name.
Yeah.
And these people, they got child support. So our government gives you taxation reliefs for bringing your kid to daycare, right? So it costs a lot of money, but you get it back through taxation.
Yeah.
So these people were monitored because of their last name, because they had a bias, right? and if these if you made one mistake, then they told you were fraudulent as a person, and you needed to pay it back in full with with a fine. So people lost houses. 1,100 children got placed outside of their home because of this. People committed suicide because of the debt they got. But it was like people forgot to mention one line in a just an example, right? So they forgot to fill in one line, and they immediately were labeled as fraudulent. Had to pay it all back with a fine, and many people were already going against this. There were lawyers doing cases, uh, but the IRS was keeping information back. Judges were being biased, so there was a whole shit show, right? And then finally, when there was a congressional hearing, there were investigations, and this all came out. And then our government said, okay, yeah, well, we failed, and we're going to step down as a whole, right? So the whole government stepped down. They gave their resign to the king. The king signed it. So they all stepped down, but they're still in place. We already had elections, but the elections are going now for a year now. Still no new government, which is ridiculous. It's almost a coup.
Yeah, no, I hear what you mean.
And the most it's almost funny, but it's not, right? These people that all step down are actually going to reboot the same government. So they're going to make the same coalition again, and then rule for 4 years more. That's exactly what they're doing. So the old government that stepped down because of fraud is now going to they're going to make the same coalition again as if nothing happened, which is ridiculous. But this is exactly this is how it works.
And that's the democratic system, Roger. And I completely agree with you. And how I would just a wee spiel that I've always wanted to be Prime Minister. I know that makes me completely retarded for even thinking that, but how I would do it is that if I can't fix shit within 2 years, the term is 3 to 4 years. If I can't fix shit in 2 years, then the public has the right to hold a referendum to say that, look, Jazakondia, you're not doing what you said, and you're a complete piece of shit, and you're full of shit.
Yeah. That you mentioned a referendum, because we had a referendum. So if you had like I don't know exact number, right? But if you had 30,000 1 second. If you have 30,000 signed forms, you can order a referendum, right? And then everybody could vote on something. But they took that out. They took that out because they told us it wasn't working, and it's too yada yada yada, too costly. But they took that out. So
but that's the thing. And what I'm saying is our term in government under democracy, what we have here is 4 years. And I would say on the day that I got elected, if I got elected, would be if I can't provide to you, the people, what I've promised within 2 years, 18 months, 2 years. And if you think I'm full of shit, then you can call a referendum and get me the fuck kicked out.
If only, right? So our demissionaire prime minister, he just said just in the cabinet, right? When we're in the House of Government where they all are. So he said this was like half a year ago. He said, "Well, yeah, we're already stepped down, so you can't send us away anymore." And then he laughed, right, as if it was a joke.
Yeah.
So if only, but that we are the prime example, right? So they step down on their own free will, right? Well, not their own free will because they are caught with fraud, right? But they step down and they're still there, still.
Well, no.
600 days later, still there.
Well, no, not so much, Roger, because this is what I was just trying to say, is that in terms of democracy, you have to allow 600 days, 2 years, or, just under 18 months. You have to allow what they're proposing to do if they get in. You have to give them a chance. And what I just said was that when I propose what I'm going to do, if I don't do it within 18 months to 24 months, let's say that's quite an extension, is if I haven't done what I promised you and gained your vote, then please, under any circumstances, feel free to not vote for me in the next election, because I haven't delivered my promise to you, the voter. No politician in history has done that in democracy. They just still go, oh yeah, I'll do this, and then the people go, oh yeah, that sounds good, and then it never fucking happens. That's why we have the stigmatism that every fucking politician lies.
So I follow those debates, right?
Yeah.
I follow them, and then when you actually look at what's happening, it's just theater, Jezza. Just theater, right? They lie, they tell untruths.
That's what I just said. That's what I literally just said. I literally just said that people just vote for what they're saying. And then the election comes, and then everyone goes in the media and goes, oh, they're all just fucking liars. And I'm like, you vote for the right person for the job. You don't vote for what they're saying. That's the dumbest shit you can do.
But you know how that works, right? They just just before election, they prompt up the best spin doctors. They tell you the most beautiful promises, and then right after the election, it all goes to shit again. It's just everywhere.
Exactly, Roger. It's literally like the let's take a rotating clothesline that has floral arrangements on it, and a nice little old lady that's fucking 98 years old, and you go and hang up these floral garments, and she goes out onto her deck and has a look and has a cup of tea and looks at the world, and that's all she has, which is sad, and she looks at that and that's all she has. And then you take it away, and she's got nothing. You have to keep that going because she's still here. Actually, no, I think I've got that completely out the back door, way up the fuck. So you go right ahead. You take over.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they took a lot of things away from us in the past 2 years. Took a lot of things from the old people. Pensions are still declining.
But yeah, Rog, if I can just say, a good older friend of mine did pass away, sadly, just over a week ago. No positive COVID test. People are still dying just naturally. It's not because of the virus, but the virus is bad, and we need to protect each other.
Right. So as long as I can remember, Josa, and you're probably a bit older than me, but as long as I can remember, it's always been. It always we always went into winter, right? Winter has
Yeah.
always come, always. And when winter came, people went sick, right? They got sick. So this is something we all observe in our daily lives every year.
We do, and this is why this is interesting that you bring this up, Roger, because you're going into winter and I'm going into summer. So carry on.
Right. And they claim that, well, so they claim now we have code black, which is when the hospitals are getting overrun. And the last 2 years they said, well, yeah, we need to take care of each other's in the hospitals, but they didn't ramp up any of those services. So no new people in the hospitals, no new employees, no new ICU people. So that's a big problem here, right? Because they claim that if we go into, because we are again in a lockdown, and I don't want to talk about this too long, but the point is they claim we have to be in a lockdown because of the hospitals are getting overrun, but the hospitals don't have enough people to do the job, right? That's the main problem here in our country. It's not that.
And same here, and same in every other country, and Roger, because you're in the Netherlands, and I don't know if you have older or younger nieces and nephews that have difficulties, or if you have older aunties and uncles. It's not the time to fuck around with their health, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, I understand. If I'm not, yeah. Again, right? People get sick in the winter. This is something we all observe. And before this whole thing, that was the most normal thing ever, right? That you got sick in the winter. The most normal.
Yeah, Roger. But like I said, and I shit you not, I have not fucking had a sniff, had a sneeze, or fucking thrown up in 25 years. And ironically, because this shit's come up, I bet you I will. I bet you I'll get sick.
Do you think that stress and negative emotions and the constant pressure of the media and whatever, right, has an effect on your health?
I think especially with the vaccine, if you've been looking at the wrong shit,
No, I'm not talking about
Hang
Jeff
on.
or whatever, right? I'm just
Hang
talking
on. You
about
haven't been sick for 25 years. Why
stress.
would you get sick now?
Okay. So, no, absolutely not.
So stress isn't a factor that your immune system can be. Isn't that what? That's what I've been told.
Okay, so if you're a new private pilot and you're looking at, and you've just done your exams and you're looking at information or hearing information about how an aeroplane flies, and you're looking at accident reports that say that all private airplanes fly, then you're going to talk yourself into crashing. Not necessarily crashing, but I hope you get my point.
No,
So you say you're talking yourself into getting yourself sick.
I can't say what I'm saying, but you got the gist of it.
Why would you get sick now if you haven't been sick for 25 years?
Because of a friend of mine that talked to me today about a heap of shit that hasn't even been. I don't know where the fuck you heard that from, but more people are dying from the fucking vaccine.
Yeah, well,
Where do you live, Jazza? Where do you live?
I'm in the South Island of New Zealand, there, big fella. So,
not medical
but
advice.
you have your own choice to do that or not, right? They can't tie you down, right?
Yeah, I do have my own choice, and we do it because it's why the fuck would you not?
No, but we're talking about you getting sick and not getting sick. That's my question for you. You just said you're going to get sick. Why?
I just told you I had my fucking vaccination 6-7 months ago. I'm due for my booster shot, and I haven't been sick for fucking 25 plus years. Big dog.
Okay, I'm confused. Did you just tell us you feel like you're going to get sick or not?
I haven't spewed. I haven't been looking at the bullshit that you guys have been looking at. That I'm like, oh my god, I've had a fucking double vaccine. I'm gonna die.
So you're saying it's in your mind?
No. Anyone that fucking looks at the shit, anyone that looks in the vaccine and that is concerned and looks at what is going on here and going, oh my god, I'm going to die from a heart attack and fucking heart palpitations and all this shit. You're talking yourself into it.
That's called psychosomatic. It's in your mind.
Yeah, that's just what I said, right? If you have stress and negative emotions and the constant
No, Roger. It's like looking at the fucking at the clouds and going, oh my god, there's a arterial heart valve pumping away in the clouds. And then if I get my vaccine, the arterial heart valve that was pumping all the clouds is gone. It's a complete load of shit, my friend.
Okay. This is not medical advice.
It is not. It is not. Okay. I'm just saying.
I would advise everybody just to look at the facts. Go to your doctor. I was just only my idea, right? It's my speculation is that you can get your immune system can get trashed by stress or
compromised and
compromised. Yeah, right. By stress, negative emotions. That is my speculation. Right.
There's a nocebo and a placebo effect, and it's a proven fact. If you tell somebody something, the mind prepares the body, and the mind's in charge, not the body. The mind's in charge of the body, not the other way around.
Yo, Roger. I'm just gonna get. Can you, my flat Earth girlfriend might join. and ask if I'm retarded. I don't know what she's going to ask.
What? Sorry.
My new girlfriend is she's
You gotta be more specific. Say your name. Is she in the room now?
oh no, she's not in the room, but she's a big time flat earther.
Okay.
And her name's Candice.
Candice. Right. Cool.
And she keeps calling me fucking a retard, and I keep calling her a retard, and I keep calling her Saturday night, tomorrow night. We'll have to sort it out. But anywho, just drill into her if Candice from the middle of the South Island of New Zealand shows up, just tell her that her boyfriend showed up, and
Okay.
the Earth's definitely not flat.
Right. You can have your beliefs, Jazza. That's okay.
Hey, Rog, you can have them too, but we'll build a cathedral any month now, and we'll sort that shit out between us. It'll be all good. All right, cheers, bro.
Yo, bye, man.
Yeah, if you're in fear and if you're telling yourself, you're gonna get sick, you're gonna get sick, and that's it. It does. It can have a negative effect on your immune system and other parts of your life. And the opposite is true. If you empower yourself and if you mentally boost yourself with positive thoughts instead of negative thoughts, you also have that protection, that defense to overcome not only physical challenges but mental and emotional challenges.
Have you ever looked into Wim Hof?
I know. Is he like a guru?
It's a Dutch guy who climbs mountains in his underpants.
So he has a lot of positive affirmations.
Yeah. So his only thing is you have to breathe. But he has this whole method, right? Using cold to prepare the body to make the body prepare itself for winter and to rejuvenate itself by going into cold baths, ice cube baths, right? It's pretty interesting when you look at it. Pretty interesting. This guy, I think he holds the world record for staying in a bath of ice cubes.
So he's overcoming the cold with his mental training and physical conditioning.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you, let's say on a physical level, if your body can tolerate that, right? It can learn to be strong and tolerate that. Then that's like I don't want to say protection, but it's like saying it can take anything. He's training his mind and his body to be strong, and that's going to keep him well, physically and mentally.
If I'm not mistaken, but I have to look it back. He was the guy that, and this is like I think it's 10 years ago, but because Wim Hof is now like he's old, but if I'm not mistaken, he went into because he wanted to prove this, right? That the mind is strong and you can control your body and your body can kill anything it encounters, right? So That is something he wanted to prove. So he went into a lab setting with quote unquote scientists, and they I so don't pin me on this, but they shot some, I think it was E. coli, but I don't know for sure. They shot it into his veins, and people that people will get sick, right? They get sick for 1 day, 2 day if they get E. coli infection and they vomit and whatever, right? But when they shot it in his body, he went into some kind of trance and nothing happened to him. So that was pretty interesting to watch. But you have to look it up on the internet. And again, this is not medical advice. Go to your doctor. But it's pretty interesting what he shows, right? What his body can do. His body can do. Pretty interesting.
Diseases actually damage our immune system, but the immune system is not what people think, what doctors say about it. It doesn't work that way.
I
It's
want to
just
say,
like it's like a
hang
bad
on, Get.
programming.
Just 1 second,
Sorry.
Get. I just wanted to say
Yeah.
that this guy you're talking about, Roger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what he thinks about this whole situation right now.
Yeah. You take one guess.
Yeah.
Take one
Bullshit.
guess.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Fear mongering, mass propaganda, mind control. Right, so look at this. So hang on, get one thing. I just want to say one thing. Look,
Go ahead.
if you believe, the mind is in charge of the body, which I believe it is, and you tell the nation, the whole world, there's this thing going on, there's body bags, you better distance, you better wear a mask, quarantine. This is gonna stress and fear some people into getting ill. And if you are ill, the next step would be, you could get, you can die if you're old, you can die physically if you're in one stage, you get to the next stage, right? And this is like the placebo is giving you something good. The nocebo is giving you something bad. This is going to hurt you. Take it. And then your mind prepares yourself. So the fear, the stress will affect a certain amount of people, even if it's what a small amount, 0.01, and that's the math we have. It's 0.01 right now. So there you go. That's your result.
Well, the immune system is pretty much like an operating system, like a Linux server. Once you install the operating system, you have a lot of backdoors and ports. Everything is open, almost everything. And if it's not open, then it has default settings. So you have to work out, tweak it to build it yourself, to make what you want to use and what you don't want without your confirmation. And this is what actually sin does. It opens those back doors, and then you are vulnerable to all sorts of bacteria, microbes, and things like this. They they live inside us by default, all of them, but they can't affect you because you are isolated from them. But sin is what opens the doors for these to hurt you. This is how I see it. But yeah, you don't have to take my word.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Roger.
It's about learning how to heal, and that information is hard to find actually nowadays. Be right back.
Yeah, I guess I didn't get what Jazza was talking about. I guess that's an inside conversation with you, Roger.
Yeah, the call. But
I felt like it was a contradiction what he was saying.
sorry?
I felt like it was a contradiction what he was saying.
Jazza?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Jazza is a walking, talking contradiction.
But no, he really believes what he's saying. I just couldn't understand what he was saying. He was on one hand, there's no point in going over it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, so obvious things like just a yes or no question. If you ask him, does the government lie to you or keep information from you? He will say no. I mean, what?
Now, do you know what he's thinking when he says that? Like, can I get it in his brain? Like, does he mean that mean to lie? Or does he mean that there's a noble lie, like the lie for the betterment of mankind? What is he thinking?
Either way, right? If it's a quote unquote noble lie or a lie for your own good or whatever, it's a lie, right? So it's just a simple yes or no question, right? Government lie, yeah, sure. You can speculate about the reasons why they lie, but yes, they lie. And if you ask Jazza, do they lie? He will tell you no, which is ridiculous.
There's a guy in the Gem Panda server that he starts off with like, there's only one conspiracy theory that's true. Is Pizzagate. The rest are all fake and phony. That's his whole concept of the argument. And based on that, it's a globe. Based on that, we're basically crazy. Based on that, we have no proof that anything we believe is true, unless it's proven, which in this case, Pizzagate's the only one, right? So you can imagine how that conversation goes.
Wait, so Pizzagate is the only one that's real?
I'm sorry, it wasn't Pizzagate. The one with Nixon. What was the one with Nixon? What was that?
Watergate.
Watergate. Watergate was the only real conspiracy. Everything else is fake.
Oh, so
because that one was like quote unquote proven on the news, quote unquote. So then that one was true, but all the rest of them are fake.
MK Ultra, right, was admitted. Operation Paperclip was admitted.
No, I mean, I think MK Ultra was admitted, but I don't know what he'll say to that. But his whole point was that we have no proof that all these conspiracies, including the flat Earth, the government has no reason to lie. Prove it. Like that. So
no
maybe
reason.
That's where Jazz is coming from.
So experimental and new military technology, right, which they don't want to share with quote unquote their enemies. So that's not a quote unquote conspiracy. Let's
try to get in the mind of this kind of person. So what he's saying is that like people like you and me, good natured people, are working in the government. So there is no government. Okay, there's people like you and me. So
yeah, that's true.
So when these people like you and me are not going to forcibly, deliberately kill the human race because we have heart. Granted, there are psychopaths, but he would say the psychopaths are not in charge. They're kind of hiding, like there's a psychopath at your job that you don't know about. They're kind of hiding that they don't want to be detected, But this whole elite thing is ridiculous. This whole thing about, the elites trying to control the world, because there's people like you and me that are managers and directors that won't let that happen and prove that they do. That's kind of the conversation. yes, they will hide, let's say secrets from China, from Russia, but that's not a conspiracy per se, flat earth, mandates. That's just, trying to get ahead on the global, either business scale or for defense, for national defense. It's not really part of the conspiracy. That's kind of, that goes without saying that they're going to hide military secrets or hide where their spies are. That he believes in spies, but not, a big pharma conspiracy, not a flat Earth or a mandate or anything. The news is basically 100% true, except what the news is 100% true, except the mistakes that they make without knowing. So. I don't remember what he thought about NASA. I think NASA is basically legit, but they could make a CGI video, but not to intend to deceive, just to get their monthly work done.
Oh man!
I told him, look, if you do it, make it CGI, and this is not really a picture of space, but something you had an artist do, you have to put that on the bottom of the picture, not real CGI artists. That's how you'd be honest. If you got a picture of the world, for example, and zoomed out or zoomed in so Africa's bigger or smaller, you have to say that. Otherwise, you're just making like camera tricks, which are not the right perspective. I think you have to disclose that. If you're showing a black hole eating a planet, you have to say this is what's it called? It's not a real thing we're seeing. It's like a
animation.
It's an animation, but it's also like how they say
an artist rendition.
It's like rendition. It's like something of what would happen, but this is not really happening. But we're showing you what would be to happen if this is the case, whatever you call it. But they don't say that. They just pass it up. They put it in science books. They put it in education. They put it on NASA's website and they pass it off as the real thing. They have Hubble. They have Sophia. They're taking real pictures, but they're not. That's my problem with it.
Yeah, but they will tell you, well, they don't hide it, right? They don't hide it. They will.
Yeah. So here's the answer. Some pictures are touched up, because they want them to look nice. CGI, touch up artists, and there's some real pictures out there. You have to look for them. The real deal, not touched up. I have a question for you on perspective. You got a minute?
Well, a small minute because I have to go on mute for.
Well, you can tell me tomorrow or the next day. Just think about it. These Globers are telling me, a lot of them, telling me that if flat, you'd be able to see infinite. It wouldn't ever vanish into the ground. And I show them the street lamps. The street lamps are headed down to the ground, and they don't get it. They're saying, no, it would go. It wouldn't actually go. It wouldn't actually go into the ground. The sun wouldn't actually set. It just gets closer and closer to the ground, but never beneath the ground. So just tell me how you would respond. Okay. Have a good one.
Well, so they beneath the ground is a begging the question of a geometric horizon of a leading edge of a sphere, right? That is what they are saying, beneath the ground. But there is no measurement of curvature anywhere. So they're begging the question that the sun is going beneath it is just fallacious. That's what I would tell them. So if they claim it's going beneath it, you can pin them down. So the horizon is geometric, right? That's been debunked by the Black Swan. The horizon is not geometric. Anyway, I have to mute now. Talk to you later, guys.
The sun would never set. You'd never have distant objects vanish into the ground. This is what they're saying. And I'm saying they would vanish at a distance because everything would vanish. It's just like train tracks would meet or appear to meet. Yes or no?
This can be demonstrated on a flat plane anytime that stuff disappears bottom up. So that's just... So they want to claim that stuff disappearing bottom up is only due to a physical obstruction, right?
It's due to
Physical
curving, yes.
So because of that, the horizon is a geometric location, right? Conforming a globe Earth with the radius of 3959.
Yes.
But the horizon is not geometric. They will double think and deny that when you point to the Black Swan.
Black Swan, they say refraction. It moves it up.
Yes, so, but with the sun, they claim the sun is blocked by physicality, is blocked by the horizon, which then is geometric in their head.
Right.
So
So
if you...
with the sun, it's geometric, no refraction. But with the Black Swan, refraction, apparent horizon, right?
Yeah. They flip-flop, usually.
But I have seen the second oil rig on the Black Swan halfway covered, and they'll use that picture also. I'm not sure if that one's taken low or what the measurements of that is, but I have seen the second oil rig halfway.
That is still a Black Swan because the horizon is still not at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height, right? That only demolishes their claim that the horizon is geometric, right? They show you a horizon that moves.
But do we have the second oil rig vanishing into the horizon on a flat plane? And is that what it would look like on our end? How do I explain that? The second platform halfway covered.
That could be. So the horizon can move. So that could be refraction. Nobody is denying refraction exists. Look at the Skunk Bay observation, right? Understand? But they will claim that refraction makes the light angle up and over a ball Earth with the radius of 3959. That is what they claim refraction does, which is what it does not. When you look at the Skunk Bay observation, you see that the horizon moves up and down, and that the buildings on the island get squished, get torn. So it does not make you look over the island, right? It does not make you look further than the island if you look at the Skunk Bay observation.
You have to show me Skunk Bay, but I wanted to say I haven't seen Skunk Bay, but maybe I have.
One second. I can
I want to
post
say,
but then I really have to go.
When you have a distant object with refraction on a flat plane, I believe it makes the object, the light blows the object up so it's bigger. So the light
Yeah,
makes it
there are
in every
multiple.
side,
Yeah,
which means if you have a bow, it would go higher and more wider, and then the bottom would appear to dip into the water, not because it dipped into the water, but because if it's called ocular, I forgot what it's called, but there's a word for it, and I believe that's what's happening. It's the parent boat is growing in size, which makes the bottom it expands in all directions, which makes because of light, which makes the bottom go into the water. I think that's what's happening. What do you think?
could be. So I've posted the GIF.
Okay, thank you. I'll check it out. Talk later.
Right, and a good one is also I have a YouTube channel, Sky Free. It's called. Oh, they have a new one.
So this is Skunk Bay. I've seen this. So what's the point of you showing me this? What are you saying?
That refraction doesn't make you look over the island. It doesn't bend it 7/6R, right? Doesn't that doesn't occur. That is what they claim when they use the terrestrial refraction model, begging the question of a ball Earth, and then assuming gas has a shape, a spherical shape, right? It bends over the Earth.
Okay,
That is
let me
what
ask
they
you
did.
this. Let me ask you this. It looks to me like refraction is making the island go up and down, and it appears to be blurry and fuzzy. But like I would say to a degree, like you said, it doesn't make the thing go over the water. It just kind of blurs the whole picture, not just one thing. So this is what would happen on a flat plane. You'd have the water refract and go up and down, but that would make object behind the horizon come up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
This is Skunk Bay. Where is
Right.
Skunk Bay, by the way?
Oh, good question.
I'm gonna say this one.
I think it's
Okay.
Washington.
Washington. I'll check this out, bro. Thank you. Sky.
Yeah,
Sky.
the Sky Free channel has a ton of real world examples, demonstration of what quote unquote refraction does on this Earth, right? It doesn't it doesn't bend the light. They say bending, but it actually is changing angles. Light is going straight and it changes angles constantly. That is what they tell you. That is what they claim. It changes angles over a curved surface. That is not what is happening, right? And this channel shows you what how it works on a flat plane.
Okay. And who is there? Not really Yerk giving me stuff too. Details.
Right, and there is also a video which is awesome. I think
it's for Harp. Never mind. Go ahead. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you, Roger.
Oh, so this video I just posted here.
Free?
Oh no, fuck. Sorry, no, I was on this one. Here you have an RC boat, a small RC boat, which they have the camera just above the water, and this RC boat is moving away from the camera on a very small lake, like I think it's 800-foot lake.
And it shows the camera being the boat being covered by the water, right? So how do you explain that?
It's an optical effect.
Yeah, but what is happening? Is the boat vanishing into the horizon?
The because of your angle is too acute, right? From your because of your angle is too acute, the light cannot reach your eye anymore. That is why it seems like the bottom is disappearing. If you stand up, you will see the whole boat again. But the point here is that this cannot be curvature according to the model. Yet the bottom of the boat still disappears.
This is like what, 100 feet?
500, I guess. 500. So this boat is 500 feet away. The horizon, the
Now, is it when it
horizon
starts
should be at.
when it starts vanishing? Is it observer height 5 feet?
No, it's just above the water. I
Like
think
a foot?
they less, even less.
Yeah, according to the globe, there's no curvature in 500 feet.
Sorry?
According to the globe, there's no curvature in 500 feet.
Right. Yet the boat is still disappearing bottom up. So they claim that this stuff only happens on the globe Earth, which is just not true, right? Demonstrated here. So it's not exclusive to a globe Earth. This happens on a flat plane and can be
Is this a
demonstrated
P900?
anytime.
Is this a P900?
Yeah, I think so. Not exactly sure. But again, so now they cannot back the question that the Earth is a ball where boats disappear bottom up on, right? Because they have to now show that it is actually curvature. So the validation of the radius, aka curvature drop of distance has to be presented.
Roger, what do you think about a little wind blows up the water in between yourself and the boat, and the little wave in front of you is including some of the boat?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a possibility?
Sure. But they will claim it's curvature, right?
Right now at a 240, I just thought, look like I just seen a mirage right now at 247. The boat's on top and the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Now the person's feet are occluded. Yeah, I think this is retraction at a 307, 308.
Right. So, but the bottom of the boat disappeared, right?
Yes, the whole boat disappeared. Most of it.
So no curvature was there, but the whole boat disappears.
It's an optical effect. But what about optical effect is it? Is it refraction?
Yeah, you have 5 types of refraction, right? I think it's miraging, but I'm not inferior miraging, but I'm not too sure. You have to watch the video. The goal for the goal. So my point was presenting this and showing you that stuff disappearing bottom up can be demonstrated on a flat plane, right?
Yes, and the last thing, before you go, what is it called when distant objects seem to expand in size and cause
towering? Is it towering?
Towering. That means they get bigger in all directions. Okay.
I'm not exactly sure.
Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, so while looming and sinking change the apparent elevation of an object, towering and stooping change the apparent shape of the object itself. Yeah, but I have to. Now I really have to go.
Stooping makes it smaller, towering makes it bigger.
Yeah, just look it up. But I have to go now.
All right, thank you, Roger.
Yo.
Get real at domain.com.
Feels like tapping to the character really can make anything happen. I'm opening the doors to my office so that the next generation of writers together intelligent. It is. It's really secret keys to its kingdom. Stick those keys in the door. Figure out what's back. But I tell you what I know.
Oh, gorgeous. I'm the fairy boy. The real I'm the fairy mother, and today I'm going to be reacting to Angelina Jolie. Look at those orange drops. Now, she's got very moving and her hoods up. Thanks for the hands. This advertisement. Hello. Which means that this is you're a demo. We all know. Completely everything. Which means that vocal cords, because if vocal cords are not her movement is so special. Yeah. She's got very vocal. danger, leave me to soul, or kill me for that I shadows they whisper, stare, let out those who don't know. Keep me from a stranger without good intent. Me from
Earth is flat.
Hello, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's up with everyone? You guys talking about something?
Yeah, let's talk about something.
Mm-hmm. What do you guys think about the gematria effect? Gematria.
I don't know about that.
You know what that is?
No.
You should look it up. Here, I'll send a video real quick. Here, I put a video for y'all to check out in the Livestream voice chat, the voice text channel. It's Jewish numerology. It's the way the elites encode their little secret messages all over the place. It's quite a long video, but I would recommend you guys to watch it. It'll really add another element on top of everything. What's wrong with you? Hello? I guess I win.
So why aren't you guys at work right now?
I'm a student. I got no school today.
Same.
I work from home.
What do you do?
Stock market mentor.
I've never heard of that job. Stock market mentor. So you just tell people what to invest in, basically?
More like I teach them how to do the stock market.
Does it pay well?
Is it like a
People want to
course?
get in, want to make an investment, don't know what they're doing. Mostly newbies, but I can also advise on advanced trades also.
Yeah, but
Do you have any advice for us right now? What's something good to invest in today?
Well, my advice
Disney,
is to
Caterpillar.
save and make an investment, like save money from your paychecks, right? So you can put that into an investment when you get older, because that way you won't be.
What do you call an account like that, Godric?
Right? That's the main thing.
What do you call a savings account? What is that called?
Savings account?
Yeah, like an invest where you can invest out of a savings account. What do you call that?
Oh,
why are you lying to us, Godric? You don't know shit about what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, I mean, you're thinking of like a drip situation. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about.
There's a lot of drip in your
Spend all your
situation,
money.
if you know what I mean.
Put some money save it, and you can put that into investment. That's the basic foundation of not being broke your whole life. That's it.
But
Once you
God, you
invest
don't
there,
know
it's
what you're
up to
talking
you.
about.
I'm just
Once you
curious.
invest
Are you
there,
rich?
you can do stocks, real estate, but don't be broke. If you're broke, you have no options. That's what I'm saying. This is what I teach. People pay me to teach this stuff. I'll tell you for free.
Godric, you're lying. You're not fooling me. No one pays you a single fucking cent to get any information from you. Why the fuck are you lying?
Are you a Glober?
What does that have to do with anything right now? You're just lying straight up. Like you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how the stock market works at
The
all.
mentality of Globers to be
I
closed-minded. That's what.
I'm sorry to intervene, but I don't think anyone in here is a Glober right now because I've talked to everyone in here before. I don't think anyone's on that side of the spectrum. I think we're over that.
Okay, that's good then.
The shallow Rambo guy might be. I don't know. I haven't seen him around.
You can listen to somebody else for your advice. It's fine.
Godric, you just basically told me to save up my money. Do you know how fucking redundant that information is?
It's not redundant because people don't do it because they need help, dude. They need someone to help them. They can't do it. That's why people pay me, because to tell them what they need to do.
Prove it. How do people find you? Number one, how do people find you and approach you for help? Where do you advertise your services? How do you get your name out there? I want to hear that because I think you're lying through your fucking teeth, what you have left of them. Godric.
I hear you,
Where do
bro.
people find you?
I hear you. It sounds like you're upset, man.
No, I just think that you think you can get away with lying to people, and I'm here to just expose your lies because you obviously know nothing about the stock market, or you don't even know what an IRA is, dude.
Listen.
Tell me where do people find you and pay you? You don't get paid shit from anybody, dude. Stop lying. Tell me right now how you get your name out there and how people will find you to get your services. Tell me that.
I have a presence online. I have plenty of people who find me. It's not really hard once you get your name out there over the years. You can check out my YouTube channel if you like. I got a few people from YouTube.
What's your YouTube channel called?
I can link it for you if you like. Would I link it for you? Would you like me to link it for you?
Yeah, go ahead and link it then.
Give me a second. Yeah, I've been in the market for 35 years. I've been independent for 20. Last job I had was 2000. That's when I retired into the stock market. So if you're serious, just find out.
So yeah, I'm just curious. Do you have any good picks for the day though? For the market open?
Do you do stocks? I can give you a stock that'll go up today.
What's up?
I'll give you a stock that'll go up today.
Yeah, sure.
You want that? Mildly, not nothing crazy. Apple.
Apple's gonna go up today.
Yes.
It's gonna be higher than market close or market. Yeah, it's gonna be higher than at market close and at market open today.
Higher than yesterday.
So, would you be willing to bet all your life savings on that?
I'll bet you $10.
I don't do that. I only do 100 plus. How about this? I'll actually buy Apple right now, okay? I'll buy like $50 worth of Apple. And
You can't.
if it goes down, right, then you're
You
paying
can't buy
me
$50
then
worth
pay
of
me the
Apple. That's
loss
not how it
back.
works.
Bro, listen, one share is $160. You got 160?
You don't need to
can't
buy a full share.
$50 of Apple. You can't.
So when I say Apple's gonna go up, it's gonna go up like a point or two. So like if you have a share, you'll make $1 or $2. That's the prediction. It's not like gonna like go up 100% or nothing like that. It's a big stock. It moves slow, but it's kind of moving right now. So I would. This is like the advice that I give. I could be wrong, but probably I'm more right than I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, at the start of the day, basically, when the market opens, if the number's like a 1% increase, it's going to end up at 1%. So
well,
you just looked at the charter and said
close,
that with no actual knowledge. What's Apple up to today? Why do you think that it's going to be up today? Is there any reasoning, or are you just looking at the 1% that the green on the charter to this morning?
Apple's one of my core 10 stocks, and I've been following it for a long time, and I think it's going to be up today. You can take a look at it.
No, yeah, but you're just basically not telling me any information. You're just telling me that this is a solid stock, which it already is. It doesn't. And nothing you are saying that is already apparent, though. So why would someone pay for you to say that your opinion?
Apple's in play, okay, which means that it's surging upwards. The investors and traders are buying it. It's in a process of going up right now, and it will. And that's why I say it'll go up higher. So it's a mild move, though.
Why do you talk like that?
Did you get my video already?
You didn't send it anywhere.
Let me send to you. I mean, I'm not the best, but I'm okay. I mean, people,
Well, you're claiming that you make enough money from your investments to live your life. Is what you
Listen,
said?
I have a small
Working
account. I just have enough to pay my bills, and that's it. I'm not a millionaire. I'm just a real regular guy, just like you. Except I've been doing it for 30 years, and I figure out how to do it. That's it. This is my channel. This is one way. This is one of your questions answered. I get a few people from YouTube that come and they hire me to teach them.
Okay, that sounds like maybe it's a part-time, not like a thing that you can make a living on.
My specialty is cover calls, which is generating monthly income from your stocks. You just gotta have 100 shares or more. You can do cover calls. It's just one way to generate monthly income. This is actually me in person.
Which one, the first one or the second one?
The one that says Godric.
I thought it was the one below it.
You can make fun if you want to, bro. Just take it for what it's worth, man. The videos are free. So you can make fun of me if you want, but just take it for what it's worth. My videos are free. Most people, they want like an
no one's making fun of anyone.
And they never get it because they don't put in the time or the effort. So, I could give it to you for free. You still won't get it. You have to put the time in to learn it.
What am I going to learn from you?
Just some of the strategies I use to make money. That's it.
I don't know what that is. What's a strategy to make money?
Like one is cover calls. Cover calls are where you have your shares and you basically rent them out to the public every month for a small but reasonable premium. So you're getting money regardless if the market goes up or down. That's the value.
So is that what Donald John Trump did?
No, that's not what Donald Trump did. Few people know how to do cover calls. I say even few of them actually apply it.
What's a cover call?
Basically, you get 100 shares and you rent that out to the public every month, and you get a premium. Let's say 4% return. Do it 10 times a
I
year.
rent my
40%
stock,
return.
so people can buy percentages of mine, and I keep a little bit of the return.
Yeah, what that is options. You have the shares and you create the option. You sell the option or you rent the option, and the option buyer pays you. And since there's a market for these options, it's automatic. You just press the button and you get paid. But like I said, it's like 3, 4, 5% return a month. It's not, a lofty return, 30%, 50%, 100%. You try to make those returns, and like any investment, you can lose also that and more. So I'm into safe, easy investments. Nothing no long shots, no gambling.
Okay, I have a question. So where does the stock market go when the war breaks out eventually?
Let's say there's a war, or catastrophe, or an attack, whatever, like 9/11, whatever. We're gonna have a correction or a crash, right? At that point, you want to build your puts, right? So puts are a good way to make money when the market goes down. It's a system of shorting the market. Do you understand what I mean by shorting? When you make money when it goes down.
Aware. Yeah.
Do you understand how you actually make money when it goes down? Do you understand the concept of what you actually do?
You got to sell it if it goes down and buy it when it's going up.
Okay, that's a trade, but that's not shorting. What you're doing there is you're selling at the market. You're buying back cheaper, but a shorting is when you actually borrow somebody
What
else's
happens
shares.
if I tweet out a picture of Jeff Bezos naked? What's going to happen to Amazon?
Probably nothing.
You sure?
But you bring up a good point. If you have a breaking news like he's something really bad or he's fraud, that will affect the stock. Not him being naked though. You'd be something more substantial. Maybe he's fucking a goat or something. So
why would he do that?
That kind of thing, honestly, it'll just correct itself. The people will buy it when it's cheaper. Amazon has so many traders, investors that they're looking to buy the shares at a discount, and they'll just buy it back. When it goes down, just buy it back up. It'll just go up higher. It needs to be something really substantial, like fraud or something, to get the stock to correct.
You know where I think it'll go if and when a war breaks out? Right back into the bankers' pockets.
Yeah, and they're all Jewish, so it all ends up with the Jews. That's how it is every day, every time.
What some of the big accounts will do, they'll sell, and they'll collect their. I mean, most of them are in profit mode right now because the market's substantially higher than it was, let's say, before COVID. They can sell and cut and get out with a profit, and then, like you said, when it drops down, they can buy it back, so they don't really lose money.
What if you sell it? Listen, what if you just make a robot that sells it when it's above your profit, when you start making a profit, and then just buys it when it's lower?
You can make a robot, but you can also do that by hand, right? A robot might help you do it when you're working if you're not there, But
I think that's why Godric was trying to explain to you about the true nature of shorting, because when something's going down, you can make just as much money when something's becoming less profitable as when it's going up. So you almost need two types of bots: a shorting bot and a long bot, but someone still needs to toggle between them as to what you're going to do, and that's if you're playing the short game. Generally, the safest is to play the long game. Look at a broader trend that's occurring over a 7-day or longer scale. And then when that trend starts, you know you're safe for the next 7 days. And then you've only got either up or down more profitability to play with. So when you're trying to play to the 30-second chart, that next 30 seconds could be completely different to the first 30. And within a couple of minutes, the whole picture could have changed. So
like a
there's a
slideshow.
lot. But maybe Godric, conclude your point you were making about shorting.
Well, you're mostly
Shorting
correct
was-
in what you said. What I wanted to say also is like a bot is not going to be able to trade better than you trade. So you have to know how to trade, to make a bot that trades. If you don't know how to trade, you're not going to be able to control your bot. You're not going to be able to know what it's doing. So it's not going to be helpful. You have to be sort of knowledgeable, and then to create a bot that that does your specific trades, and the results are going to be basically the same as you doing it. The only benefit is if you're working, you can do it like when you're playing golf, whatever. And the situation will come when the market comes down, and your bot's in a position, it's going to lose money. It can't just always wait till the market goes back up. It might take months. So you have to be able to sell at a loss, right? And there's two reasons why you want to sell at a loss. One is to stop the bleeding, to stop the loss, and two is to save your money for the next position, which hopefully is a better position. So while you think you're getting gains, which you may get, you're going to also have some losses, and you have to add your losses to your gains. Hopefully you're up, but you're not always up. It's not a cookie cutter perfect system. You say sell when you're up and buy when you're down, but the market doesn't move the way you want it. It might go up, and you sell, then it goes higher. So then, how do you get back in? You have to buy
it's going
higher.
up.
But if you buy higher,
and you're
and then
still
it goes
making money
down,
because it's going up.
you're losing money. But then if you sell, you're out of the market.
No, because then if you're selling, you've made your money back, and you just wait for it to go down.
Right. So let's say Apple, we're in an uptrend, it doesn't go back down. Then what do you do? What does your bot do? It keeps going up. What does your bot do?
I just buy it again. I buy it
Buy
again.
higher.
hits your sell
Buy
point.
higher.
It hits your
You're talking
sell
about the
points.
bot. No, yeah.
You buy higher.
You're talking about the bot, though. I'm talking like that bot would be the dead simplest, like yes and no bot.
If you buy higher, then you're in that higher. Then what if it comes down? You see what I'm saying?
So
then you're losing
my
money.
bot lost me a lot of money. In 2017, I spent more than $1,000 on a trading bot. It was a bull market. Everything was going up. And if it did go down, it was bold. We were almost confident enough to double down. So I programmed my bot and what sort of percentage I wanted it to sell at. Where's my sell point? Like Godric's saying, suddenly that trade goes through the roof and your bot exits at the 5% that you wanted to make. So you've got to preset what you want the bot to do. It's not going to make decisions automatically. It's not going to watch, and if it shoots to the moon, keep in the trade and go up with it. Once it reaches a sell point, it sells. Then conversely, the moment that the market tipped at the end of 2017, beginning of 2018, I went to bed one night, woke up, and all my bots were in a 30% loss and had been doubling down and had used my full wallet. My entire wallet was now invested in these. It was all across all the different cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Monero, Litecoins, Bitcoin Gold, BSV. All of them were now down, and my bots were doubling down. Not knowing what was going to occur, I stayed in those trades. And eventually they sort of reached minus 40%, and I had to hit my stop losses and lost most of my wallet. So
why the fuck would you sell? Why would you do that?
Well, it was to exit the trade.
Wait it out.
From
I said,
2017
to stop the loss, one, and to save your money for the next trade, two.
Like, man, when you lose $25,000 overnight, even just being left with 5,000 or 10,000 means you can still fight tomorrow. Or if I stay in this trade, it means looking at the Bitcoin chart, the rebound was going to take 2 years. So it was going to be from 2017 to 2019 that we were going to start to move back up again. And if you look over that time, that's when Bitcoin went back down to, $3,000? And everyone was like, Bitcoin's going to zero. So if I had those funds, I could just sit on them for 2 years. Yes, I wouldn't have sold. but I couldn't sit on them for 2 years. So, and now looking back on it, I regret it immensely. But like I say, I had a bot. You had to program whether it's a bull or a bear and what it needs to do, whether it's a shorting bot or a long bot, and at what percentage you want to take profits. And at the same time, if you program your bot to take profit at 5% and it only reaches 4% and then goes in the opposite direction, your bot didn't exit the trade. So you still need supervision on these things. It's not like set it up, clap your hands, go to sleep, and in 6 months you're a billionaire. You know, it's a very hands-on. As much as it's autonomous and making its own decisions, you steer it. But with
this is like a car. It's like
yeah,
a car.
kind of like a power
has
steering.
no mind,
yeah.
but yeah, it has the power steering, but it's got no mind of its own. Just
So to answer your question, you bought to lose money too. Thank you for that experience, Solo. That's crazy experience. Thanks for sharing that.
I wish I knew what I know now back then.
But
because
a lot of people would do
I
what
bought
you
into
did,
the FUD.
not sell, and go completely broke. But then once you go
Yeah.
broke, you have nothing to trade with, so then you're screwed.
Exactly. And for me, I was buying all the FUD back then. I had discovered the flat earth truth from about 2015, but by 2017, I thought this Bitcoin was the revolution. I thought this was the world bringing about a system that was going to change everything. So I went in fully, or went in with quite a decent amount. But looking at the moment it turned and just started plowing through all of its previous resistance points, everyone was saying it's going to zero. Like, that's it, it's done. So there was also this real uncertainty, like, does Bitcoin actually have the bouncing power? Does it have that staying power that the SEC wasn't going to shut it down in every country? And there was a lot of stuff in 2017 that we were unsure of. When it rebounded now, it's basically solidified that Bitcoin is something legitimate. I had a friend who lost over 12 Bitcoins at that time. And looking at what the value is now, it's those were school fees. But it is a market that keeps on giving. So if you know how to use it, it's like a vault. It's a little bank that's got its door open. And if you know how to use it, you can put your hand in and just take out $100 or $200 or $500 or $1,000. And if you're really good at sniping, you can take those out frequently. And it's almost like cheating when you understand. But the rich have always used this system to amass incredible wealth and to make the average man poor, because the average man is still asking or trusting in someone, trusting in a bot, trusting your financial advisor. Whereas to come to a flat earth truth, you have to do the hard work yourself. You have to go do the research yourself. And if you want to succeed in trading, you have to do the work yourself. You have to enter the trade yourself, set your stop losses, calculate where you want to exit, calculate where your anticipated point of exit is going to be at what duration. Like, there's a lot of, if you put the effort in and you know what you're doing, it really is like stealing.
So there's no such thing as a bot that doesn't make mistakes or that doesn't lose money, because they all lose money. So do people. Because nobody can predict perfectly the future. They can try.
Yeah, they make money and they can lose money at the same speed. But the bot, what's amazing about it is I would go to sleep and I'd wake up and I've made another $300 or $400. That to me was exciting. Now I thought, now I'm cheating the system. You know, I leave this little thing trading. It looks for certain criteria, looks for sort of where the volume is starting to move back into the green. We're looking at your MACD, looking at a couple of these indicators, and when they all hit this magic point, buy in. And then while you sleep, you're just trading. But the problem is, like I was saying, is you've got all these parameters that you set, and the number of trades that I exited while they skyrocketed, because the bot was set that once it meets its 5 or 6%, take profits. You wouldn't sell out of the entire trade, but take 50% out or 70% out. Then you've effectively got back your entire amount you went in with. And then you're now playing with just the profit portion. But now that thing goes
But dude,
up by
the thing is, your
45%.
bots. You can say, okay, if it goes up, only start to sell when it's going down, dude.
What'd you say? Booger?
So like how you have a bot, right? That's buying and selling, or shorting and whatever, and trading. So you can have it set. You don't have to have it so if as soon as I make my profit or 5%, whatever you want it to be, you can have it go further than that, and then only stop once it starts going down, like 2 ticks or 2%.
Correct. So then what you watch in the markets is that the people that play the stock market to make people go broke, it's a game from the rich to make the poor become poorer.
The strategy you said is
this chart will go up by 6%, then it'll correct by 2%, so everyone's bots sell, and then it goes up by the next 15%. So these guys are counterplaying you. Like, you go in there thinking you're trading on a chart. The establishment is looking at the back end of that. They're seeing where everyone set their stop losses. And they know that if they push it just below the stop loss, they recover maybe 100 billion or maybe 100 million rand, $100 million. So then what they do is they deliberately short something and pull their stock out to manipulate the price below everyone's stop loss. Everyone exits the trade. They use that profit to acquire new stock, and then the stock goes up because now there's a new buy-in. Now they're the only ones sitting with a net gain, and they're at a higher price, but everyone else exited. So they really are manipulating the system. I think over the last 2-3 years, it's been the most evident, where the entire world is crumbling and everything's gone to new world record highs.
Yeah, with that Wyckoff scheme last year.
Solar.
Yeah.
I agree. Now, was I wrong to preach to him to learn how to save money, to save part of your paycheck so you can have an
I
investment?
spend all my money. Because what good's my money when I'm 59 years old? I'm going to have dementia.
Don't plan on having dementia when you're 59. There are choices in your life you can make to avoid situations like that, you know?
Yeah, well, there's no guarantees in life. So I'd rather just use my money to buy shit that I want, beat inflation that way. Boom.
I think in its essence, it's not bad advice to always have something stored for a rainy day. To have a majority of your life suppressed so that a fund can grow that you never know if you'll actually live long enough to enjoy that fund. I agree with the other guy as well. The worst thing you can do is putting it into a pension fund where it's only going to be released after a certain date. And generally, the governments steal the pension funds. So if you are saving for your future, it should be in the form of something that's liquid, something that can be accessed at any point prior if needed. And this is something that the financial institutions don't like to tell you. And this is where, when you discover that flat Earth required how much effort and how much work you had to put into a million other topics to be able to grasp some of these concepts, it's the same thing. You're just as capable to understand the financial system. Not necessarily you're going to become a guru, but in terms of figuring out why it is like it is and how to make a little bit of money on it. Same thing like learning how to make a YouTube channel and figuring out how views equal advertising revenue and all these other things. So figuring out a system and how to make some money on it is not a bad thing at all either. In the stock market thing, what is crazy is that we'll invest money in a bank and hope for maybe 2% over the course of a year. Whereas In the stock market, you can make 2% in an hour. And they're doing that with our funds and just not sharing it with us because we're trusting in someone else to look out for our best interests. And any time that you are placing your faith and trust in another man, you are falling short. And it's when you figure out that self-reliance, not that you become like a recluse and leave all society, but when you realize that by yourself you are independently capable of a lot more than you ever gave yourself credit for, and you start to control your own funds, it's not unheard of for guys in the trading space to be doubling their money every 2 to 3 months. And no banking system could ever offer you that. No retirement plan could ever offer you that. And there's also guys who are losing their funds at an equivalent rate. And it's about how much research you're willing to do into it. People think things should be easy, and that simply by clicking this button, I am entitled to make $10,000 per trade. But then you'll learn very quickly, like Godric was saying, you win on some and you lose on some, and it's about your keep gain. How much will you manage to keep of your gains? You may have made 2 great trades of 40%, but then you had this one trade where you lost 10%. You need to average it all out and see what was your keep gain from that experience. But it's the same thing with all of life. Something that all of us never realize is that what is the secret to wealth? Output must be less than input. Whatever money you get in must be more than what you put out, equals wealth. If the money you give out equals what you got in, there's no accumulation. And wealth is what happens after you've paid all your bills. So once every expense is paid, what you're left with, that's your wealth. Now, most of us even battle to cover the bills. So therefore, we're sort of a net gain of 0 on our wealth. But the moment you trust in a man who's supposedly going to make you rich and give you a 10 or 20 or 30% return, it's usually a lie. But if you do it yourself, you can do way more than that.
That's why I teach people to do it themselves, not to trust other people, not to invest in funds managed by supposed experts, but to learn to do it yourself. Make your own fund.
Yeah, that's what my bot taught me. It was so good at making money while I slept, and it was so good at losing money while I slept. And I realized you have to do this yourself. And it's where you place your attention that you will grow. And then I look at it and I think, imagine I'd put all the effort I put into Flat Earth into just trading. What a kick-ass trader I would be now. What have I returned on my time invested for the thousands and thousands of hours of researching I've done to come to the realization that we've been lied to on such a scale? Like, where do you invest the time most productively to get the best return? But then again, I'd probably be outside of my mind if I hadn't met you guys.
How would you be outside of your mind?
Sorry, who asked that?
And I also appreciate meeting you.
I don't pay my
why would
bills
you be out
anymore.
of your mind if you didn't meet us?
Yeah, that's what I asked, but at the same time, I don't pay my bills anymore, you know? I'm gonna just wait till they come after me. They're locking down everything where I live in my country with the whole corona bull crap, and I can't even go outside anymore, so I'm just gonna stop paying my bills and see what happens.
What country is that?
In Germany, if you look it up, we're gonna have a
I live in Germany
vaccination.
too.
Oh, nice. What's up? We're gonna have a vaccination. What's it called?
Mandate.
Requirement.
You should not be
There's a
talking about
mandate.
this. We're on a live stream. Just saying.
We can't talk about how there's going to be a vaccination mandate in Germany.
No,
You cannot
no
talk about the
no.
vaccination because of YouTube. We'll get taken down. So
Dude,
please
we can
stop.
talk about the vaccine. We just can't
Please,
talk bad
please
about it.
stop. Please stop.
Bro,
So-
listen, stop saying that word because the algorithms search for specific words.
Yeah, you'll
So
get
if
banned,
you
bro.
want to talk about like a purple tricycle, and we all in the room know what the purple tricycle is, or you want to call it any name you want, other than the name you've just repeated 3 times, then there won't be any hassle due to the live stream.
Oh, well, there's gonna be a mandate for a shot. We're all gonna get shot over here. Otherwise, we're going to jail or have to pay a fine.
I
What do
doubt
you
you'll
think
go
of
to
that?
jail. They won't have enough room.
What?
Well, if you don't pay the fine, they
Anybody
have
will go
to arrest
jail.
you.
They won't have enough room in jail.
Yeah, so no medical talk on this forum, right? This server is a flat Earth server. Okay?
Who are you?
I did though post.
I'm a mod.
He's the guy
Yes,
who
hello.
can ban you.
You hear me?
Yeah, Ildiko, go ahead.
Sorry,
Sure.
Ildiko.
Hi, good morning. I
Hi.
know we're not going to talk about it, but it is a subject that is so relevant to another community I listen to, which is about Bitcoin. It's about freedom, monetary freedom, sovereignty, and there's a beautiful, maybe 2-hour interview, Bitcoin channel with a gentleman from Australia. It's all about freedom and the lack thereof. So if you're interested, I posted it.
I can't see anything.
Did you post it into the live stream voice text?
I'm checking right now.
Yeah, she did.
It's there, right?
Yeah, it's
Oh, the Andrew Bogut thing?
52 across the hour.
Oh, Bojet.
It's 42 for me.
42, sorry.
So
42, you're right.
Very, very good interview and very revelatory, very honest.
Andrew Bogut just bounced balls, though. And, like, all that shit's rigged in the NBA, too. So,
Yeah,
I don't know
if
if
you
you
look
should trust
into
him and
Dimitri,
listen to him too closely.
I sent a video in here about Dimitri explaining what it is earlier. If you scroll up in the live stream voice text, there's a whole beginner introduction. All that stuff is rigged, Those people are all not trustworthy at all, They're being told how to play their games, when to score, when not to score, all that stuff. Why would I trust someone?
Hey.
Is this your first time in here?
No, I've been in and out of the server for like ever since it had the old one, the 1.0. It wasn't 1.0, but it was just the server,
No, cool. I just saw VC Fahrenheit, so I thought maybe you knew.
No, it's just on my accounts keep getting banned. Not from the server, but from Discord. I don't know why. I've had to go through like 6 Discord accounts in the past.
Maybe try reading the
2 years.
Discord terms of service and see what you might be doing wrong to get your account banned.
I'm sure I'm doing something wrong, but it's not a big deal.
Uger, what's your take on the shape of the Earth?
Well, I've been a flat earther for like a month, probably, like 100%. But I've been like on the fence ever since, I found out about the moon landing and looked into that. And, you don't feel the fucking spin, so, like, don't see the fucking curvature.
Okay.
You can't measure it. You can't experience anything that the globe model says you should be experiencing. Like one thing too is with the globe model. This is one of my like original ideas. You know how there's supposed to be centrifugal force when the Earth is spinning. So if you were to stand at the equator, you would be 18 pounds lighter from the centrifugal force as you would be if you were standing on the North Pole. And that can't be experienced or proved. So, boom, that's like literal evidence right there.
Right. You heard about the genome or the GNOME? Sorry, the GNOME project.
GNOME project?
GNOME, yeah, like a little
I
leprechaun
haven't.
guy.
No, I know what a GNOME is, yeah.
The GNOME project was done by a scale company that produces high-end skills for laboratories, and they calibrated a scale and made a suitcase with a garden gnome and the scale, and they shipped it all over this plane, and they thought that it would show what you are saying, right? That at different places on Earth, you would weigh less or more conforming to the globe, right? But that didn't happen. It was all over the place.
Yeah.
Quite interesting.
Yeah. I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, I think I have the link. It's. I think this is it. It's now. Oh, the bot is. Bot is a bit slow today. I don't know what happens.
The Jamaica variant.
Yeah, I just posted it in the live stream for you.
Thanks.
Sure.
What's the GNOME experiment?
It's where they a skill company, so a company that produces high-end scales for laboratories. They made a briefcase or a case with a gnome, a garden gnome, and their scale, and they shipped it all over this plane. And so these people could weigh the gnome and then note down their position. And according to the globe model, it should weigh less or more, depending on your position. But it was all over the place, so that didn't match up the globe model.
I don't believe in that model, in that globe model, so it's just more to add to the collection.
Yep.
Is there some way I can get the role? So, because people keep accusing me or like questioning me.
Well, we can. How long you've been here for on the server now?
Like when I first joined, like maybe 4 years ago. But I've been in and out. I've been kind of busy with some other stuff.
Okay.
And so that's the gnome that they measured?
Sorry?
That's the gnome that they weighed? The one that you just
Yeah.
sent?
Yeah. It's in the live stream. So the document, the Google Doc, and this is the website of that project.
Hmm.
The gnome diary.
How much does this gnome weigh?
About 307 grams.
Well, depending where you measure it, right?
It's supposed to be like that, but it's actually all over the place. So that it just speaks directly against the globe. So they disproved their own fucking model.
But was it a substantial difference in different places, or was it just a random weight?
It was completely random.
If you look at the Google Doc, I've posted at, where was it? 49 across the hour. And then sheet 2, you see the prediction the globe model makes and what was actually measured.
Are you saying what part of the video would tell you that? What minutes?
No. 49 minutes across the hour in the live stream. I've posted a Google Doc.
I have it. And the video itself looks like it's oh, it's not a video. It's like an article, right? Hang on, this is a YouTube video.
I like the video that's in the link on the article.
The YouTube video is 2 minutes 2:02.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, it's from them. It's not someone debunking it or something. It's just their video. NASA was 53% wrong. What's the maximum air pressure?
What do you mean?
He just asked you the maximum air pressure. You just said it.
Of what?
On like the surface of the earth.
Before you go into that,
Okay.
is it Roger or Flat Earth Slow we're talking to?
That's Roger and Booger.
Roger, on this gnome, thank you for posting it. I just have a couple of questions. Can you answer?
Yeah, you could try.
Hey, did you even come back?
Yeah.
Welcome back. Yeah, so I hate to beat a dead horse, but how do we know that they calibrated that scale?
Sorry?
How do we know they calibrated the scale for the gnome?
Good question.
The next question is it looks like a 2-minute video of just them saying they measured the gnome over the world, but no conclusive results. Is that the whole video?
What do you mean? Well, they sent this gnome to NASA and more places, universities. So yeah, what is it that you wanna dispute? That
Well, you're saying they sent there was like, I don't know, 100 dots on the map, 150 dots.
Mhm.
So are you saying they sent the same exact gnome to that many
Yeah,
places?
yeah, that was the whole deal, right? This manufacturer of precision skills wanted to show how precise their skills were, and they sent it all over this plane, trying
This is
to.
not.
In order
This is
to
not a
prove the effectiveness of their
Hang on.
gnomes, they sent these scales around, and they were so sensitive that they could measure the gravitational difference, like of the centrifugal effect of the weight of the gnome on different parts of the Earth. Like on the equator, it's supposed to weigh less because the centrifugal force is counteracting the gravity. But what they actually measured was the exact opposite of that. All the data had not was different. It was not anything like the around the equator. It wasn't lighter.
Okay, good, Booger. But what was it? Because that's such a general video. What about the specifics? Who, what, where, when, what, wait, what weight? Do we
Just
have
scroll
that?
up. There's a Google Docs sheet.
Is there a
Just
longer
scroll up.
video? I just saw a 2-minute video. Is there a longer one?
No, Roderick. I've posted a Google Doc document, which is I will tag you in it.
I'm looking at Inspiration Room, right?
I just tagged you.
Okay, but is it Inspiration Room?
I tagged you in the live stream. Look in the live stream.
Okay. So now I have a spreadsheet that has some
Yes.
stats.
Right.
So did they concede that they screwed up or that the gravity is wrong?
Know if they conceded in anything. This is just what they presented.
So the 2 to 3 Globers that got down to tell me that there's a difference on the equator, they're saying there's a 0.03 difference. So let me see if that 0.03 is going to make sense here. 307 times 0.03. That's not right. I think it's 0.003. 307 times 0.003. Okay, we should have a 0.92 difference. Is that right? Yeah. So basically like 1 gram difference. And it seems to be 1 gram difference, but I'm assuming it's not in the places that they said it was. We do have a 1 gram difference, but I suppose not on the equator versus like New Zealand or Alaska. Yeah, it's heavier in Peru than in Australia. It should be the opposite.
Right.
It should be lighter in Peru.
This is just the data, right? I don't think they made a conclusion. This is just the data.
Germany's 308. That's heavier in the northern latitude, which is obviously bunk.
The only counter argument they can make is that like it was a extremely humid day and the air pressure was higher, but look, they measured the air pressure too, so they can't even say that. So
Oh well, they claim that they will claim that the gnome, I don't know, it was tampered with the gnome or the scale. Right? That's what they claim. It's all right. It's all fine.
Okay, guys, but look, when there's heavier air pressure, the gnome should be lighter, not heavier. Am I right?
Depends on where you are in the globe model, right?
No, it doesn't. I'm asking you. I'm making a point. If the air pressure is heavier, well, okay. Assuming gravity, the air pressure is heavier, the object would be lighter because the air pressure would lift it up. Just like if I go in the swimming pool and I put a scale on the bottom, I'll be lighter in the swimming pool than in air. Correct?
Not sure.
Because I'll start floating. And if it's let's say it's a vacuum,
Because
there's no air pressure.
you're now clear.
Hang on.
The air,
If it's a
the air
vacuum,
pressure.
there's no air
So,
pressure, you'd be heavier. If gravity.
but you're saying that the air pressure lifts you up.
Yes, it would definitely do that.
Right? But
In theory.
the air pressure is pressing upon you from any and all direction, not only from the underside, but also
No, that's not correct.
head.
No, that's not correct. Listen, when you go into the swimming pool, you become
Yes.
lighter because the pressure is pushing you up. If you put a scale on your feet in the swimming pool, you'd be lighter because the water is pushing you up because that pressure is pushing you north, pushing you up, not all directions.
Right.
It's getting between you and the ground. That's what it is. If you have a helium balloon, okay. Now, again, I'm not a glober, right? But if a helium balloon it goes up, they're saying that that pressure pushes it up. That's their claim. The air pressure pushes a lighter helium upwards. That's their claim. So everything's getting pushed upwards from gravity because of pressure. And if a vacuum, there's nothing to push it up. And that's why they claim stuff falls down in a vacuum. They'll claim that, helium or whatever. Because there's no pressure to push it up. This is a global argument. And I have 21 results here. It wasn't there like 100 results, or just 21?
Yeah, this is what. One, yes. Ah.
Yeah, well, you're right to say that the results are everywhere because it's not really conclusive results. There's stuff. It is off by, let's say, a gram, but it's not in the proper places. Just what Booger said. And it makes me think when they say gold is somehow lighter in Cairo than gold is in New Zealand or Alaska or even the United States, then this test debunks that, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I knew that was full of shit, by the way, when they said that. It said that gold is heavier in certain parts of the world. I just thought that was, when I heard that, that's bullshit.
Don't they do this with water to determine the carats?
Well, let's say the way of water, right? So why would that matter? Because that what that would do is like remove like drips. If it was wet, it would remove that, right? So it might be more accurate, but it wouldn't make it heavier or lighter.
Displacement. If I'm not mistaken, but I'm not a goldsmithy. But if I'm not mistaken, they do this with water to determine the carats. So how much water will be displaced determines the amount of carats. But
Yeah, I'm not sure how to do that. I can't respond on that. But as long as I use water in every test, and it would be a correct test. You just have to look at the results. Are you driving, Roger? Where are you going?
To another customer.
In South Africa, the number was 307, which is a very southern. And Australia, Sydney 307. There's no 309s.
Oh, test. Mic check. Who's awake? Anybody?
Yo.
Hey, how you doing?
Good morning.
Hanging in,
Roger. Is that it, Roger? Is that you?
Yeah, hanging in there.
Oh.
Still positive. Still positive.
What time is it where you're at?
2:00 in the afternoon.
Oh, that's why you're on. It's 6 a.m. here. I just got home.
Home from work?
No.
Okay.
I take a neighbor. I take her to the methadone clinic every morning.
Okay.
So she can get off her drugs, or try to help her anyway.
Oh,
she doesn't have a car, so she's a nice gal. I mean, she's a friend, but kinda. I just met her when I moved in where I live. She lives a couple doors down.
Mm-hmm.
God Rock, and isn't methadone worse than the real thing?
It's a sort of a pain in the ass, but I feel like I got to do something for somebody somewhere sometimes. I mean, I try to help people out all the time, but
Does anybody know the evolution theory here? The one they teach in science. The question is, do we supposedly come from bacteria in the evolution story? Or is that not right? Anybody?
Just repeat the question.
In evolution, did we come from bacteria? Is that what they're claiming?
A common bacteria, yes, that evolved from the primordial soup. So technically, it rained on rocks, and then our ancestors are rocks, and then somewhere between that initial organism and us is bacteria. So we can say, well, according to the evolution bullshit, we can say that we have a common bacterial ancestor.
Wait. We have a bacterial ancestor. So you're saying we did or didn't come from bacteria?
So what I'm trying to say is that the origination of the entire thing was not bacteria. It was a soup. So the bacteria is already on that chain, and then it branched off into multicellular organisms, and then those multicellular organisms split into birds and humans and blah, blah, blah. So when you trace it all back, there's a bacterial ancestor, so one that's on that chart, but it still goes before that bacteria. It goes back to a primordial soup and then raining on rocks, and then eventually goes back to the early bombardment, late bombardment, where the Earth was being struck by asteroids and meteors, and whereby the comets deposited sufficient water on the Earth to create the oceans. And all of that process came long before bacterial ancestor. So there's a common bacteria on this spider diagram or a forking diagram that leads from there. There's no proof of this. It's only assumed to be our common ancestor.
Okay, but what does that common ancestor even look like? Do you know? Or do they know?
No. They only use a present day bacteria as the going narrative. So it's a soft walled cellular organism, generally a single celled organism. And what never made sense to me is that those single celled organisms reproduce by mitosis. So they have to split and divide themselves, and then they become two. Now, at what point did that become testes and ovaries, so that the testes can produce a semen that the ovaries can then use to form? It's like, no, can't just get something that splits itself in half and becomes two, to all of a sudden needing a different genetic species of the same organism to have a cooperative reproduction process.
So you can say that the sex is not necessarily like a debunk, but a challenge evolution.
That absolutely destroys it.
So they have two different
Because
sexes.
it destroys it because we can discuss an organism evolving, but you can't discuss one organism evolving into both a male and a different one evolving into the female. And then the exact mutation that happened to the male is equivalent to exactly what the female requires, and that they occurred at two different intervals purely just through genetic mutation based on survival of the fittest, then it would only become either male or only become either female. It couldn't do both. And this is the exact misnomer. So when you're talking about a male fly becoming a male fish, yes, evolution makes sense, well, according to them. But when you talk about a male fish becoming a female fish so that next male fish can breed with that female fish, and then that couple of fish breeding offspring that then becomes something else, that's never been proven. And that they overlook because there is no answer for it. There's no
So you're
answer for
saying that
exactly why.
destroys evolution, according to you.
Yeah, I've heard it be used before as a absolute demolishment. But the evolution advocates will always just say with enough time. So maybe the male evolved first, and then like 10 billion years later the female evolved, and then male and female started reproducing. That's their only go-to. So with time,
But that's
anything is possible.
That's a completely different thing, though. Right? Basically, having sex or mating. That's a completely different thing than the previous single cell multiplying and replicating. Is bacteria
Yeah, and reproduction is in the first generation. So you have to be able to reproduce to get to the next one. So there's no chance that you could just have males and have no female for thousands of years, and then it could start working to reproduce again. So their entire argument about time is fallacious, because the same thing with the fish that climbed out the water. That fish in that generation needed to breed. Now that it's on the shore, now it needs to find another fish that can also be outside the water. Then it needs to breed and produce offspring while living outside the water. You take a fish out of water for 10 minutes, it's dead. So there could never have been the first fish that climbed out of water.
I don't want to argue,
but
I want to argue, but they say that the fish came into an environment that was, let's say, shallow water, and it learned to live outside the water longer than the other fish. Let's say that over the years that water became more shallow, and it was forced to adapt and move out of the water and back into the water, kind of like a newt or something that was like both land and water. And that's a slow process, quote unquote, evolution. And it changed over time, like you said, enough time. And that produced eventually a land animal. That's not too far-fetched.
So that's no. So I've heard that one, but it's when you're in the water, you need gills to breathe oxygen in water, and when you're in air, you need lungs to breathe oxygen. So does this fish have gills or does it have lungs?
It has both. So
all fish have gills. No, they don't have both.
You have a creature that starts adapting to land, right? So while they can breathe water, they start being able to breathe air. So it's a transition, right?
That's not possible. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like it's having an engine that either takes diesel or an engine that takes petrol. You don't have a car with two engines. So if this engine takes diesel, and your argument is at some point it starts taking a little bit of petrol, at some point the engine will convert into a petrol engine because it's starting to take some petrol.
I mean, that's the argument.
It could.
It could. That's the argument.
No, so it can't because
What's the difference between? Listen, what's the difference between growing hair in cold environments? What's the difference between that and a fish going from water to land? And losing hair in hot environments. What's the difference?
so we always grow hair. Just the volume of the hair changes based on the environment.
Yeah.
So the fish always has gills, and the land-dwelling animal always has lungs. And there is never an instance where having a little bit more water in your lungs makes your lungs start to behave like gills, and no amount of air in gills makes gills start behaving like the lung.
Okay, but
So
you're saying
that fish that sat in the water meant that it could only breathe for so much of the day. So in other words, it learned to hold its breath for the times it was out the water, because the only time a fish can breathe is when it's in water. So if it got to the point where it now had to hold its breath longer than it could, it would die. Not that its lungs would start to develop and that it could suddenly start to metabolize oxygen in a way that the gills that it's born with cannot. So it would get to a point where eventually that fish would die. It would not reproduce. It may have built up an amazing ability to hold its breath while out of water, but it could only breathe while in water. Then there's something like the salamander, which possesses both gills and lungs, which allows it to exist both in water and in air. And they use that as a transitional type species, but
So there's
that
a
thing is
salamander.
designed for purpose.
Yeah, so there is a salamander.
So if you push a salamander underwater and kept it underwater, it would drown. And if you kept a salamander out of water, it would die due to dehydration because it absorbs most of what it needs through its skin. So the salamander is designed to be, I don't know what the exact word is, but it's both
Half and half.
Half and half, yeah.
It's kind of like a regular turtle. They live in water or near water, but they gotta breathe on land. Kind of like a whale. A whale also. A whale needs to breathe air, but they swim in water. Correct? A turtle
Correct.
needs to crawl on rocks and get sun. Doesn't have gills, but loves to swim in the water to save for a portion of its day. So
But there's an element of, like, I don't know if you've ever seen chimpanzees using tools to eat, that they'll use a stick to stick inside a hole, and then they pull the ants out on the stick, and then they eat the ants off the stick. Now, those are called learned behaviors. Now, if this mother chimpanzee takes her child and shows the child how to put the stick in the little anthill, and then the ants will climb on the stick, and then it can pull the stick out, slide the stick through its mouth, and it gets a whole mouthful of ants, it can learn that behavior. And then the next generation can learn to do it even more and maybe start to use longer sticks or bigger sticks. So learned behavior is not in question. I'm not questioning any learned behavior, but there's no biological change. The monkey did not grow a third lung or an extra adaptation in the mouth to pull the ants off, or there was no biological change. There was just a learned experience. Back to your hair example, every skin cell has a hair follicle, which means you are able to grow hair there, but based on your environmental stimulus, you are either producing hair or not producing hair. But you've always got the opportunity to produce the hair. That never changes. But what they try and claim is that a gill can turn into a lung by being exposed to oxygen. And then every time we pull fish out the ocean, 1 out of 1,000 fish should start breathing. We should have to chop its head off because it started to develop lungs or the ability to breathe oxygen. We've never encountered that. Every fish out of water dies. Every land-based mammal in water drowns. Make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the argument is it's a transition, right? So you mentioned salamanders, right? So you know about the betta fish. The betta fish can live in a small fish bowl with no oxygen, basically, and they can go out of water for like 45 minutes and go back in water and be okay. This is also called the Siamese fighting fish. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it produces like a thick slime around its body and sort of conserves the moisture.
Not saying it's evolution, but that fish is it's like a mutant. I'm just saying that it can it doesn't need bubbles, doesn't need a pump. You know what a fish tank? You need to pump the air. Doesn't need that. And like I said, you can pick it up out of water. It won't die right away like other fishes. So for whatever reason, this fish has designed resistance or strength to not die if you take it out of water.
I don't think it's adapted to. This is obviously inherently a design element in this fish. In the same way that you take like if you take an African who's born in the northeast of Africa, like Kenya, they can run marathons like no one else on the earth. They can run for days and days and days, and they're as skinny as anything, but they can run almost indefinitely because of a genetic trait where they would live on a desert sort of environment and they would be running by foot across country. Then you go and look at the Eskimos. They've got an inherent design tolerance that they can withstand colds that most human beings can't. When you look down on their genetic level, they've had certain triggers in their genetic code activated to really enhance their how well they are easily adapted to that environment. But it's not a biological change. The guys in, like the Eskimos in the snow,
Did you cut out? Roger.
Sorry, I missed that. What?
Sorry, I got a call.
Was that Flat Earth Solar? I'm sorry. I got confused. So I was talking to. I wasn't looking at the. Wasn't looking at the chat. That was Flat Earth Solar, right? Did you cut out?
Yeah, he had a call, so he dropped out. He will be back. There he is.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now.
Sorry, I got a call. What was the last thing that you heard me say?
Well, I was arguing that it's the transition, right? This is their claim. I'm not saying I believe evolution, but if we have a fish that can definitely live outside of water for a lengthy period of time, and you mentioned an African boy who can run, and whatever example you want to give, this is explained as a transition, right? I'm not saying
No. So not transitionary.
Hang on. I'm not saying they're changing chromosomes. I'm saying that they're fundamentally different as far as their makeup.
No. So this is the thing, is that when you pull their DNA, they are still human. Inside of a human's DNA, he has almost unlimited number of switches that can be turned on or off to adapt to the environment that he's placed in. It doesn't change him from being human. It's already built into his design code.
Hold on, let me stop you there.
So
look. Yes, what you said, but when this African boy has children, their children are going to be runners. When the fat American who doesn't run has children, those children are going to be lazy and slow. Okay, because of the genetics from their parents. This
okay,
is
but
not really.
the
This is not really.
the nuanced point that I'm trying to make is that African boy and that lazy American can still breed because they're still the same species, because nothing transitioned. So when you go down to the level of genetics, it's about reproduction. It goes back to reproduction. If you can reproduce with something, you're still the same species. There's no transition. The African is just as much human as the American is human. It's just on the Americans' board of toggled switches. They've got 1,000 switches and most of them are off. The little African boy has got 2/3 of them up. So he's activated certain things that are already built into his genetic code, which make the metabolism higher, his ability to run higher. All of these characteristic traits are human, not a human transitioning into a more something else of something in. It's still human. So they call it genetics and epigenetics. The genetics between that African and the American, if the American was also African, like from descent, and you take this African from Africa, their genetics are almost going to be identical if they come from a similar region of Africa. So their genetics are identical. The one's overweight and can't run, and the other one can run. They're still the same species. There's no transition going on. Now, it's the same thing with this fish. The fish, certain fish can extract oxygen out of salt water. Certain fish can extract oxygen out of fresh water. Certain fish can extract oxygen out of a murky substance, like the fish you were describing, and can hold its breath for up to 45 minutes, or is coated in a thick mucus layer, which allows it to not suffocate before minute 45. But after minute 45, it suffocates 100% of the time. Keep that fish out of water for 2 hours, it's dead. It doesn't now adapt and become a transitional fish that can no longer breed with the previous one and has inherited or evolved into new features which the previous fish didn't have.
Okay, so what you disagree with is the fish growing legs and living out of water. That's what you disagree with. But you're okay with like a betta fish compared to a whale compared to other things that have, let's say, they're different. You know, you're okay with them being, they have different switches, like you said. They have different switches. It's flipping the switches off, running boy, slow boy, right? But they're never going to change into another chromosome that's not going to be able to breed, is what you're saying.
Correct. Not so much the first part, but the second part. The first part, a fish growing legs, that's ludicrous, because no fish grows legs. All fish have tails. So the idea of a fish growing legs is something.
That's where you draw the line.
That's where it becomes complete fairy tale-ness, because the only thing you've ever seen fish with legs was typically a drawing in a diagram of some transitionary thing which we've never found, that must have been there in millions and millions and millions of quantities to allow us to eventually have something that looked like a fish but without a tail, but now had 4 legs and only breathed oxygen and didn't need water anymore. and that there should have been 10 or 15 different transitionary animals between the fish that swims in the water and the animal walking on the shore, and all of that is fairy tale. When we look at the actual genetics of things, we see that nothing transitions into anything else, never been recorded, no matter how we try and stimulate, no matter how we try and chemically manipulate. They talk about mutations now, or variance is this latest word. But again, all that's doing is triggering an on or an off switch in an existing sequence. It's not mutating and evolving into a brand new thing that is